Italian talent being balanced on a seesaw, winning his weight in beer, thinking, how is he going to get that home through customs?
I wonder what happened to that beer.
I do wonder. He looked very confused, bless him.
Hopefully he gave it away, or drank it at the airport like you sometimes do when you can't take it with you.
I think walking out of here, he had a lot of friends, that's for sure.
Well, he couldn't have drunk too much because he went and broke the Italian half marathon record. So that was in Napoli earlier on in the year. So he's gone from strength to strength. And it's going to be fascinating to see that quality of men's race we will talk about as we go through today. But, you know, we are looking at definitely getting towards that sub 27-minute barrier. These guys obviously trying to break their own barriers today, that 31:40 that they've kind of targeted already, those front four. But now we're seeing on the screen the other things that are going on today, and there's a kind of real family kind of festival atmosphere here. There's the circus acts that are going on, there's the music, there's the beer and cheer, there's the marquees that now, how much do they stretch around the track, Matt? There's some phenomenal stats now.
Hey, we know they've extended the lactate tunnel of love to what, 90 meters now? It used to be 30 or 40 meters, now it's 90, and the noise in those is just phenomenal, and you're going to experience that later on in the evening.
At what point, Ellen, does it become an indoor meet?
Well, do you know what? When I was walking down the hill, you know, you get a brilliant vantage point as you walk in off Hampstead Heath. I was walking down and I was like, I can't see the track. There's so many tents this year that you can barely see the track, but it is going to be so loud in there. And the impact that will have on the athletes. I was listening to a podcast earlier in the week, and Chris Thompson was saying how even in the early years, when you go through those tunnels, you pick up what people are saying, and you know, some people are giving tactical advice, some people are having digs, and that gets inside your head. But it will just, you know, when you get to those tunnels, it will drown out any pain. You know, when you hear the noise and the cheers and the support that are coming from the fans inside the tunnels.
Yeah, I think even Tomo, I remember him mentioning how it influenced his race. It forced him to make decisions that he didn't want to make. And, you know, these gentlemen, they're kind of in their own head at the moment. Not too many crowders. It's just filling up here slightly, though, James. And it is a little bit blustery out there, especially on this back straight. So they're going to welcome this kind of tent to just shield them down the back straight. Yeah, it's going to be interesting now to see what the 3K split is. They were, you know, right on pace. That 2K split was inside the 6:20, and this is going to be there or thereabouts. It is. It's another 3:09. So they've been, you know, super systematic, these four that have broken away. And, you know, judging by the distance behind, I think Alex Brampton, your boy's doing a great job in terms of the 32-minute mark for that. And that's a big group tucked in behind. You know, there's so many different club vests in there. I think that's the great thing. And there's also a few international athletes in there that, you know, there's athletes that travel from the Netherlands. There's a lot of Irish that have made their way over. But just to see the different club vests as well. I mean, you know, we got a Notts vest, a university vest tucked in that league group, as well as one of the Dublin vests. And there is that chase group. I can see the Reading athlete just on the far kind of right side. That's Richard Price, one of the Master 40s. He's a 31:17 at best. And she's also welcome because we're on the stream of British athletics, European athletics on running as well. So whatever platform you're joining us from, you are obviously a fan of running. We have got a feast of 10K running coming up with a little spice of 800 meters in there as well. Last year we had the mile races. I'm excited to see these juniors get this experience. For them it's going to be massive. I mean, we've seen it, we saw last year they had the mile, like you said, James, and it was just what races they were. And I think also it just warmed the crowd up. Not that they needed any more warming up for the main event, but it really got them going. Well, it set Matt Stonier on his way, didn't he, to a phenomenal year. I mean, you know, when he won here last year, he was, you know, pretty much unknown, and then going on to multiple championships, he's running 3:32. That was a really good stepping stone. And, you know, Ben Potier 1,000-meter PBs plus a mile last year, but this year the 800-meter runners, the juniors, they will not maybe have experienced a track race like this. You know, mini marathon at the London Marathon does get that atmosphere, you know, for the youngsters, but this is going to be great for them, Ellen, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. And like you say, there's no real opportunities out there outside of major champs to get this kind of atmosphere for the juniors, and it will give them a real sort of grounding. For a lot of them, you know, we'll run through it when we get to the 800 races, but you know, there's a busy summer of junior European champs on the track, and they might be looking at Youth Commonwealth Games as well, so there'll be
wanting to give themselves a grounding so they know how to deal with the pressure. They don't really get that many opportunities to test themselves in high pressure environments where there's a massive crowd, where there's lots of eyes on them. So this will be a really good opportunity to not only see the stars of the future, but see how they cope under the pressure.
What I would say as well, is going to give them a taste of professional athletics at an age where they're probably, you know, there's a lot of things going on in their life. They're deciding what kind of road to take. Doing that, James, I think they're only going to just be like, well, I want to stay in this sport. I'm hungry to stay in. I want more and more of the same.
I wonder whether any of them come back in a few years and run the 25 laps.
An 800 runner, that would be some achievement.
You never know.
Well, you say that, Jessica Judd. You say that, Jessica Judd.
Well,
you know, she's worked her way up all the way through the ranks, and there will be athletes out there who, you know, 800, you know, especially as a, you know, a young junior athlete, you know, you do the 800, you do the 1500, you could go and have a career in the marathon. So, you know, it's a real good grounding, and yeah, you know, there'll be names, I'm sure, that we'll see, and you'll hear tonight who, in 5 years' time, you might see, you know, out at Europeans, Worlds, and Olympics.
What I would say, these boys are absolutely nailing their splits, James. I mean, they're 76 on the button. They're ahead of the lights, of course. We know the red lights are 31.59, but they are very even. These boys don't need it.
Yeah, they're doing really well. That was probably the slowest K split they've had. That was a 4th K. That was a 3:12, but it's still, you know, 76 and a little bit of change, as we say in the industry. Matt Williams doing a great job, the Knots athlete. So, yeah, he has run low 31 on the road. And again, as said, you know, a lot of these athletes have really good, strong road pedigrees. You know, I mean, he was a cross-country runner through the winter, putting some really big miles in. I would have thought, you know, slugging through those national crosses. I think he was 33rd in the Midland Championships as well. But then you come to this track, you're on that slightly spongy tartan track, and yeah, they are literally clipping those laps out. So the next big split we will get is the halfway split, and obviously you do the maths on it, but you also can't rule out that group behind, whether they can close it, chase it down. So it's still obviously Ian Hopkins in there, Matt Williams. You've obviously got Nick Hardy, whose personal best is only just a fraction inside 32, so he's heading into massive PB territory. Ed Diamond, he's a 2:27 marathon runner. I love that, how uni athletes now popping out and running a marathon. So he's got strength, but he's probably the only one of that 3 at the moment, sorry, that 4, that's just dropping away from that leading 3.
Well, I think, like you said, James, it's commonplace for university athletes, for 20, 21-year-olds to go and do a 10K on the track, a 5K on the track, where it used to be almost, you know, you weren't encouraged.
Well, that's what we spoke about last year with Dean Casey. You know, we've already mentioned his name already today, and to see him have the support of his coach to come out here and race and really prove himself at such a young age, it's not something you always get the support of from your coach when you are such a young athlete. And, you know, like you say, to then make the further leap up to the marathon, it is, you know, it's a huge jump. But if that's where your calling is, if that's where you want to make your grounding, then, you know, I believe athletes should have the support to do that.
Yeah, I think training and technology, we know there's been a lot of shoe technology over the last few years, so hopefully aiding a bit more recovery. I think people are a bit smarter in terms of hydration, refueling. But, you know, when I was going through the elite lists and you go through the ages and you go in 25, 23, 24, 20, you know, I would have thought 10 years ago it was 31, 33, 34. Obviously, there are this spread of ages. That's the great thing with distance running is, you know, you've got athletes smashing it into their 40s. But you also got athletes now, as we said, running some very fast times. And when you do the maths and you're thinking you've run that at 23 or 24, your personal best is actually 3 years old. Yeah, it's pretty mind-blowing.
I actually think, though, James, it's fashionable to do a 10,000, and when you have an event like this, you just want to be a part of the event. So whether you're 18, 19 and you're watching this event on TV, you want to give it a go the next year, and it's why we see so many clamour towards the marathon, and so many want to be a part of the London Marathon, because it's got that spectacle, and this event has.
Absolutely.
So the split coming up on the back straight, this is the halfway marker. So you don't need to be amazing at your maths to know that sub 16 minutes is inside the pace we wanted. So you can see it's probably dropped at the front. It has, it's a 3:15, so that's their slowest by 3 seconds. And you can tell the chase group behind, Alex Brampton, he has taken them through metronomically on 16 minutes. He may be having a sneaky little look at the wave lights as well.
You can see he's absolutely glued to them, isn't he, at the front there? And they're stuck to it, and I think that's paid off because they are reeling in now that front 4, and you can see, you know, obviously Diamond slipping back, so he doesn't look as comfortable as he did through the early stages. You know, the sun is beating down now, and that will soon become one long train.
It's going to beg the question,
why?
Why did they do that?
Yeah, this is what I'm just thinking right now. If you got your coach's hat on, why did you feel the need to push 10 meters ahead of these wave lights when Bampton's going to lead you around, you can get tucked in the pack, not worry about your pace? And now the negative kind of mindset they're going to get when this pack close up on them and catch up?
I mean, I love people's enthusiasm. I love people getting out there, especially if you think you can run 31.5, then why not do it? And that's obviously what they've set out to do. They've maybe looked at their own personal best and thought, actually, I'm quick in 32 minutes. But yeah, with that coaching hat, you would probably say, get to halfway in 16 flat, maybe even get another 1,500 meters into the race. If you then can close that last 2 miles, you can make 76s, 74s, you can make a lot more damage in the last 8 laps than you will lose massively, especially when it's a little bit hot out here right now. You know, this is probably the hottest part of, you know, the events day to, you know, as we go on into the evening. But yeah, it's going to be probably a tough one now, as you say, psychologically, when they do get caught. And there's, I think, one of the athletes that, you know, there will be a few tonight, won't there, that it's just not their day.
Oh, absolutely. I think when it's not your day in a 10K, you know, you can't face doing another. When you look up and you see the scoreboard and you realise you've got another 12.5 laps to go, let's say, or double digits is always the tough one, Ellen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the distractions are there, but they will get bigger. And, you know, the way, you know, you look at the lactic level tunnels of love at the minute, and they're not as full as they will be later on. You can still hear, though, the noise here is brilliant already, but the distractions will be there and will be more for the athletes later on. At the minute, they're still competing with that more mental aspect of how many laps it is.
I think the psyche is different to a road 10K, isn't it, James?
Yeah, I mean, you're thinking on the track, aren't you? It's lap by lap, and if you have a bad lap, whereas on the road, you know, it just seems a little bit more less intrusive on the mind, I think, when it's K to K. But, you know, it does help you kind of stay on focus. You know, obviously, if you look at, you know, the times, you should always run slightly quicker on the track. You know, given that you can be a bit more controlled of you know, pace and speed, you know. But yeah, I think it is. When you see a lot of laps and there's still double digits out there at the moment, isn't there, on the lap counter? That's what old Brendan Foster used to say, that he didn't even used to look at the lap counter until it was single digits, and he came from a 1,500 meter background, you know, into the 10,000 and beyond. But yeah, psychology of distance running, especially 10,000 meter running, is everything.
Well, and here's Hopkins, and he's just going to push on the pace. I think he sensed it was dropping a little bit, so him and Williams have kind of got to the front, and they're just going to squeeze it. But yeah, Bampton doing a great job. He's still leading the way. He's gone past 5K. Most pacemakers you'll see tonight will do anywhere between 3 and 5K, so the fact he's still in there at 6K mark is just brilliant. He is 2:24 marathoner, though, so from just a few months, a month ago in London.
Yeah, Matteo Bonza, I think one of the Italian athletes, has got onto that group. So great again, as you said earlier, that it used to be once upon a time a sprinkle of international athletes at the top end. Now we're getting international athletes here in race 1 of 9. That is superb.
Absolutely. So let's see what this, they've just gone through 6K. Working their way down the back straight. That's Kasani Wood on the outside, Thames Valley Harrier as well, so fairly local for him. He does an array of events, that man. He's always here competing on the local events.
Yeah, Nick Hardy's still looking pretty good in there. He's got the 201 bib. He's in the blue vest in 3rd place. Used to be a steeplechaser, doing a lot on the roads now, and you know, he's someone that he's super experienced. I used to do a little bit of work with him at various times, so he was always someone that got up for a morning run. I don't mind people that don't mind the early morning run. But there's a couple more athletes. That's another one of our...
Another Italian by the looks.
Italian athletes.
Tuso.
Yeah, that's tough. You know, you've come a long way, and it just doesn't quite, you know, pan out. And yeah, Roberto Torso. But you know, that is going to be the case today.
Look, this is the crunch point in the race, though, and this is where we'll see a lot of people drop out. Anyone can get to 5K in a 10K race, but it's what do you do at that between 6 and 8K is the real crunch point.
And it's just turned to 9 laps, so the psychology now in single digits, 9 laps. Also, the next lap, I think as a distance runner, when you see 8 laps, you can kind of go, it's 2 miles, start to break down those laps. But I tell you what, Hopkins has done a superb job. You know, he's got a good bit of pedigree over half marathon. You know, he's a little bit of a road specialist, and you know, obviously he's made the journey over here, and I think he's been the aggressor from the start. But you know, the laps they've not died off totally. I mean, those 76s, yeah, well, 75s early on became 76s, 77s, but Alex Brampton, who's running even pace, hasn't closed that gap again, so he's held it.
Yeah, and you can tell Hopkins comes from the road background. Very efficient stride there, James. Nice short stride, kind of easier to maintain, especially over these distances. But yeah, he just looks like he's stretching out a little bit. And don't forget, Bampton, and I think the other Highgate man pacing this race, will drop out at some point soon, and then it's going to be down to the pack. Can they do the work to close up?
Yeah, Hopkins just having a look over his shoulder slightly. He has been the athlete who's done the bulk of the work on the front of this group for quite a few laps now, and Hardy's sat in quite well. He's been in a really good position, just sort of tucked in at the back and hasn't taken too many turns at the front. And I wonder whether Hopkins has just had a look over his shoulder and just gone, does anyone else want to take a turn here? You know, we've got to work together if we are going to stay ahead of this chasing pack who have the advantage of having the pacers at the front.
Absolutely not. There's no friends out there, is there, James?
Well, I just think that they're so spread out. You might get in some of the other races where there's a few club athletes that know each other. You might get a few that go to university or, you know, have had other clubs with each other. But, yeah, pretty much it's every runner for themselves. It's, you know, but there will be some discussions and there will be some chats. And you can see there that Kay has picked up. So 3:11. And, you know, we got you know, 3K, so just over 9 minutes of running, and again, so many repetitions, so many kind of, you know, the longer reps that they will do will be in that kind of bracket that they now start to get a little bit more excited. I think if they can get through this next kilometre, that 2K mark, that, you know, to go 8-kilometre mark in a 10K, it is such a vital part of the race.
And you can see they're also passing back markers now, so they are going past lapped athletes, and they'll have that, Hopkins particularly at the front, to keep his eyes on and say, right, let's get to the next athlete, let's get to the next athlete, let's get past them and let's keep pushing.
He's growing in confidence now, though, as these laps tick down the field, stretching out as well. And every time he's ahead of the lights, I think he's just going to build in more and more confidence. He knows he's just got to be, you know, 10, 15 metres ahead of those, and he's going to be inside that 31.59.
Yeah, and also what we have seen, and we always make a mark, don't we, we time the last lap here, and we see whether the last lap gets quicker in every race, or who at the end of the day has the, there should be a prize, I reckon, for the last lap.
Quickest split, eh?
Quickest split for the last lap. Maybe I'll suggest that to Ben for next year. But often it's not the A races that you see the fastest last lap. You sometimes see in some of the you know, races before where there's some real afterburners. And you know, if you're lapping at 76s and you can close in a 66, you know, you've taken a bit of chunk of time off that 10K final finishing position and time.
Oh, it's the advice you want to give to everyone doing a 10,000. I mean, we see it on the elite level. How often do they close that last K in 2:25 when they're running 2:35, 2:40s? You know, they can make up 10 or 15 seconds just in the last kilometre, and these lads should be thinking that as well.
So, and also we've got Nick Anderson and his commentary team, Lewis Moses on there, Annie Hobdall, we can hear them. I think they're above on the bridge, the pedestrian bridge, which is another real highlight here, that people can get over the track. There's no waiting until the end of races or people diving across, getting in runners' way. Everything's thought about. And look, the numbers are building on the bank here. I mean, that is something that by the end of the evening, it will be absolutely packed. So if you are in the vicinity of Parliament Hill and you're sat at home and you're thinking, do you know what, I'm going to listen to Ellen, Matt and James all day. No, get yourselves here. You can be watching us whilst you're travelling on the tube or travelling on the bus or strolling over. I strolled over from Paddington Station, so it's doable. So come and watch it, come and experience it. Come and have a beer in lane 3 or a non-alcoholic drink and cheer your heart away. But next split we've got coming up, that'll be the 8-kilometre split. Then we are getting 5 laps out from the business end of this first race.
And I'm interested, Bampton's still in there doing a great job pacing it. I just wonder what's going through his head at the moment. Is he just going to stick on those red lights, or is he going to do a favour for the boys behind and just reel them in onto that lead group before he drops out? And I think he's decided, you know what, before I'm done, I'm going to get you back in contention.
Does Bampton have the rights to finish? Is he, or is he just pacers? I don't know whether the pacers are allowed to.
He'd be a silly man to finish today. He's got London Marathon in his legs from a month or so ago.
So again, Ian Hopkins, you know, 25:32, so that's 5 miles there or thereabouts, isn't it? That's another 3:12, so he's really maintaining it. He will now start to feel a buzz. Next lap takes them to a mile out. And again, you know, I talked about them doing, you know, 2K, 3K reps. Mile reps is something that almost every single athlete in this race will do a lot of. You know, in that last mile, then it really starts to become a, you know, a real push for the line.
But do you know what? He can use these people he's lapping, these back markers, to really kind of push on. Can he sneak in front of them? You know, break that elastic band, if you like, to Hardy in second.
Well, it definitely looks like he's done that. That gap has opened up considerably in this lap since he crossed over the line on that split. Look at how much distance he has put between himself and the 2 men trailing behind. And now, well, Hardy is about to get swallowed up as well by that trailing pack. Hopkins, though, he has been very, very consistent. He's been the opposite of what the two behind him have, and he's reaping the rewards now and taking the benefits of that.
What we are going to see, and you said it earlier about running technique, we're going to see a whole array of different running techniques. You can see for Hopkins there, it's not a huge amount of heel lift, so that's the heel of the shoe coming towards your backside. But you could see he's generating a huge amount of power in his stride, and even his arm carriage is very kind of, it's not a wasted lot of energy going on there. And he's just been there from the beginning, Matt. So what would you be saying to him now as he's gone through the last mile?
Well, look, he's just dropped to 74, which in fact is the quickest lap of the race as well. So no wonder he's got a good hefty gap. And I think he almost wants that he needs the confidence and he wants that gap, so he can just almost relax over the next couple before he has to lift it again going into the last lap.
And you said, Ellen, that they've started to go past some of the back markers. What will that be psychologically wise? So Hopkins, that he's the chased, but now he's got people to chase in front of him.
Yeah, absolutely. The benefits of that will be huge. So when maybe before he was thinking, right, okay, I've got 400 meters and we'll get to the line. Maybe he's thinking, right, I've got 400 meters, I'll get to the next, maybe the next tunnel. He now has these smaller margins, being right, like maybe 5-10 meters to the next athlete. I'm going to lap next athlete, and he will tick those off and he'll keep pushing. And he hasn't got the pressure from behind now, because he did have the, maybe the nipping on the heels that he had for the first laps, and now he can look up and that'll push him on and that'll pull him through.
Do you know what though? Me watching right now, Hopkins is racing to win, and I'm not sure the guys behind are. They're obsessed with that red light, and this is one of the things about the Pacers. A 73-second lap there, we've got 1,200 meters to go, but they're just sitting on those red lights, and I think, James, they're playing a safe game almost. Yeah,
I mean, Alex Bantam's there, the pacer has given them that security, but maybe some of them now have to decide, to throw a little bit of caution to the wind. The next split we're going to get for the Dublin man is the 9-kilometre split. It's going to be, I think, the fastest of the race. It's going to be somewhere around about the 3:06, even 3:05 mark, which, again, if he maintains that, again, if you look at the clock, he's going to get very close to that 31:40 mark.
Well, here we go then, looking very, very impressive. He's got a healthy lead now, but we did say, James, a 10-second sway over that last lap. If anyone's got some 1,500-meter speed in them, to start using it soon to close that gap on Hopkins.
Yeah, and again, you'd like to think he's maybe got even more gas over that last lap as well. So he's gone 74, he's gone 73. It's going to be interesting to see what this lap is. There's a Hercules Wimbledon vest going through, I think, chasing a Lincoln vest. But here's the noise, here's the cheers. Getting some great footage, and the motorbike in front, as you can see, that there's so many people gathering on the inside that are real knowledgeable fans of the sport. And there you go, that is just a fraction faster than the last lap. It's 73.5, so again, subtly increasing the pace. 29.14 with 2 to play.
Oh, this is a healthy lead, and I just wonder if he was a little bit salty perhaps being put in this race. Did he want to be in a quicker race almost? But hey, he's certainly going to be in a quicker race next year.
Yeah, he's guaranteed that for sure, and he's pushed on so well. You can see, well, just before we cut round the corner, it looked like the pacer had stepped off with the group behind, so now they're on their own, and between them, they've had 29 minutes of being guided through this race, and now they've got to decide what they want to do. They've got to take it into their own hands, but I can't see anyone catching Hopkins.
Yeah, and they've also eaten up, I think Nick Hardy's been swallowed up with that diamond before that as well, and Matthew Williams and Knott's vest, so there's a different chase behind now, but and there you go, you can see them going through. That's Price, the Reading athlete. That's the Thames Valley with a serpentine vest. There'll be a lot of serpentine athletes through today's action as well. But it's no doubting the leader. And look at that noise already. This is race 1. I hope it's coming through the live stream. The atmosphere here is electric. We are trackside, and you can hear the bell. And there it is. It is another 74-second lap. It's 30:29.06. So I would love him to run a sub-71 lap and get inside that 31:40 mark.
Well, there's the benchmark, and I think the crowd is certainly going to carry him through. He just knew he had to get to this point in the race. The noise has been lifting every single lap, and I think it's going to continue throughout the afternoon as well. Hopkins doing a terrific job. Price in second as well, and I think it was, James, Thames Hare and Hounds in third. So it'll be interesting to see how the battle for the minor places develop over this last 200 meters.
Big moves down the back straight from the chasers, but they've left it far too late. And I tell you what, this is a deserved win, a really strong personal best. And as Ellen said, it's going to be an upgrade in next year's race for our man, Jan Hopkins. And there's a battle. There's Johnson, Hercules Wimbledon, that I think he's trying to stay on.
Determined not to get lapped.
But listen to the noise. This has been a dominant display. At one point we thought they might get swallowed up, but he was just biding his time. It's going to be a win for the Dubliner. It's going to be Jan Hopkins. He's going to be inside, way inside 31.40.
Wow.
31.36, and there you go. We're going to take a split on that. That's a 71.11 last lap, Ellen.
That is absolutely insane. What a first race. What a way to kick us off here at the night of 10,000 metre PBs. What a first race, well under what they'd asked for with those pace lights. What an incredible run.
Yeah, how many can we get inside 32 minutes? Just missing out there, the Highgate man, but I think we had 4 inside 31.59, which was the lights up at the front.
Oh, superb. You know, Richard Price there getting up, the Reading athlete for second. You know, they were really closing, weren't they? There was, you know, a really good battle behind, but they just left it a bit too late. You know, maybe the gas they had at the end. I mean, Alex did a great thing in terms of the pacing, because they ran negative splits. That means the second half was faster, you know, which they all were significantly, but, you know, he got them to that point nice and economically, and then they could really kick off. You've got to say, Hopkins, on the other hand, he did it the hard way, didn't he, in terms of, you know, leading from literally the first step. Williams took over for a little bit, Matt Williams, the Nottingham athlete, but quality running, as you said, and that is faster than last year's first race. So 31.49 last year. We're already quicker. It is night of the 10,000 metre PBs, and we have started that way, and that's the way we're going for the rest of the night.
Do you know what? We got some conditions down here as well. I think the wind is just dropping every minute, and also it's just clouded over a little bit, James. You know, hope no rain, but it's clouded over, which is going to keep the sun off these guys.
Yeah, I think conditions, you know, it is warm, but you're not going to get too many cool nights on, you know, in May in the UK. And I think that, you know, the wind is the big factor here. There have been some evenings where there's been, you know, blustery conditions, but it is definitely dropping. But the infrastructure here, Ellen, with the tents, with the crowd on the barriers, that was one thing I think that Ben wanted for the off, is athletes not to be on an open track, that, you know, even with people trackside on barriers, even if there's a little bit of a breeze, it's as minimal as it can be.
Yeah, absolutely, and we noticed that walking around the track earlier, we're like, oh, it's quite breezy, but as soon as this place fills up, the athletes won't feel it, and actually when they're going through those tunnels, particularly when it's sunny, you know, I'm sure, you know, once this cloud's pass over, I'm sure we'll see a few more sunny races over the course of the afternoon, but these athletes will be looking forward to getting into the tunnels, not just to hear, you know, the fans on either side, but also to have a bit of welcome shade as well.
This is it. There are just no rules here today. I think it's officials' worst nightmare.
Well, I tell you what, I think that everyone wants to be here today. It is one that, you know, when I came in and saw the Seiko team, you know, they are just, you know, fans of the sport as well. They travel around to, you know, every event around the world, and this is one that you will start talking to people, and, you know, when we go for a little wander in our break, it will be a who's who of, you know, officials, coaches, athletes. You know, there'll be athletes here that are just coming to watch. I think Chris Thompson's coming to watch. He was going to pace, the on-athlete, but I think he's not pacing now. But, you know, so for someone like Chris, that he did break the British Masters marathon record. It's just a guy called Samo Farah did it a few minutes before him in London. So, yeah, I mean, that, yeah, phenomenal in their 40s. But, yeah, Tomo has had some phenomenal performances here. That race with Alex Yee and Andy Vernon, that was memorable, wasn't it?
And he just talks so well and highly of the event as well. I mean, all the build-up before and in the podcast, Tomo just explains what this event about, and he was really there. He supported it early, James. You know, him, Vernon, those British domestic guys supported this event early and kind of allowed it to grow to what it is now.
It's like what we were speaking about earlier, like, might as well elaborate on that comment that Tomo made in full on the podcast. He was talking about the fact that when he was in, he already had qualifying time, I think it was for the Europeans, and so he had the time, he just had to finish second. You know, we spoke about it a lot last year when obviously some athletes already have qualifying time, some just need positions when it comes to the British champs, and he was saying he was in, you know, running through these tunnels and he heard someone go, pull your weight, you know, stop sitting back, actually, you know, help the lads out, and it changed his game plan. He went against what the coach had told him to do. He switched it up because he was like, oh no, people are noticing that I'm just sitting back and I just want to get, you know, my second position. And, you know, it just shows how, like you say, there's no rules. It is so different to anything you see anywhere else.
So on the screen now you've got the recap, and if you are at home and you want to follow with the online results as well, so you can go to Open Track and obviously follow the results through there. So they have come live now from that first race, so you know, you'll be able to follow each race. You'll be able to see the start list as well. But yeah, it was a really strong run. Hopkins taking it out. you know, from the get-go in that race. And, you know, a deserved winner and a very, very strong last lap as well, wasn't it? From the front, the kick, Matt, from the front, that's hard.
Well, you almost underestimate how long he was actually at the front. You saw, you know, after about 6 laps, he hit the front, and he was there the whole way, and he just bided his time. He didn't pay any attention to those behind him, clipping his heels. He just kept churning out 76s, 75s on the button, and then, yeah, was able to raise it right at the end there.
And the chase behind, it was Brockman who got up for second. We just missed him coming over the line, the Thames Area Harrier. So Thames Heron Hound, I think I should say, different clubs in the Thames. But yeah, a really strong run by him, you know, just outside, I think it was 31.42. So there is Jacob Brockman. So very strong, and that's a lifetime best for him as well. So, but Richard Price, the master, not a personal best, but you know, when you're running those times, the Masters athlete, that's really good running. Jonathan Paul was the Serpentine athlete, just on the heels of Price. You had Jack McVeigh, who was the Highgate Harrier, the first of the local club across the line, just outside that 32-minute mark, 32.01. You had McGregor Cox, 32.12, just looking down for those early athletes pushing it on. And I think we did have a few DNFs, so and you know, getting towards that business end of it. But really strong running. When you look at the winning time last year, 31.49, and we had 4 athletes inside that in race 1.
Giant sits on one side of the seesaw.
So back for the second race of the afternoon here at the night of the 10,000 metre personal bests.
Well, as they hustle up on the start line, of course, the officials' strict orders, and the start is a little bit chaotic, Ellen. I mean, they've got a waterfall start to be technical. They have to all get in line by the time they hit the back straight and go through the lactic tunnel of love.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've just seen in the background the winner of the first race be rewarded with his weight in beer.
Well, we have just been discussing how he's going to get it back to Ireland, but perhaps he's going to park up on the bank here and drink it all before he heads home tomorrow, probably.
He'll be very, very popular out there on the bank. I'm sure lots of people will be coming over to grab a can and then head back off. But you can see, once again, another brilliant mix of club bests on display as they huddle round and receive their final instructions. You can see obviously the host vest in there, Highgate, and then some shots of one of the kids who in a couple of minutes time will probably have one of the best views of the race as he makes his way up the climbing wall. So much going on within the infield here at Parliament Fields Athletics Track.
Well, and there we are. There's the shots of the grass bank, if you like. Highgate's answer to Henman Hill, of course, and I don't think there'll be a speck of grass left, a free speck of grass, shall I say, left later on this evening, that's for sure. So they're just lining up. A couple key names to look out for. Abdi Hamoud, he's got a 30.44 row PB, and a lot of these gentlemen, Ellen, we mentioned it in the first race, we'll continue to mention it throughout the night. Their row PBs tend to be a little faster because of the lack of opportunities to come down here at Highgate. And it's not an easy race to get into. You have to get your application in or your entry in very early as well, because it does sell out very, very fast. Yeah, that's why sometimes, you know, it is quite hard to call these earlier races, because we have athletes who haven't had an opportunity to race here. We'll race a 10K on the track. We do in this race, however, have quite a nice mix of athletes whose personal bests were set here last year. Maybe they were in that earlier race and have taken a step up, but also a mix of athletes who are making their first appearance, making their debut on the track over 10,000 metres. Well, James, we were just talking about the seeding process to get into Highgate, because these gentlemen have had to enter 2 or 3 months ago to get into this race. Yeah, there's a huge amount of processes, you know, to go through, and also I think that, you know, the other thing, there's a real quality assurance in terms of personal best, in terms of projection. Obviously, there's road times, you know, and there's the opportunity to be based off, you know, your 5K performances, but also there's a lot of discussions, you know, into the race week, to make sure that athletes don't say they're going to run and don't turn up, because there's nothing more frustrating as a race organizer than someone saying they're going to turn up and they don't turn up, because it just impacts everybody. So they really do make sure that that everyone is given all the opportunities, and so we will see the start list change just ever so slightly, but not like you see with some meets. Well, if Ben, the organizer, knows that to run a really good 10,000, you need bodies, you need company, and this is why he wants every event, every race, to have 30 or 40 runners in it. Yeah, Mohammed Abshir straight to the front, and he's one of the returning athletes who loves to race it. Personal best of 31.33, and that was set here last year, and pacers just shuffling their way round him as things start to settle down here on the first lap. Yeah, and it's the Highgate vest to the fore, and you know, Ben Hodgie just came into the tent and was, you know, so enthusiastic about the support of the Highgate club. Obviously, the pacers are at the front in the Highgate vest, but you know, the support of the hundreds of volunteers behind the scenes, you know, putting up cable ties of the branding, you know, making sure that, you know, the clubhouse is ready, making sure that, you know, everything around this arena is good to go. If it wasn't for them, if it wasn't for the club, you know, that this would not be possible. So it really is the Highgate Harriers night, you know, and it's a real celebration of their club. And I think this is the first year we've seen that Highgate vest at the front doing the pacing duties, and I think that is to kind of, like you say, James, highlight the fact that they are a part of this just as much as every other sponsor and everyone else here today. And they're a club that are flying as well, 12-stage relay champions. Well, technically, can we call them that? Century or English champions? English champions. So yes, you are absolutely right. But Paul Chalimo wasn't told that when he went for dinner to celebrate, was he? So, but no, you know, the English
12-stage relay champions. But again, the strength of the club, you know, this event building, you know, their profile. You know, again, they're just doing a great thing. You know, it's a real kind of family club that are just producing really good athletes and events as well.
In many ways, they are the home of running. I mean, this is arguably the best course for the national cross-country champs as well. It's the home of the national cross-country, many would argue, and it's also the home of high-class 10,000 metre running.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you see shots of the pacers there. Well, a number of them, I know, looking through and remembering last year's race, there's quite a few who have decided to actually run it themselves this year. They enjoyed pacing so much last year, so they're running it themselves this time round.
Yeah, there's two, aren't there? I think Harry Allen is the first of the paces in there, Matt, isn't it? So, and I think it's Robel Bahabi, who's, I think he's ran here multiple times, so and he's ran himself over the full distance. He's also a pacer today, so two lots of pacers. Explain the old wave-like technology again, Matt.
Well, just quickly, one of the problems the pacers are having is actually getting in position, finding their way to the inside. But yes, the red lights, they're going to be rolling around at 30.59, and the green lights that you can see are going to be rolling around at 31.30. So it's very simple. All these athletes have to do is just sit on these lights all the way to the end, and they should be rewarded with just inside that time or there or thereabouts.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pacers, you know, are at the front this time, different to what we saw in the first race. You know, when we saw those four athletes, you know, absolutely fly off at the start. This time it is the pacers who have control, and I think it's Jara Soraya who's just tucked in behind the V35 athlete who's just in the mix there. He's pushed his way up now and is holding that strong inside line, and they are right on the pace and almost split into two groups there, you know, as you might expect. You know, that green group which are following 31.30 just slightly behind there, just a small gap.
There's our DJ on the back straight. I mean, there's loads of noise. As I said earlier, there's things going on for the kids on the infield. You know, we have circus acts. As I was going to the restroom earlier, I saw the bed of nails that were ready for some action. I think that came just before the elite races last year, didn't it? Where they were lying on the bed of nails, and you're thinking that probably the equivalent of that feeling is going to be in the 10,000 metres in the coming up race. But it'll be interesting when it does come on the programme this time.
Well, that is the carnage of this event. I mean, hey, you pay good free at Parliament Hill Athletics Track and the night at 10,000 PBs.
The amount of beer that Mr. Ian Hopkins, I think it was 4 crates, I heard the cry, I think, in the end. So Dave Bedford, former world record holder at this distance himself, and, you know, that time of his 27.5 minutes, that would put him up there in that elite race. And he did that, I think it was solo in Portsmouth, I think it could have been. But yeah, Dave Bedford, a huge supporter here from day one. And I mean, you know, he likes his beer and he likes his 10,000 metre running. So I don't think there's anyone that's going to have a better evening.
Well, and he has adopted that role, hasn't he? It's not Highgate night at 10Ks unless he's handing out beer.
I think he sneaked us a can through the commentary tent last year, if I remember correctly. Suddenly this hand appeared and a beer popped down onto our table.
That is the Father Christmas of Highgate beer. That is Dave Bedford. So there you go, 2 Highgate players, very distinctive. There's black and white stripes. And 2 athletes are doing a really good job at the moment. So we're looking at splits. What splits are we looking for, man, in race 2? And the next split we're going to get, isn't it, is the 2-kilometre mark to see whether the race last year, the equivalent race, Jed Noble won in 31.14 for context.
Yeah, and around about 6:10 at 2K, we'd see them at 30.50, which is going to be just inside. As you can see, they're just ahead of those red lights. So expect to see, you know, 6:11, 6:12 at the 2K mark, and that'll put them bang on pace. You can see a few athletes getting a bit of water up on that top end. That's going to be needed as well.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, because I saw an athlete do it on the first lap or the second lap.
Thought they were dropping out.
Well, yeah, I did at one point, because they disappeared off the screen and came back with a drink, and it wasn't a beer, it was a cup of water. But, you know, what is the psychology of doing that? And, you know, I unless it was a super hot day, I wouldn't think an athlete overly needs it for a 10K, but bit of psychology going on. Jakob did it in a 5,000 metre world final, drifting out into lane 7, Jakob Ingebrigtsen. But yeah, I wonder whether it's more psychological than a physical need.
I certainly think at the elite end, it's almost to show off, you know, how good you're feeling, how easy you're finding this pace. But you know, these lads will know each other on a domestic level. They would have come up against each other at the national cross country, but I don't think they're, you know, trying to psych each other out just yet.
So 6:11, give or take, through that that first 2 kilometres. So that's averaging around about 3:05 a kilometre. So that's about what we expected for this race. So we're looking at trying to break 31 minutes. So if you're looking at that, then that is 30-50 pace. Somewhat there or thereabouts. So at the moment, job done at the moment by the Pacers.
Pacers doing a brilliant job. Obviously, they've got the wave light to the side of them. They're spot on that at the minute. It's Gregory Jarosaya who is up there. He's moved out to the outside now. He was hugging the inside line. He's the Midlands, well, the North East County Championship, representing Middlesbrough. And he's in a brilliant position there. Bennett just to the inside of him, and those two been there since the start, and they're up there right behind the 2 pacemakers.
Yeah, and Roble just sharing the pace with Harry Allen as well. So club mates, of course, just making life a little bit easier for themselves. And we know Banter did a terrific job in that first race, taking them to, goodness me, 9K almost. No, beyond 9K, wasn't it? 2 laps to go. So I wonder if these two will do the same. I'm sure Ben encourages them to, James.
Yeah, I mean, as a pacer, or all guys that would pacers, you want them to go as far as possible. But also, as we go up in speeds, there comes a limit of how far people can actually go. So, I mean, if you get 6K, 7K out of a pacer in quality 10,000 meter running, that's really hard to get out of someone. They've got to be a couple of steps above almost in terms of the grades to then to be able to pace at the front, run at the pace at the front, but also be in control. You want a pacer that's economical, you want a pacer that's not going up and down pace-wise, but you also want someone that you can trust, that they're not just suddenly going to drop out of 3K and you're left the person that went with them or something. So finding quality paces is hard, but obviously in the early races, the Highgate Harriers have that absolutely nailed.
Yeah, they've got the help of the wave light though, in that it's there for the athletes, but it's there for the pacers as well. It just gives them a little bit of extra confidence. There is a huge responsibility, and while they might have spent in the past quite a lot of time looking down at their watch, they can just take a glance to the inside and see where they are in relation to the lights.
Yeah, and when we go on to the evening, we're going to see the wave light technology even more, aren't we? At the moment, bright sunshine, so it makes it a lot harder to see. But that's definitely going to come a lot more prominent. So next split we're going to get, that's going to be the 3 kilometre mark. And I think that, another 3:05, so 9:17. So we are bang on that sub kind of 31-minute pace.
Yeah, absolutely bang on there.
Yeah, if you're sitting at home, you're going to put a bet on them hitting 305Ks, aren't you, these boys? They're more than capable, especially Roble up at the front there as well. And finally, Ellen, they've actually filed in single file again, because it's quite fun. Chaffee's running out in lane 2. I said before, it's 7 meters a lap if you run a whole lap in lane 2, so you do want to stick to the inside, especially over 10K.
Yeah, being economical is just so important in terms of, you don't want to run a 10,000 metres in lane 2. But, for those joining us, if you just joined us on the live stream, British Athletics, we're on European Athletics, we're on running as well. So welcome to Parliament Hill in the heart of London and the heart of running. So this is Highgate Harriers, night of the 10,000 metre PBs, and their club athletes are pacing on the front. And what they're trying to do is be as economical as possible. They're trying to hit the splits. They're trying to get as far on the 25-lap journey as possible to then peel off so the real racing can happen behind. So we don't expect any of the pacers to finish. Their job is solely to make sure the pace is set for the athletes behind. And the name is on the door as you come in here. It's the night of 10,000 metre PBs. Athletes have put the miles in. They want to come here and know that they've got a chance of a personal best.
How often do high-level club runners who aren't, full-time, aren't elites, get the opportunity to race on the track in a 10K? That's rare enough as it is, but with a pacemaker and with wave lights, this is such a brilliant opportunity, and this is why it expands every year, is because people want to come and race here. They want to be given the opportunity to, even at this level when we are running, like we say, just within 31 minutes, have the opportunity to do that with pacers.
Well, this is the only chance they get, Ellen, to answer your question simply. I mean, James, they would have put this in the diary a long time ago. When do you start training for a 10K event on the track like this? And is it different to the road at all, the training you will do for a track 10,000?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, when you're coming through a cross-country season, obviously, March, some of them are finishing up maybe with the inter-counties, or you might have finished even earlier than that. There's some good road opportunities, aren't there, in March? But definitely then you're starting to switch towards, depends whether you're a 5K focus athlete that's running 10,000 metres as well, or whether your 10K beyond that, aren't we? Because some athletes that they ventured from London Marathon a few weeks ago. We're going to see Sam Harrison, who ran that phenomenal, 25, sub 2 hours 25 minute clock in London. That she's coming back here, so there's a little bit of recovery there. So those that have solely been aiming for this, I would have thought that they knew about it, at Christmas, that they were going to be aiming, but probably 12 weeks, 10 weeks out, the real focus work. They knew obviously they were prepping ready, because you can't just turn up and bowl a good 5K out and toll 10K out on the track. You've got to be prepped and ready for that. You've also got to be prepped and ready for these laps. So I'm sure they would have done a lot of their training transitioning from the grass or the road onto the track. There you are, that 4K split, another 306 kilometers. So they really are bang on pace. If anything, they're just a little bit ahead in the pack, almost looking a little reluctant now to kind of follow.
Yeah, the pacers, you can see them now. I think they're just off the back of that red wave light, and there is a slight gap that's opened up behind them. Like you said, Matt, just maybe slightly reluctant to go with the pace. There is a big shuffling around in there as well. We have still got a huge pack in comparison to the first race that we saw. This is still very grouped together. Now you can see them bunching out and running side by side. It's Jason Bennett who's in there. This is his debut on the track over 10,000 meters, and he's doing really well. Just to stick up there and stay out of any of the pushing and the shoving that you might get, and you'd want to avoid if this is the first time on a 10,000 meter track meet. So to give you an idea, a lot of these athletes have gone sub 15 minutes of 5K. You've got Andrew Miles in there. You've got obviously Will Mycroft, who's he's run 29:32 on the road. So obviously coming back, trying to find a bit more shape. He's not in that shape right now. Thomas Wright, you can see he's up there. Again, he's a sub 15 minute guy. You can see in that Bexley vest on the left hand side. Bennett's in there. That's I think the athlete who runs for Birchfield. He's got a 30:59 lifetime best as well. So as you said, Ellen, there's a big group there, and then there's that big group behind, and then there's another big group. I mean, that's good to see, because when it does splinter, what you don't want to see is just pockets of athletes on their own. As long as there's almost safety in numbers, I always think if there's at least 3 or 4 in a group, that they can help each other for the next few laps. And we've just exactly seen that. We obviously had 2 pacers at the front, and one of them has just dived off to the side and slotted himself into the second group to try and help them along. So they're very, very aware of what is going on with the splitting of that group. You can see just going to the back and making sure that everyone's pulling along here. Well, this is the turning point, really. We're going to come up to that 5K mark in a lap's time, and then it's going to be crunch time for these gentlemen out there on the track. Yes, Tim Harrison right on the back of that group as well. Cambridge and Coleridge, they're such a strong club as well. He's a sub 15 minute 10K athlete as well. And that is the thing, we will see certain club vests that are just very, very strong clubs. Leeds City have another athlete in here. They've already had one in the first race as well. So again, they're such a strong outfit. And, it's great to see the clubs, the big clubs, also the little clubs as well. But, yeah, it is so well supported by UK clubs. And I think when you talk about those clubs, James, you've got to credit the people involved, the coaches there. We know, Phil Townsend does a great job, Mark Violet, Cambridge and Coleridge, but then, up in Leeds, you've got Andy Henderson as well. You've got these really kind of lead figures at these clubs who are pushing the sport forward and pushing all these athletes on as well. Absolutely, there's so much that goes into getting a team out. Imagine a 12-stage team where you've probably got 15 names on a sheet. That's a relay in Birmingham each April where you have different legs, but getting a team out is tough. But you need a big squad. It's the halfway split is what we're going to look for, and obviously that 15:29 mark means we are absolutely bang on sub 31 minute pace, and there you go, a 3:05K. But it also means now business end, the paces have gone at halfway, Matt. Well, the lead pace is gone. Robel's still in there, pacing that second group as well. He might have a friend or two in there, but just noticed, Ellen, Cole Gibbons just drift his way to the front. YouTube star, if you like the Invictories, Kent man. He was the one that grabbed the water the first time, and I thought he was disappearing off the track. So playing it cool. Maybe had a GoPro on the drink station for him, but yeah. So Cole is a strong runner, isn't he? So and he puts a lot of his stuff, social media, and a lot of content. Well, and I think he trains with Ellis Cross a lot as well, who we're actually going to see in that men's elite race later on, and he takes a lot of inspiration. And an athlete like Cole, at this club level, to have an elite with them every Tuesday and Thursday, you can just learn so much, Ellen. Yeah, and he's tucked in behind Thomas Wright. You can see in that fluorescent vest leading the way at the minute. His personal best set out on the road this year, 31:29. He's in great form. And he'd be looking, if he can stick on this pace, you can just see him slightly off the back of that wave light, but still well in touch.
Well, for the first time, questions are being asked of this lead group, though. They're just starting to, I say, slip off the lights. That might be a little bit harsh, but Robles now drifted his way to the front. He's going to push things on. Yeah,
with Harry Allen, disappearing off the front, Robles have gone to the back, almost shepherding the runners, making sure that they weren't drifting off the back. And he's decided now, actually, I'm feeling all right. I'm getting back on this, and there's a couple of spectators getting their recovery boots on, literally.
Lots to try out there in the infield, but yeah, you're absolutely right, Matt. You can see now they are not in, well, the runners, the racers are not in contact with that red wave light. Just a word between Gibbon there and Wright as they go through.
It's a big
11 laps to go. They are slipping on the pace there.
It's a big decision for Cole to make. He's obviously going to chase Roble, but the only thing you have to be careful of is when you chase the pacemaker, James. If he drops out in a lap's time, you then find yourself up at the front with 4K to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a tough one. You've got to make a decision at some point. But yeah, we did talk about if you can be controlled through that halfway, it's possible to push it on a bit. But you want to make sure the pacer can stay there as long as possible. If someone's too aggressive with a pacer, pacers sometimes get impatient, or they think, actually,
he's out.
I'm out, and that maybe could be Gibbon pushing. In terms of the pace behind, whereas he could have settled maybe, potentially, Ellen.
I wonder whether that's a similar thing of what happened to Wright, because Wright was right up there behind the first pacer who dropped out and then took that look back, and now it's Gibbons who's leading the way. His personal best was set here last year, so he knows what it's like to race here, what it's like to race on this track, and I wonder whether Gibbons will take some confidence in that when he's leading the way. But that gap has opened up quite a lot now to the trailing four behind. He's definitely laying down a bit of a marker here, is Gibbons. Has he gone too early though? Through 6,000 meters, 6K, 10 laps to go now.
But he's looking very good, and he's actually just itching to get ahead of these lights. And I think this is where you need to manage your adrenaline a little bit. 6K, you've still got 4K to go of the race. The crowd are on your back. I mean, he would have kind of dreamed. He would have gone to bed last night and thought about this moment, being at the front of this race and kind of pushing on and feeding off the crowd, feeding off the atmosphere each lap. But he's still got a long way to go.
Yeah, Callum O'Neill is the athlete chasing him down. 3107 man on the road, again on his debut on the track over 10,000 meters, and he's trying to bridge that gap, and he's got another athlete in tow behind him as well.
Well, it's worth talking about, he's running for the Royal Navy today, but it's worth talking about the Royal Navy, the Army Forces and the RAF. What a job they do at kind of catering for high-end runners.
Yeah, they've always had a good, kind of emphasis and importance given to athletes in the armed forces. Used to be even more so. The likes of Kelly Holmes were, and Chris Akabusi, for those names of past that were part of the services, and also smashing it internationally, in the world of track and field. But yeah, good to see, and I'm sure now seeing that single digit coming up, 9 laps. We talked about that in the last race, and he's maintained his pace really well. That's a 73-second lap. So we will start to know as the next few laps clip out whether Gibbon is going to hold this, or whether he's gone a little bit too soon.
Well, he's definitely pushed on. You can see 2 laps ago they were off the back of the red wave light. Now they're ahead of it. So he's injected the pace here, and he's now flying past. And look, you can't even. We said, is O'Neill going to try and bridge the gap? It doesn't particularly look like it at the minute.
Yeah, for me, it's the facial expressions, James. He's still very relaxed in the jaw. He's not grimacing. You look at O'Neill, he's grimacing a little bit. Some of these guys still look really relaxed, but this race up at the front has strung out quite a bit. There's 5-10 meters between each of them, and it's going to be a mental battle now over the last sort of 7.5, 8 laps.
It is. We saw that in the last race where athletes that were in contention at 8K didn't even finish. It is that brutal. If the lights go out, or the legs say no, then it doesn't matter how much will you've got, that it's just not going to happen. So, but you can definitely see these athletes up front, Gibbon, O'Neill, they are looking super controlled, super strong, and it'll be interesting to see. The next 200 meters then takes us to the 3K to go mark. That'll be 7 kilometers, and then you start to think 7.5 out, then it really is business end stuff.
Yeah, Harry Smith, the athlete on the back of O'Neill, 2 of them absolutely glued together at the minute, but the gap between them and Gibbons just keeps opening up, and he is well ahead now of the wave lights, the red lights, set to a predicted finishing time of 30:59, and that would be a huge personal best for Cole Gibbons.
He is enjoying himself out there. I said before, he went to sleep last night, and this was probably the dream he had. He's up front here at the night at 10Ks. He's got people in lane 3 cheering on. Cole Gibbons, this is going to make for one hell of a YouTube video after as well.
Well, he's almost at the bottom of the list. If you look at the original seeding, now that doesn't necessarily mean that he was bottom of the list, but, you know, I mean, his road personal best is only 31:23, isn't it? You know, and he's run 15:12 for 5K, so he is operating way inside that at the moment, and especially with the athletes behind that have run faster, a little bit more experience, and he's taking it to them. But yeah, he will be loving this atmosphere, and you know, he will be literally, you know, kind of pushing the pace on as the crowd giving the encouragement.
And talking about that 5K split, you do get an official 5K split here as well, so you could go on and run a PB in this second half, Cole, if you're feeling that good, because he is slowly just working those laps down. We're now down to low 73s, perhaps even 72s, looking at him on this lap as well.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just a little surprised that he is where he is in this race. He just took a look over his shoulder, and he's well ahead of the trailing two, O'Neill and Smith, who are pushing on. They haven't really lost much on the wave light. It's just that Gibbons is absolutely flying here.
They are in a position where they can just hang on to those wave lights, though, and keep in contention, I guess, in contact that way.
Around the bottom end, and they'll go once again into the tunnel of love on the other side.
If anything, that gap is growing. I think that, you know, the two behind, and obviously O'Neill, and I think that's a City of Salisbury's vest.
Yeah, Harry Smith
Oh,
is.
it's Harry Smith, isn't it? The blue of Salisbury. But athletes now doing the right thing, and there's a bit of etiquette there. So if you're being lapped, obviously you might not be aware, especially with the noise, it makes it a lot harder. But if you know an athlete's coming through, common courtesy is just to move out, let them go on your inside, because, you know, they could be chasing, you know, whether it's lifetime best or personal best, and if you're not having the world's greatest day, then yeah, just being aware of those behind you. But hard to do, especially the more fatigued you get.
Absolutely. And it is that lifetime best, that personal best that Cole Gibbons is chasing at the minute. That gap opening up and opening up. It's getting bigger and bigger. You can only just barely see the lights just behind him. And like you said, James, you know, the two behind, they haven't lost distance. The gap is opening. They haven't lost distance. They're doing their bit. It is just an exceptional day for Cole Gibbons. Like we said, personal best set here last year.
I mean, James, you mentioned his 5K PB being 15:12. If he keeps these 72s up, he's going to be well on course for that, breaking that PB in the second half of a 10,000-meter race. So this is things he can only dream of, Cole Gibbons. He comes down the home straight, believe he's going to have 6 laps to go.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 73 seconds is, you know, his 5K lifetime best splits, but, you know, he's doing a great job. This is going to be, yeah, 5 laps to go. This is going to be the 8-kilometer split. There you go, 3:03, 73.
On the nose.
So, you know, if he was to run a 6:06 last 2K, then he is going to be inside that 30:50 mark.
Well, he is going to absolutely smash his personal best here.
And I just hope he's just saving a little bit for those last few naps now. He's excited, he's out front, he can relax a little bit and just almost enjoy the next 2 or 3 laps and then really look to build over that final 800. I mean, what's the lap time he's got to beat, James? Is it 67.1 from the previous race? We saw Hopkins close up in a 67. Can Gibbons close up in a 66?
I definitely think there's a competition in that next year. I should have mentioned that to Ben when he came in the tent, but he looked like a man that had a lot more things to think about than my idea of the fastest lap. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see next 2 laps whether anyone from the chase group behind, but the way Gibbons running
Behind now, you know, the pair that we've mentioned over and over again, O'Neill and Smith, you can barely see them in the background. The athlete he's just passed is Nicholas Torrey, who actually has a sub-30 personal best on the track. The veteran 45 athlete now, but Gibbons is absolutely flying. Every time he goes down that home straight, I feel like he gets quicker and quicker, and like you said, Matt, that confidence and the adrenaline is going to be absolutely bursting through his veins. He's staying very consistent as well. You know, he's opened that gap, but he's done it in a very maintainable and consistent way.
Well, this is the beauty of Highgate, James. You get people of all ages and all levels as well. Torrey probably leaning towards the end of his career, being a vet 45, and Gibbons just starting out.
Yeah, Nick Torrey, what a phenomenal performer over the years, and yeah, he's come up against someone that is probably on fresher legs with a little less mileage on the clock. But yeah, now look at the numbers. You can see, you know, those athletes going through are still running super respectable times. So if you were to put, you know, a lap split on that, you know, if he's running, you know, inside 30-50, the athletes he's overtaking are running still low 32 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Ollie Thorogood, who's just passing, has a personal best 32.24. You know, he'll be around that today. You know, these athletes are still incredible athletes.
Oh.
We've just got a faller in the background. You know, this takes so much out of you, and we're in the closing stages where this is going to hurt, and you've just got to watch your stride.
I think it was Nick Torrey. I hope it was okay, and he was just in front of Morgan James. I don't think there was any other athlete involved. I wonder whether he almost clipped, and there he is up on his feet.
Yeah.
I think he's in a Kent vest now. He was always serpentine for years. So and they're probably the slowest lap, and just a little grimace by Gibbon. We were handing it to him, literally the cases of beer as we spoke, and just a grimace. He's dropped to a 75. Is there a bit of drama in this second race?
Well, he's holding his side slightly. I wonder whether there's a bit of cramp, maybe a bit of a stitch. You know, you can get very into your stride, as he was. You know, he was flying around, he was staying very consistent. Maybe he hadn't prepared for this bit where it's going to hurt, and you can now see the two chasers in the background. You can see the chasers behind. O'Neill and Smith, they are closing.
It's not a stitch from taking water on the second lap, is it?
James, don't be so mean. Here come O'Neill, though. They're moving up. O'Neill and Smith, goodness me, they can now see as contact 307. That's given slow as K for a little while. They're going to have the red lights to aim for first before they then bridge that gap between Gibbons, who just needs to get around these lap runners, almost put himself out of sight from these boys, because now they can smell blood, James.
At this point, will there be an advantage of him having the lap runners and having to go around the outside? Will he still get an advantage when these two are chasing him?
Well, he needs to be sure, doesn't he, that the athletes that catch him, that they are not a lap runner going back past. I think he's probably knows that. I think the noise, you can hear our comms team on the bridge are doing a great job. But, yeah, 2-1, 76. He's dropped by another couple of seconds.
Wow, and also, you know, he's going to hear that crowd just getting louder and louder, and he's going to know these boys are closing in on him. And also, they're going to get that momentum, that adrenaline from the crowd, soak it up over that last lap. We're going to see a big old burn-up over this last lap and a half.
Well, Callum O'Neill, the man in the black in the Royal Navy singlet, he's the chasing athlete who is on debut here today. He hasn't run a track 10K before, and now he is the athlete maybe with a slight advantage again as Gibbons holds his side. Wow, you hope it's not the fact that he's taken on water too early here.
He needs to avoid that, because he's just giving them signals, showing them he's struggling right now. And he, you know, that Smith is only gaining the confidence from that. He sees him looking behind, he sees him rocking and rolling. You just need to try and stay as relaxed as possible and just keep yourself moving. Don't give them anything to carry on.
Well, you know, he does like a little bit of social media, so maybe this is adding to the story. Oh, behind, there's almost a wave to the crowd, Matt.
You're kidding me. Smith now, surely he's thinking this race is his. O'Neill's hanging on for dear life as well. Gibbons is going to get a bit tangled up in the lap runners here as well. Gibbons just let him go past.
This is what I talk about. Is there an advantage when he's struggling of getting around the lapped athletes? We talk that it can be an advantage, but at this point, he has got stuck in there, and it is now Smith who is absolutely flying. Harry Smith, well, he is also well within his personal best at this point, and look at him go. He is absolutely flying here.
He is, and I don't think the lap split was for him. I think it was Gibbon behind. So it's going to be, you know, even faster this last lap. He is absolutely obliterated the last 200 metres.
Well, he's going to be grateful the lap runners are moving out now, because he needs a clear run over this final 200. Smith, he has timed this to perfection. He sat on O'Neill the whole way. He didn't panic when Gibbon started pushing on. But with 2 laps to go, he realised this race was on and he could well win it.
Well, this is a tactical masterclass from Harry Smith, who looks over his shoulder, and this time, well, there's nothing to worry about for him as he comes into the home straight. 100 metres to go for Harry Smith. He'll be well within his personal best here as he's cheered on through the last 50 metres. Look at him gritting his teeth there. He looks around, he's enjoying it. There is a huge smile there. He has done the hard work, and it is a huge personal best for Harry Smith of City of Salisbury. Well, that was an absolute tactical masterclass there.
Well, and a 66 final lap as well. I mean, goodness, the crowd are cruel, aren't they, James? They really got behind an upset there.
Well, it was the way he played with the crowd, and that is what this is about. It is a theatre for 25 laps, and he was almost getting the crowd to bay for, you know, to drum up some extra bit of gas on that last lap, and I tell you what, the crowd delivered, and our man Smith did as well.
But credit to Cole as well. Did he just nip inside 31 minutes? We'll have to find out on the results. Of course, the results live on Open Track, so keep up to date all evening. And in fact, Open Track they've put on a bit of a special event today. They've got a form guide and everything. It's made our jobs easier here today as well. But 30:52.01, the winning time as well, inside that wave light of 30:59.
Yeah, huge personal best for Harry Smith. You'd imagine, despite the struggles he went through in the last 2 laps, that Cole Gibbons, well within a personal best as well. And you just hope that he can look back on that and reflect on it as a good run, even though, the last 2 laps must have been completely uncomfortable.
And this is what this event's about, really, just giving these athletes a taste of, not often do they get this. They'll be used to competing in perhaps, empty stadiums, lonely cross-country races, James, out on the fields, especially here at Parliament Hill as well, at times. But he really got to experience, the highest level, and with a great crowd here today as well.
Yeah, nice little handshake there with O'Neill, who he spent so much time glued to the back of. And O'Neill probably, I don't know if he was expecting the attack to come from behind. I think he was so focused on catching up with Gibbons ahead of him that maybe slightly surprised by Smith's ability just to fly around that last 600 metres. But what a well-run and well-timed run from Harry Smith, who takes the win.
Well, I hope Harry Smith shares a beer with old Cole Gibbons. So I think he deserves one for the effort put in and the drama that was created. It was brilliant to watch, and we almost gave him the race, maybe the curse of the commentator. But he looked so good, didn't he? With 3 laps to go, he was moving. You could tell Cole was, getting the buzz from the crowd. But that moment he held his side for the first time, and you said about facial expressions earlier, it was almost he knew it wasn't a good sign.
He's just a little bit raw, I guess. I mean, he's got, youth on his side, so he certainly will. We hope he's going to be back next year. I'm sure he will be after that result as well. But yeah, perhaps just a little bit naive and needs to respect the event a little bit more, because it can change so quickly in the
you can't really see more of a contrast in, Gibbons down on the floor, not particularly. Well, I hope, like I say, he'll be happy with his personal best, but maybe not as happy with how the race went. In complete contrast, Harry Smith, we haven't seen shots of him for a while. It's because he's darted off on a victory lap. He's gone round, he's done a lap. He was up and straight to his feet already.
Victory laps?
He's gone already.
Off
he went round. I saw him dart round the top end and gone to soak it all up, soak up his win.
He is well at home here, Harry Smith.
I'll see lots more shots like this over the course of the afternoon. All the athletes crossing over the line, taking on some much-needed fluids, and sharing a few handshakes and stories of the race, as we can look back on the story of the second race of the day. Well, a complete contrast at the start of the race to what we saw in race number 1.
Well, the 3 main contenders, if you like, were always in contention. I mean, that was them coming up to 5K. There's Gibbons sort of taking the lead at that 6K mark and just pushing on. He was inside 31 minutes though, and was rewarded with a personal best of 30:58. So credit to him. And in fact, quite impressive, he held off O'Neill. O'Neill, where did he finish? Just trying to find him on the results. Perhaps a little glitch, because he was definitely featuring towards the end of the race, unless of course he DNF'd with a couple laps to go. But look at Gibbons here. We see Tory for the back marker that Gibbons had lapped, but looking very relaxed. And this was just with 2 laps to go, Ellen.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it was this pair of Smith and O'Neill who threw past Gibbons as he struggled with, the stitch and the cramp that he had in his side. Maybe let it show too much, but in the end, Smith, well, the only thing he was showing was the sheer emotion of crossing over the line in first place. He'll win his weight in beer, and he looks absolutely delighted about it, and very fresh as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You can see that there is a glitch on the results in front of us, but no doubting there's no glitch on Harry Smith and the way he paced it to perfection. But absolutely delighted for Cole Gibbons to still be rewarded with that lifetime best inside 31 minutes. But you can see the pain. That is a proper distance, 25 laps, and it smiles for Smith. And it's going to be a few cases of beer for him as well.
You saw him checking his watch as well. I'm sure that's straight on Strava, and he's thinking of the caption already.
On British athletics, European athletics, on running. We are delighted to have you here. We are at Parliament Hill for what is a festival and a feast of 10,000 metre running. It is the Highgate Harriers night of the 10,000 metre personal best, and I tell you what, we've already had a host of PBs. Absolutely phenomenal to see. The weather, the sun is shining, and I tell you what, the crowd is big.
Doesn't stop. If there's no race going on, there's something going on in the infield, and we've just seen Spiky Dan, man of danger, laying on a bed of nails, a man standing on top of him. So expect to see more craziness, more circus acts as the day goes on, the evening goes on.
Yeah, well, it's 6 o'clock. I think they've got a main theatre, haven't they? And then going on to the evening also, that there's going to be, I think, 7:20 and 8:25. So I said earlier, if you are in the vicinity of Parliament Hill and you're watching it on the live stream, obviously we're going live on the BBC Red Button at 8 o'clock. But head down. The atmosphere here is electric. If you want to come down and soak it up, Ellen, what else would you say come down for?
Obviously the brilliant racing as well, but you can, as you can see, you can go up the climbing wall. There's some inflatables this year. Matt had to stop me going and running off and going into one of the inflatables. I decided I didn't want to commentate today. I just wanted to go down an inflatable slide. There is so much going on here, and of course you get the world-class racing as well. Not only the 10,000 metres, we've also got 4 brilliant 800-metre races to come this evening as well.
Well, and here we go. Then the races are picking up. This is going to be paced at around 30:15. We may even see a sub 30-minute clock in today as well. We're going to keep referring to those pacing lights, because if you are just joining us, you might need to be reminded the red lights at the front are going to be at 30:15, and the green lights just behind are going to be 30:45 pace set as well. And that's Tom Butler, the man straight to the front. The Highgate pacers there in the black and white vest as well, just slotting in to the front through that first 200, which is always going to be chaotic as they file in, you know, down the lactic tunnel of love.
You also see in the middle there where we point out some familiar faces. Kojo Koome in there as well. He's run every single one of these events. He loves to race here in Highgate, and is just one of those faces. If you're down here a lot, either at Highgate Harriers, but also here on the night at 10Ks, you'll recognise him, and he always pops up around this time. Race number 3, we always tend to find him around here.
Charlie Issa is the other pacer wearing the vest of Highgate Harriers, but he's actually a Hercules Wimbledon athlete. So not all the vests on the front are actual club athletes of Highgate Harriers, but they are friends, they are supporters, they are people that want to come and be part of this event. And Charlie himself, very, very good 1500-metre runner in his own right, over 3,000, 5,000 metres, and he'd be a quality athlete to have in the opening stages. As you said, Matt, we could be knocking on the door 30 minutes in this third race. Last year, race 3, that was the D race then, 30:44. So it shows you the 22-second shift we had in the second race. We had a big shift in that first race. So Colin Mayer winning the Irish athlete last year could be, an athlete that his time of 30:44 could be obliterated. Winner of one of the races last year, Matt.
And yeah, the man who won the E-race last year, Jed Noblet, the Luton man, 31:14. I remember he was the one who PB'd in the first 5K, carried it on in that second half of the race, and ended up winning in 31:14. So is he in stronger form? Can he knock another minute off that time, which is the realms he's going to be in today? He seems comfortable slotting in there on your outside in the white vest with the blue stripe down the side and the yellow stripe on the other side.
And he got his upgrade, Ellen, didn't he?
Well, exactly. It's good to see him having that upgrade and still holding strong, up there, sort of having that confidence to push himself up into that sort of first half of the field. And then you can see there's some of the circus acts who we'll see in the infield, and then, well, we saw them getting changed earlier. They'll be darting around all over the track over the course of the afternoon and into the evening.
Well, Jed's also run a very quality 5K on the road. He's run 14:24, and you know, if someone's run 14:24, then they could be knocking on the door of 30 minutes. There's no reason why they couldn't.
Well, you'd like to think, I would say, this lead pack have gone out very hard indeed. They're well ahead of these red lights. They're lapping in 71s. Obviously, 72s, for those of you watching, is the kind of benchmark for 30 minutes. And the pace was supposed to be 30:15. So I think a few of these men very eager to get on the paces. And the paces, I think, have actually had to just run really hard to get to the front and start slowing it down. You see a little thumbs up there. There's a little bit of communication. They will start to just ease off the pace a little bit, and hopefully the rest of the pack can calm down, because this is a lot more physical than the races we've seen previously.
What can you do as a pacer if you know there's a bit of that nervous energy through the first, first K, the first, few laps? What can you do to calm the field down? And, you can see already how far ahead of the lights they are. What will they do to mitigate against everyone going off too quickly?
Well, it's small hand gestures, really, but there isn't a lot you can do, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm sure they would rather be on the red lights, and they'll kind of slow each lap. But, James, to go off hard and kind of build, not that they're building lactic, but to go off hard and then slow it down and then expect it to kind of pick it back up again is quite a difficult way to run a 10,000. So already they're going to be, testing themselves, these boys.
Yeah, we did say that obviously with big fields, people want to get out, and obviously the first laps can be about finding your position, finding your place. So sometimes the opening lap will distort the opening K a little bit, then it has to settle down. You can't be too aggressive. I think what you said is absolutely right. There'll be subtle hand gestures, whether it's just the calm down nature of, I've got this, and even just a subtle look round, and just, even just catching the eye of the people behind, and just, almost just reassuring them that we're going to be fine. At this early pace, the pacers can also be speaking. You might not be able to see it, or we definitely won't be able to hear it, but they might just be saying to the guys behind, look, we're spot on. Even though they can see the waves, they can see the splits. The Seiko time team do a great job. The clocks will stop with the splits as well. But again, a bit of personal kind of touch to it always adds a little bit of confidence and reassurance to the runners.
Absolutely. They're going to get their kind of splits and what times they're on for every 200. Those big Seiko clocks these athletes can work with. And look, the man in, first place, if you like, he's in third, sitting in third. Tom Butler, nicknamed Dipper because he likes to dip on a last rep in training, James.
Is that really?
Rumours have told me, but he's a phenomenal athlete, and I think he's training very well, so I'm excited to see what he can do.
I thought he might have made his way down to Merthyr Mawr down in South Wales, where we have the Big Dipper. So that is one of the biggest sand dunes in Europe that you had a little bit of pain on a few times, Matt, didn't you?
Yes, I have indeed, and so Steve Ovett, I believe.
Oh, Steve Ovett used to love it down there, and old Mr. Jake Whiteman, our world fifth meter champion, has threatened a few times, or Jeffy's dad has, to come down to Merthyr Mawr because they use sand dunes a lot in their training, and that kind of resistance. And your brother Zach himself, they do a lot of hill work and kind of conditioning work. So let's get your brother and the world champion down to the sand dunes of South Wales.
Absolutely, and if anything, it makes for a great photo, a picturesque photo.
Well, you can see they're starting to get back onto those red wave lights. They were well ahead, and actually when they went through the 1600 meter split, they were about 15 seconds ahead of pace, and now that has dropped back. The pacers, like you said, doing a very good job to control it, as now they just take that switch around through 2K now, but it has slowed considerably and is looking slightly more controlled now.
Yeah, that second kilometre split had to slow down. They couldn't keep operating at sub 30 too long too soon, because otherwise it would just burn the athletes behind. And I'm glad they have settled down, and look at this, a little bit of control, bit of balance. They've never done that. It's pretty hard.
It's hard. It is tricky. That's why maybe they're scouting for obviously later on we'll be scouting for the next generation of track talent. They're already scouting for the next generation of circus talent in the infield with a bit of plate spinning and I don't even know the name of the other one that they were just trying to do.
Can't remember, but Butler is in the Sharsey Barnet vest, so same colours as Highgate, but different direction of the black and white stripes. Henry McLucky's coming up later in the senior men's race at Sharsey Barnet. I'm super excited to see what he can run. He's such a young talent. He's run 13.5 minutes for a 5K. What time would you put him at, Matt? Can he break 28 minutes?
Well, look, we'll talk about that, nearer the race. But the European Under-23 standard, James, is 29:20, and I'm sitting here and I'm thinking if he had any sense, maybe he'd just sneak inside that and kind of try and gain selection, of course, for the European Under-23s. But for him to run a 13:36 a few weeks ago and then come back and do a 10K in sub 28 minutes, James, would be... not sure he's gonna break 28. He'd have to go some to do that, but even sort of 28:30 would be a massive achievement for him, but one which may detriment the rest of his season.
It'll be fascinating to see, and that's what this is about, people stepping up distances, as we talked about earlier. So the age of athletes stepping up, there is no kind of age limit or age bracket now. Younger athletes stepping up, we've got some very quality Masters athletes still dipping their toes in. Kojo Kremer, the athlete that Ellen's mentioned at the start, he's run every single of the night of the 10,000 metre PB races, and he has won here as well. So he's been on that top spot, he's had his weight in beer. He's also a World Masters 45 champion as well, over 10,000 metres. So he's a quality athlete, and Kojo, I tell you what, I looked it up last night, but the British record for Masters 45 was set here by Ian Hudspeth back in 2016. The Morpeth Harrier, who was a phenomenal athlete as well, him and his brother were absolutely brilliant athletes, and the 30:38 is the British Masters record. So that'd be fascinating. If Kojo could go inside that, then it could be the first of our records tonight.
Well, look, as long as he's on those green lights, James, he's going to be pretty much inside it, because those green lights a bit behind are aimed at 31:30, I believe. No, sorry, 30:45. So if he's anywhere near those, he's going to be inside that Masters record as well. The Bracknell AC athlete there, Neil Kirvin, on the outside. He's fresh off a club record at the London Marathon 2:21, and then followed it up with the Bracknell Half last week. So he is he's done a fair few races and coming into this, so he's been chopping down in distance.
That's good powers of recovery, and I thought that was a repeat of Cole Gibbons' last lap. The resistance that he was feeling.
Cruel.
No, but it's tough. The 10,000 metres is tough like that. It's a tough event, and, you know, 25 laps, you know, 6.2 miles. You know, you've got Thompson in there, Andrew Thompson. He's an under 20. He's the Edinburgh University athlete, so they've all got a strong tradition of distance running up in Edinburgh. He's Fife is his club, and two Leeds athletes in there as well. That's Hall, and the other athlete in there, that's Galvin Chambers. So again, two quality athletes that have both run low 30 minutes themselves.
Yeah, and it's something to touch upon now as the races get a little bit quicker. The depth that we start to see out here, you'll start to see races be a lot more bunched. Expect to see less lapping going on as the races go on as well.
And the Pacers still doing a great job. That's Charlie Eastley still up in the front with the cap on, looking very, very controlled. As I said at the beginning, he's run some quality 1500 metre times, and I think it's 3:45 his best over the metric distance. So that equates to just over 4 minutes for the mile. So, and this early pace, that won't test him too much, but obviously as it goes on a little bit longer, and it could be that he's setting this up for Freddie Hassan, who's the Knots athlete that probably comes from a little bit more of a distance background.
Oh, absolutely. I think different to the previous races, we have got quite a long train here. So if you're sitting in the pack, you won't be too worried when the pacemakers drop out. As previous races, I think when the pacemakers went, there was only sort of 3 or 4 in contention and on the back of the Pacers.
James Hancock's the Croydon athlete, 30:08. You know, athlete that, you know, he's, again, with his lifetime best and, you know, 14.5 5K best, definitely someone that's going to, you know, feature in this race. And I think it was, I counted 3 Leeds athletes in the top 10 as well. So if there was a team competition in this race 3, Leeds will be scoring pretty highly.
Also got one of our international athletes who's worked his way up, I think, sat third now, Andreas Eden of Norway. 30:36 he's run on the track, and he's well up in the mix here now in the I think the Norway speed suit. He's just sort of tucked in there.
You had me at Norwegian distance runner. That comes with a little bit of pressure now.
It does,
almost,
doesn't it?
the old milers from the UK that when they followed on suit now, there's something expected about endurance runners from Norway.
Well, absolutely, and Ellen, you're right, they do always seem to wear a speed suit. I think it's the law in Norway, if you step on a track, you need to be wearing a speed suit. So we're going to get that 4K split for you as they just roll around here, looking very comfortable at the front. Things starting to break up a little bit. There's Kojo on the outside, the Shaftesbury man in the red shorts. You can't miss him, thankful to his red shorts, Kojo, but bang on 72s, as you'd expect. The lights are helping out at this point. 12:05 at 4K.
Oh yeah, I got Kojo around about 12:10 through 4 kilometres. So he is on British Masters 45 record pace at the moment. So that is a phenomenal running by Kojo. And I tell you what, no one would get a bigger cheer across the line, but he's still got 6K of hard running to go.
Well, look, although he runs from Shaftesbury, he's a bit of a hometown favourite, just all across London, full stop.
But the fact that Ben Pochi put him in our emails to himself, said you must give him a bit of hype, because you know, someone that's been here from the beginning. And in the intro at the very start, 2013, his first event, and it was won just inside 30 minutes. You know, a name that will go into the history books, Eddie McGinley. I think it was 29:36 was the winning time. And obviously last year, 27:16, Yemen Krepe, one of the, you know, the best athletes in the world winning here. The event has moved on so fast, but in 1 year, Joe Tavey and Andy Vernon won the races, didn't they, the next year? And it's been the British champs from that 2014. So, I mean, that's how strong this event has become and how, you know, sought after it is.
It's a testament to kind of where it's grown. And also, James, we talk about the level of this event. It's a World Athletics Silver Tour event. That's its label. It's a B-grade category, so I think we're 4 below what would be the Olympic Games as well. We'll get into the kind of nerdy stuff, if you like, on the points, because we know the world ranking system has changed later on in the evening.
Yeah, and the fact it's been European Cup as well over, you know, a number of years, and
qualification for the European Cup from a British perspective as well,
which will happen in France in a couple of weeks. And you know, athletes, there was a short turnaround you know, last year, and you know, the women went and got a bronze. I think it was a team effort out there. So yeah, lots to play for. The next important split in this will be in elapsed time, and that will be the halfway split in this race. So we're looking, aren't we, as close to that 15 minutes, but then also where the athletes will be time-wise after that 15-minute clip's over. So again, if they're looking at sub 30:30, then they're looking around about 15:15 to that halfway mark.
Yeah, we've had a slight change at the front as well now. Thomas Butler is the athlete who's stepped up. He's kind of snuck up on this this front group, and look at him push past the pacers now. Will Eden decide to go with him or stick with the pacers? Butler really putting the pressure on here. He's got a personal best of 30:27.
Yeah, and there you are, 71, and there's no need to kind of push on around the pacemakers at this point, and he's just still being quite aggressive, is Butler, and probably just showing a little lack of experience, to be honest with you. But he is in a good place. He's sandwiching between these two paces, and you know what? They could actually look after him the next 2 or 3K, and he could just drift away from the Norwegian in second.
Well, that's the thing. The Norwegian is now sort of stuck a little bit in no man's land, and I wonder whether he'll make a bit of an effort down this back straight and round the bottom bend to try and get back up to the pacers.
They're earning their money today, these pacers, because they're well ahead of these red lights. There you are, inside a 3-minute K as well, so we're well inside 30-minute clocking at the moment. Yeah,
it's going to be interesting to see. That was an aggressive last couple of laps, you know, and obviously Butler there wanting the pace to be pushed on as this dangerous down again being spiked up. So there used to be a different phrase when you came to a track meet and you got spiked. So that meant you got too close to the athlete in front of you, and their spiked shoes on the bottom caught your shins. Now we're talking about actual spikes. So, and there you go. Charlie says job's done, and at
69. Wow.
Yeah, just over the 5 kilometre mark. So a 69. Wow, this is really aggressive running. That's a 2:20 last 800.
Yeah, he's not hanging about, is Butler. He is quite an aggressive runner. He's going to want to push on. I know he trains down at St Mary's with Craig Winrow's group as well, and he trains alongside the likes of Joe Wigfield, who we're going to see actually pace that elite race later on tonight. But he's a very talented athlete in himself, a 340, 1500 man and a GB cross-country representative.
Oh, yeah, he's a phenomenal athlete. I can't wait to see what he does over some of the shorter distances. Great to see him back from long-term injury as well, so Craig and him have done a great job. But, yeah, the race in hand at the moment, the Shasti Barner is aggressive, Thomas Butler, and when you look at his best, and, you know, you think, you know, he has run 14:28 on the road, so that does give you an idea that he can run 30 minutes, you know, for 10K. 30:27, though, is his lifetime best. So he's operating way inside that. That 2:57K could be that he actually thinks that 30 minutes is possible, and so he's going to need to buy back a little bit of time. But I tell you what, Pacer here is doing an absolutely great job, because, you know, it's hard, isn't it? Freddie's doing a good job to pick the pace up, Matt.
Yeah, and surely, you know, Tom would have done workout, James. Another 69, so fair play to Freddie. And I wonder if Butler's just kind of said to him, look, can you just clip off a few 69s for me and keep this going? Because, you know, Freddie doesn't know how he's feeling. He's just trying to accommodate the pace that Butler wants, and that is the job of a pacemaker. They have to be flexible, but he would have done workouts. He would have had some indication of what he could run here today.
Well, Butler himself, he's done a massive cross-country season, if you look at it. So, you know, he was, what was he, 25th in the Southerns, was he 69th National Cross, and 60th in the Inter-County. So, Ellen, he's come from cross-country, but he's obviously been doing track workouts to be knocking out 69s.
Yeah, he's continued that. He's moved that strength over, hasn't he? He's done a brilliant job to reflect the strength that he's built up over the cross-country season and bring it on into the track. And, you know, you have to give a word to Freddie. This is really adaptable pacemaking. at the start, you know, they went off too quick, and the pacers, both of them, did a brilliant job to sort of bring it back down to pace. But actually, you know, for Freddie to go, right, I'm going to take this on, I'm going to take you with me, let's go and do this now, is brilliant pacing from the man in the Highgate Harriers vest, who once again just calls on Butler aside him, brings him up to the side of him, has a quick word with him, and he's pushing him on now here.
Well, this is where the challenge comes, though. Look, what's he going to be? You know, 6K at 2:55. Wow, but he did slow. He's put in 2:69s in that kind of middle section of the race, and I wonder if that's going to pay. I mean, we're looking at Iden there going through. He's a Norwegian. One thing Norwegians do know how to do, I mean, they didn't create lactate training, James, but they certainly inspired everyone else to jump on the bandwagon, and I presume he knows his pace, that guy.
Yeah, for people asking, what is that, Matt? That's kind of taking your lactate levels whilst you train and running at certain levels where you kind of takes away the guesstimate of training, but it's a lot about controlling training and doing it multiple times, sometimes on multiple days as well. So it's kind of changed the amount of training that people do, training smarter now. And I tell you what, yeah, there's been so many Norwegian athletes that have been flying that flag, that it's transcended in across Europe and the world now in terms of training methods.
Well, it shows the power someone like, you know, Ingebrigtsen has, but you know, in this country as well, the level off 1500 meter running's at. It's just, and here goes Butler, just grabbing a drink as I ramble on a little bit. He's just needing to cool off, relax a little bit, but like I say, he's going to now be up against it. He's all on his own. He's doing a very, very good job to just kind of hold it. I'll be interested to see what this lap split comes in at. So keep an eye on the clock, just in your bottom right there, 74. So he slowed drastically, but James, I'll tell you what, the guys behind have also slowed, because that gap, to me, has actually grown. I
wonder whether that will change, though, because Grattan now has got Eden with him. Eden has been very, very consistent. He didn't really react to the move of Butler ahead of him, but now he's got someone with him. I wonder whether these two will now start to use that to push forward, especially, well, I don't know if it will be a while before maybe they can actually see that he's slowing because of the advantage that he has at the minute. I don't know whether they'll see or be able to know the numbers at this point, but there we go, as they come around the corner, whether these two will work together now to do what we saw in the race before as they try and reel him back in.
Well, and Grattan's drifting out, Iden's following him, and it's almost like Grattan doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want to be in front of him, he doesn't want Iden slipstreaming, but perhaps that's a tactical move, because the shade the tent actually offers on the back straight, he's just trying to keep out the sun a little bit, who knows? Yeah,
it all becomes a bit like cycling, isn't it, where you don't want to be the leader. Butler, you could definitely, you know, sense that when he went out for the water, that maybe he could feel his body starting to overheat slightly. And again, that's the slowest lap, so maybe that aggression over that last 2 kilometers prior to this was just a bit too much.
Do you know what? I would say, though, the gap behind is, you know, the gap to second is not really closing up all that much. So I think the whole field is struggling here, and the whole field's kind of paying the price for that early running, that first K split being a little bit too quick, the 2K as well. And James, I will just point out, the Dublin Track Club man, he had Faye on his bib. Is he a relation? He had the mustache, the famous mustache that Brian Faye has as well. And, you know, legend in the sport, Brian Faye, the Irish.
I thought exactly the same thing. You know, we had to find Fred and Kelly out here, weren't we, and ask him. So, because, you know, his namesake, I would have thought they've got to be related.
Got to be related. Look, he even runs the same. He's got a very similar style to Brian Faye. And if he runs anything like Faye, he's going to have a real big closing last lap.
He's been tearing it up recently. So him at regionals, he won the 10,000 and the 5,000. So, yeah, that has to be. Because I actually thought it was Brian Faye, having been dropped into the 3rd race here. So, Brian, if you're watching from the US of A, keep up your great track season. We hope it continues into NCAAs, and yeah, we hope that is your brother out there, that he's on his way to a new lifetime best. But this is our athlete at the moment, on his way to a new lifetime best. But whether he's on his way to winning this race, there is a number of laps, there's 7 laps to go, and a lot of running still to come.
Well, and he may well just be settling a little bit now, because he's managed to bring it back down to a 74. So I think after those initial, you know, really hard 69 laps, he then slowed to a sort of 75. But he may just be settling in at 74s, trying to maintain. He's still got a nice healthy gap. It's hard out here. He's isolated on his own, his Butler, but he's doing a great job at the moment. So, if you're just joining us, we're here at the night of 10,000 meter PBs. We're 2/3 of the way through this sea race 5,000 meters. Tom Butler from Shaftesbury Barnet Harrod is leading the way, where he's been pretty much all race. After 5K, he decided to push it on, dropped a few laps in 69 as well, but we're interested to see what happens behind him, if they can slowly reel him in.
Yeah, that gap was closing, but it looks like it's opening that back out again. So maybe a little bit of respite, maybe just you know, that water maybe helped cool him down a little bit. So
he's going for it again.
Yeah, maybe it works. Maybe, like, you know, feeling a little bit hot and just get a little bit of water on board. So the Sharsey Barnet Harrier, he'll be getting great cheers. Dave Bedford, that was his club. You know, he set world records wearing this vest, so he'll be cheering this lad on with lots and lots of panache out there.
Well, the pace hasn't dropped again through that last lap. He's holding around the 75-second mark. It hasn't. We'll wait to see if it's opened up behind them now. That's Chris Fielding who's into the mix there. He's joined the other two. He's in the red vest, and this would be on for a huge personal best for him. His last clocking on the track over 10,000 metres was 33.02.
Well, he's going to get a little bit of help now. The lights have caught up with him. He's on them, so can he just stick on him? Cam Butler as well. But James, I did notice that grass bank just behind us is really filling up at the moment as well.
Oh, the camera panned on it, and there is very little space, but there's still a little bit of space if you want to come down.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can get right up on the track as well. And
there is amazing amount of you know, local kind of stands for you know, food outlets and things for kids to do. So it's absolutely phenomenal. If you're joining us from around the world, around Europe, welcome. So I know this is going out live on the British Athletics and European Athletics feeds, and also On Running as well. On Running have been huge supporters, Matt, of running, haven't they? And with their track series, it is going from strength to strength.
Oh, and just the way they've come into the sport, if you like, and marketed it, has just been, you know, a dream scenario for running, because I do feel like they've lifted it. They've certainly, you know, taken this event up a notch. Not that it really needed to, I mean, after last year's exploits as well, but they're continuing to grow. They've ploughed in just under, well, around about a rough figure of £500,000 into this event as well, into the production. But yeah, the series, just a word on that, they had the LA Distance Track Fest a couple of weeks ago. We saw some terrific runs from British athletes over 5,000 metres out there. They've got this today. There's Kojo doing very well. So it is the two Sharsey men taking the spotlight today, and going to come back with a fast 5,000 in Paris in a few weeks' time. Honor also sponsoring that event, and then finishing their season at Vienna in July.
I was trying to do the maths on Kojo going through, because obviously that was it 30:38, I think it was, that he's going to be very, very close to that. He's got great speed as well, Kojo, but so it is the story of the Sharsey Barnets. Harriers right, you know, on this track right now, but there's a lot of racing behind. That's Marshall Smith. Marshall Smith won the Brighton Marathon in his debut, 2:24. Absolutely lovely guy. He's a talent to look out for in the future. Literally stepped into the marathon, first ever marathon, 2:24, won it. Great story.
Well, just a word on Kojo, as you can see, was right next to those green wave lights, and they are set to 30:45. So he's just towards the back of that. If he can inspire a big, well, last laps, then maybe we could see him get close to it. But it will be a brilliant run from the Sharsey Barnet Harrier regardless.
Wow, he's an experienced runner. He's going to know his pace, James.
Yeah, he's definitely experienced, and you know, it's a distance you learn as well, and he knows it. I mean, he gets a 10,000 metre race here every year, so he knows every single step of the track. Tom Butler in his debut now, that's a different one, isn't it, over this distance? And we were talking about running styles. You had Jan Hopkins in the first race that, you know, was a very kind of close kind of stride, very much a kind of bounding element of Butler. And, you know, when he's in full flight, and when he was pushing the pacer earlier, he was almost, you know, just eating that ground up. But that extra energy sometimes can, you know, you can pay for that.
Well, the trailing three have now become a trailing two. And it was Eden who was pushing on. You can't see them round the back bend, but the Norwegian has launched an attack to try and get back up to Butler.
Yeah, Butler looks like he's just going to go past Jed Noblet, winner of the E-race last year, Jed, so and he stepped up to this one as well, so he's going to have him to target on. But yeah, James, you know, a word on him, he just needs to be careful hugging the inside. That's what happens when you get really fatigued. You just lean to the shortest line. But yeah, he has great pedigree over the short distance. He's actually very fast as well, kind of over the 1500. I've seen him put out some impressive 400s as well, so perhaps not a natural distance for him. He's someone who's in that transition period.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, the body's just starting to wave a little bit. He's seen the lights go away as well. You know, he was desperately trying to stay on the lights, and then you see them disappear. So it's almost like an athlete going away from you. But yeah, he'll be getting great shots. This is a really important part of the race now, because it marks 1 kilometre to go. So we're going to split on this now. And obviously we've dipped outside. We're not going to break 30 minutes in this race. That's the slowest kilometre, 3:10. But now it is about trying to win the race.
he is a winner, and you know, one thing I can say is he will raise it on that last lap. They don't call him the Dipper for nothing. He's had some incredible last lap finishes in training as well, so he's going to come up to 2 laps, which is going to be his territory. I mean, Eden's a little way back. He's just got to keep him out of reach, you know, keep him out of sight, if you like. As he moves down the home straight, he's going to start using the crowd as they feed off him, and I do think, James, they're a cool crowd here, and I think they are playing and hoping Eden can kind of really catch up, so there's an interesting battle over that last lap.
Yeah, they love an underdog story, don't they? And it is Eden who is the athlete who is trying to fight back here, but has he left himself too much work to do? Well, that pace has dropped once again for Butler, he's working hard, he's grimacing, isn't he? There goes Fielding. Between Fielding and Butler, though, is Eden. He is just going to pass the lap runner there, Jed Noblet. Well, this could come down to it once again.
Yeah, and just Eden, isn't he, Matt, is closing that gap. I mean, a 77, the thing is his form doesn't look like it's changed that much. He's just not generating the power. He's not eating the track up like he was, and that, you know, energy now is kind of just not going where he needs to. Eden has got the bit between his teeth. I wonder whether he'll signal the cheers from the crowd as we saw in the previous race.
Well, it is when they come round this top bend in just a moment, but yeah, how many times are we going to see Butler just puff the cheeks out a little bit? It's almost his signature move throughout this race, but I do think he's in control at the moment, and if you are going to have a slowest lap of the race, James, it probably is going to come on those penultimate laps.
Yeah, it's almost like a repetition session if you're doing intervals and you kind of, the penultimate one tends to slow because you know you're going to find something for the last one, but he is going to have to find a bit of speed in this last lap. How quick Eden is in this last lap. The crowd are really making some noise. It's coming through the tent. Eden now is starting to close, isn't he, Ellen? He's closed that gap.
But Butler has increased his pace once again. Has he done it enough, though, to hold off the attack from the Norwegian Andreas Eden, who is pushing behind now? Well, Eden looked very cool and calm and collected, and he didn't really look like he was fighting as much to get back into it, but that gap is closing, and it is closing. And Eden now, you can see the arms pushing, you can see him driving. Oh, this is going to be
down
close.
The back straight for the last time, Matt. Who's your money on?
Oh, who's going to respond? I mean, he has got the inside. I think Butler's going to sense him coming up on his shoulder any second now, and I think he is going to respond. He is going to grit it out. And do you know what? It's interesting to see what happens. Can Eden go straight past, or can Butler hold him off?
Well, I think it looks slightly maybe closer than it is. I think Eden's probably... Oh, here he goes. He's starting to go round the outside. I thought maybe Butler had a bit more of an advantage, but Eden is going for it here. Butler, though, holding him off.
Thomas Butler has found something from nowhere.
This is what he's known for. This is his name. He's called the Dipper for a reason. He has an incredible sprint finish, and I almost knew that was going to happen. Credit to him. What a run. He did it the hard way. 30.25 is 67 last lap as well.
Oh, wow, what a race. He looked, with 150 to go, like he was dead and buried. Looked like it was Eden's race because he had paced it to perfection. But you kept saying that it didn't even come down to a dip in the end because he had a little bit of clear light at the end of the race. What a finish. I reckon that's, well, we've had 3 fantastic races already, but that was utterly brilliant.
Well, that's the closest we've seen so far, isn't it? Come down to a sprint finish, and Eden, you can see him on the ground there. He'll be slightly disappointed he didn't have the leg speed to kick once again, but he has been rewarded with a big personal best as well. So, and that's exactly why these athletes travel. You know, we've pointed out a number of the international athletes who've come all the way over, and he's been rewarded with a big personal best.
Wow, what a race, and you know, a story. There he is, getting congratulations from his mates as well, but a story for the grandkids, James.
Oh, absolutely, and the fact that Dave Bedford's going to be giving him some beer later, I think that's from one Chassis Barnet Harrier to another. And yeah, I think for Eden that would have been a lot of transport costs to take that home. So, but I tell you what, he'll be rewarded. Takes home a new lifetime best performance, a personal best. As we said, it is on the finishing gantry. It is everywhere here because it is night of the 10,000 metre PBs, and that's exactly what he's rewarded with. And when we go down the results, there are going to be so many PBs on those results because I'm just going through it now. PB, PB, PB. That is phenomenal running in just, you know, race number 3 of the night.
Yeah, it's really hotting up, and James, I'm interested to see when those live results come out, how did Kojo get on? Did he break that Masters record of 30.38, was it, back from 2016 at this very event?
And do you know what? Something that just shows the growth of this event. I don't remember at this point last year there being that many fans piled up against the railings.
We're going to have people camping out in a few years' time.
just outside. Kojo was inside 31 minutes. So, you know, imagine being over 45, you know, running sub 31. Phenomenal. I mean, we're going to look back on the race now, and it was an absolute cracker.
Well, there we are, and it was, in many ways, this was, you know, they all paid the price for this early start. It was a nice and steady early, but they just forced the pace. The first few Ks inside 3 minutes, and the whole field suffered because of it. I'm sure a lot of them will look back on this race and would have learned a lot from it, perhaps a little bit of regret. But here was Butler just pushing on midway through. This is exactly at the halfway point. He decided, I want to drop a few 69s. And do you know what? If I know this young man, he may well have been racing to win today and not too fussed about the time, and he's got the biggest win of his life.
Well, rewarded also for his efforts was Andreas Eden, who tried so hard in the end to push past Butler. He did a brilliant job to fight his way back up there, but in the end, just not enough to get round the outside of the youngster, but rewarded in his own way with a big personal best.
He almost had one stride in the lead. There he goes. And Butler just turns on the afterburners. I tell you what, behind Stephen Fay, Irish athlete that we talked about, had a great one as well, 30.35, just ahead of Chris Fielding, 30.35, 5.1, and also Marshall Smith, the same time as well. But look at that sprint finish, look at that strength, the roar of the crowd, 30.25.8, and a strong last lap, and Butler punches his chest, punches his Shasi Barnett vest, and that's a fantastic victory in race number 3.
Come on, spectators, give me some noise, the man's got his shirt off, come on! spectators. If you guys are better round of applause than that, you can score on the night. Big thanks to Jamie Gilchrist, Portoshes this evening. As you notice, we're going to really second time tennis racket and our small star. So, well big to Jamie Gilchrist. We'll be back in a second with race 4 with Ross and Kane who are going to win it. Our race 3 winner.
Nice work, mate.
And it is hoping to get 30 minutes in race 4. As I get these watching up spectators, keep the noise coming. Okay, everybody, I'm going to introduce you race 3 winner with a time of 30:25, a 2-second PB. Give a huge round of applause, go crazy for Thomas Byrne! Look at that! Now, Thomas, you and I did a few sessions over the years, and I've witnessed that kick quite a few times. Usually on the last rep after I've taken all the other reps, but we'll not go into it. How did you find the race today? What was the crowd? Well, the crowd was amazing. This best place coming on, so the crowd was amazing. Fantastic. Now, so a little question for you. If you had to be stuck on a desert island with any runner, past or present, who would it be and why? I'm tempted to say Dave. Give me a big but I don't know, maybe my dad, but then again, I don't spend most of the time on him. We'll go Dave anytime, what a party on the island. Right, so Thomas, sitting on the seesaw, and also another glamorous assistant, Mr. Lewis Moses, GB International athlete. I don't know what that was. And our fantastic commentator for the day. So, Thomas, I'm going to come and support you at the other end. You can sit right now. He's never sat on the seesaw before, clearly. Alright, so we've got one crate of beer. One. I'll put these 2 crates of beer. 3 crates of beer. 4 crates of beer. I'm thinking 5. 5 beer. So the way of dancing gets more. Nice. Hey, 5 crates of beer. I reckon that's about right. There we are, 5 crates of beer for Mrs. Thomas Byrne. Give a huge round of applause. So whatever beer now, Tom? Oh, it's alright. I'll have it for him. Thank you very much, guys. We've got race number 4 coming up. Looking for that sub 30. Now, first sub 30. No pressure, lads. But if you don't do it, we'll be very disappointed. That's a joke. If you just before this race starts, good athletes. So, 3 athletes in race 1. Sean McLaughlin, Martin O'Connell, Aaron O'Day, 3 make his way towards the finish line. I believe you need to be trying to
So if you're just joining us, or if you've been with us from the start of our coverage here from Parliament Hill, it is the Highgate Harriers night of the 10,000 metre PBs, and we have had a whole host of personal bests this afternoon already. My name's James T, delighted to be joined by Ellen Ellard and Matt Seddon. Guys, it has been a phenomenal first three races.
Oh, absolutely, and if that last one's anything to go by, we are in for a treat this evening. Race 4 coming up now. I've got a particular interest in this, James. I don't know how you do it. How do you commentate and have athletes running at the same
soon? And yeah, you just, it's nothing worse if it doesn't go to plan, because, you know, you just coach and all you want to do is put the mic down and go over and, you know, put your arm.
get to the front here?
He's going to have to work his way through, and you can see just before that second outside where he's trying to squeeze his way through and brings his arms down to his side and does just sneak his way through there and gets to the front. Always easy to spot. He loves a colourful short. We saw that out in Copenhagen. I used to live around where he used to train in Cambridge, and you could always see them when they were running around Cambridge.
I was going to say, Ben Potchy was, was very proud of the fact that the pacers are wearing Highgate vests, and usually with pacing teams they say, right, it's a black and white vest, so you've got to wear either obviously black. Literally,
I don't think you can say Jonathan's wearing normal and actually I'd say probably he goes to and he is two athletes who have gone off the front.
Heat side, real talent, and he's someone that is still developing. I've seen him run various miles and 5Ks, and yeah, great
potential, to be honest, and so is Tuade Menges as well. The man there, the Brighton and Hove man in the vest, he's done many a Kent champs as well. So these two going toe for toe.
His technique doesn't really, coincide with master. The fact that he's got out front paces and being active early on. Look at that, it's 19, 6-8 second lap. So if we're looking at sub 30 minutes, and he's 72 seconds per lap, so we're 4 seconds inside that straight away.
68, so I think that's, what is that, 14:10 at 5K. So you're talking about 28:20, which will be good enough to get in that elite race later on tonight.
Back straight, so this will be going to be around about the 255, maybe 254 mark. So they've set their kilometre, and you can see the cheering squad. There you go. It's a shade inside 54. It's 253.96.
Wow.
So yeah, a wow from you, Matt. That's bold pacing, considering they're on their own in terms of they're not, with the.
Depends how easy he can that many things he come in, and that was like almost a rehearsal for this.
You've got someone like Jonathan behind, so experienced, pushing somebody another 68 laps in.
I I think Jonathan will do a really good job. We spoke about the fact that he was in Copenhagen last week. You know, he's a brilliant pacemaker. You can see he's glued to that red light. But if you feel that they're running well within, then you've got to let them go. But Jonathan does look well in control of behind it. These two are fine.
As well. So one thing there's a lot of jogging behind. They're running they're fun. I would say even if you're easy at this point, I mean, you're going to be, James, relatively easy. You know, you're less than a mile into a 10,000 meter race. You expect to feel pretty good, and it's about having that patience to 10K late on.
It is about having patience, and you know, those shots that we're just getting, the infrastructure and the noise, and it's hard not to get carried away here. I mean, you know, there'll be people that, you know, are making so much noise on the side that the athletes themselves are building with this, and I think that's playing in with some of the tactics you said about Chris Thompson, you know, when he was here. The opening act of this is an aggressive early act, but the fact there's two of them and they can almost help.
The wind has picked up once again, and that will play into the hands of, you know, this pack behind, and you can see they're not single file yet, so there's a big watching the earlier races played into incredible earlier races. You've then got to come up here, carried away with it through the ages, wait until you start to enjoy the environment.
The call-up room and just hearing the noise, you know, through the tent as well. That adrenaline's just going to build and build and build. I've got to mention on the outside the old.
Yeah, there'll be so many coaches here as well, trackside. Start line. To the crowd, just that all they're such a strong club as well. We've gone through so many of them, you know, over the years. I don't think a club will have had more winners if you go through, you know, it was in year two. Yet another step as well. Over the years, yeah, just great to see.
Well, winners and medalists, of course. We talk about Tomo in that famous race in 2014 and 2018 as well against Alex Yee. So the pack moving very well. Good to see them all on the pace. As so often we've seen this afternoon, and we'll probably continue to see throughout the evening, is everyone on it at 5K. 5K is the moment of truth, and it kind of tells the story of what's going to happen for the rest of the race.
Yeah, another name I've got to mention, just tucked in that that trailing pack, Chris Rainsford. He is the coach here at Highgate of the under-17 and under-20 girls and boys here at the club, and his girlfriend Hannah Vine is going in the next race as well. She was pacemaking here last year and is one of the athletes who enjoyed her time pacemaking so much that she's stepping up and giving the full thing a go.
Oh, that's brilliant to hear, and I'm sure many of them are out there cheering on coach today. He's going to need it. So still Jamal at the front. I mean, he's put some impressive performances already this year. He raced New Year's Day, a low 30-minute clocking on the roads, and that was a split 3K to watch for.
Yeah, no go-karts today, but there is obviously the motorbike that's getting these great shots here right now of our leaders. Jamal at the front, Menga's behind him, so back straight. They're going to go through the lactic. This will be the 3-kilometre split, so you obviously can see that they're going to be way inside 9 minutes. 2:53, 2:54 being the kilometre split, so let's see how this one operates out. It's 3 minutes, so that's about what they're going to need now to keep clipping out.
They are
not too far over 3 minutes.
And that is, you know, actually that 3K split equates to about 29:30, doesn't it, Ellen? So they are inside, obviously well ahead of those lights at the moment, which are set to 29:50. And I wonder, the pack now just slowly working their way up to these boys. That's a much slower K, and the pack will actually be moving quicker, you would have thought, than a 3-minute kilometre.
Yeah, you can see it just lurking there in the background, can't you? Moving, making, like gaining momentum as they come down that back straight, and you can see obviously the Highgate vest and Jonathan Escalante-Phillips in the front, dragging that group forward to try and latch on to the back of these front two who have led from the first 400 metres.
Yeah, I mean, as a runner myself, or as a coach, I would rather be tucked in that main group where there seems to be safety in numbers. There's still so many laps to go with that you'd kind of think that, yeah, it would be a case of click the laps out. These guys have to think so much about what's going on now that, yeah, it makes it a little bit tougher for these two up front.
Well, and as well, you know, it's one thing being up front. We've seen in the previous races, they've been up front and they've actually been hovering on the red lights. You know, they've had the lights to key off. These guys have got nothing to key off. They're running blind. They are sharing the pace out there, but a tough job for them today.
Yeah, you'd imagine that even if they could stay well ahead of the group, and if they did have slightly longer out there before it got to this position where you do feel like the pack are going to close in on them very, very soon indeed, that they'd have spent at least a decent proportion of this race by themselves. And even with one dropping off, it was a really risky position for both these two athletes to put themselves in, knowing that they would probably spend a big proportion of it feeling fairly lonely. But here comes Escalante-Phillips leading the way, and he's dragging this group along.
So how far did he go, and what pace did he run at last week in Copenhagen?
Ooh. Well, he was leading out the men at 2:12, wasn't he? So how far he went, he definitely took them through halfway. I'm not quite sure if he carried on much beyond that.
He was in the second group, the second pace group, like Matt said, running around 2:12 pace. So we didn't see, because of the cameras, how long he actually stayed out there for, but you know, he has so much experience and he really loves to help out the athletes, and he puts in obviously a lot of graft into his own running and his own racing, but you know, he does get so much from helping the athletes along, and you can see he's doing such a sterling job here. That gap is getting smaller and smaller every lap.
Well, I think he just has such a relatable story as well. He's kind of come from club runner to very high-end domestic runner, and
he's still a math teacher. He's still a math teacher in Cambridge, you know, and he speaks a lot. I remember when he went out to, was it Armagh a couple of years ago, he went in and we had him on the local radio station I worked for at the time, and he spoke about how much he loves obviously doing his running, but he loves his teaching as well, and he loves being that role model for the kids.
Yeah.
Well, he's probably metronomic with his splits then, and he's probably working out every equation or every possibility that the athletes that he's doing such a great job. And remember, they're wearing these Highgate, you know, Harriers colours, but yeah, he's at Cambridge and College, very proud. You know, obviously flying the flag, showing the support of Highgate Harriers, and we shouldn't, you know, underestimate the amount of people that it takes to put this event on. You know, I hope that the TV coverage is doing it justice for the noise, the atmosphere, but you know, the hours and the countless hours that volunteers are putting this on. It's non-for-profit, so everything that comes in through, you know, the event, through the sponsorship, through the support, goes back into the club, back into the event. You can see that with how great and how big the event is, and Ben Pocci and his team do a brilliant job. And the lights of On that are coming on board, and I know people are watching through their live stream, so welcome anyone watching it through the on stream. It's huge, Matt, isn't it? And they're taking running literally by the scruff of their neck and dragging it to the future. Nathan Rittenheiden's group and their events, it's phenomenal.
Well, and I think one thing Ben said a few years ago, he said, you can only run fast, so you're going to get the best out of yourself when there's atmosphere, when it's high stakes, and he acknowledged that. And James, it's one of the reasons you talk about non-profit, but it is still free entry to come down here to this local track, park up on the bank as well, and enjoy some high-class athletics and get on the infield and get close to the action. Later on in the day, we're going to have internationals, Olympic medalists, world medalists, and in what other sport can you get that close and kind of personal with these athletes?
Well, you can't, play a match on the centre court of Wimbledon before, Federer comes out. You definitely can't get in for free. And you can't drive around a Formula One track in your car, in your Fiat, or in your Ford, couldn't you? You have to just watch it. Whereas this, obviously, the athletes who are watching are quality athletes. They're not just athletes that just turned up.
High end.
These are high-quality international athletes travelling internationally as well. And we've got 800-metre juniors coming up that are going to soak up this atmosphere. But the fact that athletes, further down the chain get to experience this is just brilliant. And City of London as well, the support they give this event, and the fact that there's a £2 million investment that is just going to revamp, just going to kind of, redesign this place. I mean, that secures the future, surely.
Yeah, and I think a lot of, you mentioned international athletes, their ears will prick up when they hear that, because, we know they're used to the state-of-the-art tracks, the top surfaces out there, and you can only imagine that they lay this track straight after this event. I think work's going to start on Monday, James, when they tear this track up and relay it. So international athletes will be taking note. We're going to see them later as well, but it's going to continue to attract the very best. And look at this thing. Menges determined to push on. Jamal's been reeled in, and it looks like Escalante Phillips is just going to drift on by him. And Jamal now, James, he's just got to tuck in and kind of bide his time and almost try and recover these next few laps.
Ellen, you called this, didn't it? JEP has been on the money. Look at that halfway split.
Yeah, he's a brilliant pacer, as we've said. The athlete behind him is Erik Tangen Guddersen. He's a Norwegian, and he set his personal best age 19. That was 2 years ago, and he really wants to improve on that. So he is stuck to the back of the pacer, and you wonder whether that's going through the mind of the Norwegian. And maybe he, knowing that he wanted to improve his personal best, he's come here to the place where all personal bests are set and bettered, night of the 10K PBs, and he's run, you think, maybe a very smart race with maybe not the idea of winning it, but certainly with improving his personal best. And he is the athlete who will now, as they go round this top bend, he will, well, in a moment's time, slot into the front.
Well, they're just slowing a little bit, 72s there. But is he just a fraction of those red lights? I can't quite see the sunlight beating down. It's always a good indication when they go through the tunnel to keep an eye on those lights.
Yeah, he's just slightly ahead here is Escalante Phillips. So now is the athletes, obviously Menges and Tangen Guddersen behind. Those two are now bang on the pace. JEP has left them in a brilliant place. Look at that. You can see the lights as they go through the tunnel. Escalante Phillips steps off, and Erik Tangen Guddersen takes up the gauntlet at the front.
That's a shame. Dominic James is out. Western Tempo. So the Cheltenham-based club, he's got a low 29-minute clock into his best, but he's not going to play any further part in this race. And interesting, Pacer drops out, and Mendes finds himself back at the front now, Matt, again.
Well, he does. It is the Norwegian pushing on, though, James. He's got a 10,000-metre PB of 29.58. He ran that 2 years ago, and he was just 19 at the time. And, of course, he's wearing a speed suit.
Well, you did call it. You did say that there's a tradition of lactic testing and speed suits in Norwegian distance running, but also quality distance running.
Well, here it is. This is the gnarly part of 5,000-metre running. They've gone through 5K. Everyone can handle that. What happens now over the next 2 or 3K? The Norwegian determined. He's played a canny race. He's sat in behind John Escalante Phillips. He's now at the front, and he's not pushing the pace. He can just kind of relax and feel it out of Crockett in second. Yeah,
Thomas Crockett, the Wickham athlete. So he's running, way inside his personal best at the moment. So, he's someone that is, stepping up today, and he's getting right on it. Bithu's right there as well. So, yeah, this is a really good race now. Pace is operating at that 72 seconds. They have a little bit of wiggle room from that 14.50 halfway split. So we are definitely heading towards sub-30-minute pace at the moment.
Yeah, and I would say a word on Crockett. He's had a lot of races in him already. He's got the experience. I mean, he was 7th at the Bucks 10,000 metres, and that was, 3 weeks ago, James? 3-4 weeks ago. He was 9th over 5,000 metres at the Bucks Championships as well, and 29th on the cross-country. So University Exeter man, finding himself in second place at the night of 10,000-metre PBs. There he is, looking very good. He's cheering on the crowd. And Gunderson just drifting out to the outside of lane 1. Crockett didn't want to take that gap, and rightly so. There's no need to hit the front at this stage in the race. Yeah, you're right. Crockett's had a good, British University season on the cross. That 10,000-metre race in Loughborough, really good quality this year, good to see. And a lot of themselves setting them up because there was a nice bit of recovery between that into Highgate, that they knew it was possible to do both
British University champs were here a few years ago as well. So, you know, it's another event that the Highgate faithful have cheered on.
Is it possible to do both? You know, two 10,000 races, 4 weeks apart. Yeah. How about that?
Well, we're going to go through some of the elites that, you know, they're in the elite races and go through. We were talking about it in the week as well. I listened to your podcast in the week as well. So, yeah, there's runners that are trying to do both as well. It is hard. There is a bit of dilution. Depends if you've used it as a stepping stone. I think if you're trying to peak twice, no. I think if you're trying to use it as a fitness gauge and you can step into then a little bit more training, it boosts you, yes. But depends a lot on the athlete.
And, of course, that British University Championship race was a little bit tactical as well, so they would have been allowed to ease into it, as this one is very much pedal to the metal, let's hit the splits, let's rock and roll.
So around about 5-6 athletes in this group, Ellen, so there's a lot of running to go still, and that lap's a 71.5, so we're still operating, you know, I wouldn't say way inside 30 minutes, but yeah, inside 30-minute pace.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that attack, those first 10-15 minutes from Menges are really paid now. He's dropping back, you can see there. We are now to 4 athletes at the front. The Norwegian leading the way, Tangen Goodison. He has run a very good and consistent race so far, tucked in behind the pacer. Sadio Subitio, the Israeli athlete who is at the back of this group.
We've got a very international quartet up front as well, because Songhi in there is an Italian. He's got a personal best of 29.43 as well, and his birthday on New Year's Eve, so nice celebrations for him.
But that's great. I mean, the fact that there's an international flavour, you know, in this 4th race. You know, this is the last race for a bit of a break before, you know, we come back then for the next part of tonight's show. But, you know, the fact that there's a real international flavour with, you know, some of our British athletes really benefiting from that experience, I mean, that is great to see. And I just hope Menges now can keep holding his pace, because he was so aggressive and so brilliant early on that it would be such a shame if it really fell apart now.
Yeah, you don't want to, he's alone at the minute. You kind of hope that a group behind him might sort of swallow him up and take them with him. He was there with just one other athlete. He struggled to, as you can see, stick to this group who are now charging around. You've got to keep an eye on that Italian that you mentioned, Son Zoghi. He's already run a 5K on the track personal best this year. He's got good finishing speed, and he's tucked in there nice. He hasn't taken a turn on the front yet, and you can just see him on the outside, just moving around slightly on the back of the Norwegian.
Yeah, 2:59 split, so yeah, we are keeping the momentum. 21 minutes is bang on, you know, the 30-minute pace. You can see they're ahead of that, you know, and you can see that that group is still so strong. I like seeing this in the latter stages. You've got 4 runners that are all kind of like, you know, willing to do something potentially. That, yeah, and also we can maybe see a burn up over the line.
Just drifting out. Was he grabbing a drink or was he geeing up the crowd? I don't know, but the Englishman's going to win want to win on his home turf, that's for sure, because he's got 3 internationals for company at the moment. And I just want to note on Goodison, he doesn't look all that comfortable up front. It's almost like he doesn't really want to be there. He keeps drifting out. No one's going to come through on the inside at this stage in the race. Perhaps when we're talking a K or so to go there, mate.
Well, yeah, I think he was trying to get some water, but just couldn't get his hands to it. He tried to grab at a few of the cups and decided that it wasn't worth continuing when he knows he's going to be back round in a minute's time when he takes the next lap.
Well, it's interesting, how many times would he practice that in training? Because marathoners do it because it's part of together.
Yeah, and it's not like, you know, when in road racing where you can maybe sight the water station, you know, in these long stretches halfway up the road, you can go, right, okay, I'm going to get myself into a position. With this, you've got to move out the way, sort of other athletes to get back onto the inside line, and you can see this time around this lap, he hasn't gone out and taken the water on. He hasn't taken this opportunity to do it.
Yeah, look at the crowd on the side of the barriers. There is so much going on in the infield, so much going on the barrier side, on the little grass slope as well. Such noise. Another 72.0 lap. So the pain or fatigue of the Norwegian at front abiding their time, and I've already mentioned some of them are not even looking at going to the front of this lead 4.
Well, I'll tell you needs keeping an eye on is that Bitwy in 4th place. He looks very, very relaxed. He's catching my eye, that's for sure. He hasn't made a move. Songy and Crockett are kind of jostling for position. They're up and down. They're on the inside. They're on the outside. But Bitwy's very, very relaxed. Look at him, James. Relaxed arm carry. To actually be out front, running around the track, 25 laps of the track is going to be a new experience for them.
And also, if there's a little bit of breeze out on the track, that, you know, sometimes the slowing of the pace, you know, and you can probably tell that now. Crockett has decided, let's have a look at this lap split, because we've been knocking on 72s. I think it's a bit slower this lap. Yep. Yeah, well, just a shade slower, about half a second slower than we've been operating at. 1 kilometre, slightly slower again than we've been operating at. But again, we are 8 seconds inside 30-minute pace. Yeah,
and the Norwegian has sort of maybe paid the price for, you know, sticking to the front. Maybe he should have moved out a bit further, been a bit more forceful with the athletes around him on taking a turn. He's now dropped back to the end of this group, and it is Bitwy who's on his debut, who is running really well and is conserving a lot of energy here by just sticking behind Crockett.
It was telling, the moment the move was made by Crockett, he moved straight away from being someone that was very passive on the back of the 4, that the moment the move made, as if he did feel good, that he doesn't want to miss any breaks, wants to be the first to respond. They're going to come around now, they're going to see 4 to go, mile to go. You know, as I said in some of the earlier races, they will do so many mile repeats, so many sessions where, you know, they finish at a mile or there'll be miles in the middle. This will be something they're so used to now, and they know now it's 4 classic laps of this track here at Parliament Hill, and now we're getting to the business end.
Well, he'll know what's a serious move as well. He would have been, you know, he was sitting in 4th place, he would have been looking at the athletes around him, you know, seeing their body language, and I think he knew when Crockett went to the front, it was time to get a move on. His 71 as well, so just picking it up slightly through that lap. There's Seifo Jamal, our early leader as well. He's sticking to his task though, James, and he's hanging on, and it looks like he may even get a bit of a second wind here.
I'm really impressed by this athlete. He's someone, again, that, you know, again, I've watched him develop, and, you know, I still think he's a super talent. But, you know, the fact that him and Mendes were so aggressive early on, I like that again. I like to just see a little bit of enthusiasm. Sometimes it doesn't always pay off. But I think if he was to sit in a pack, and I think if he'd have sat back in the pack, he might still be in this leading group.
Well, and he's going to push on by the Israeli there, and Menges as well, the long-time leader, those two working together. And, yeah, they haven't faded completely. Haven't come off, and they certainly haven't dropped out when it probably, you know, that probably was going through their mind at one point. But now they know they're into the final stages, the closing stage of this race. 3 or so laps to go for these gentlemen.
Yeah, so keep an eye on the lap split. The last lap was 71, it picked back up. I get a sense it's not picked up too much, and yeah, it's another 71. It just died off a little bit from the previous lap. So we are still operating inside that 30-minute pace. I think we're going to get a sub-30. I'm going to put my neck on the line and say that's going to happen.
The race.
Because I think there's going to be a fast last lap. I think our 66.8 fastest last lap is going to go in this, and that's going to take us inside, I'm going to say, around about the 29:40 mark.
Yeah, I think there's men in this lead group of 4 who have conserved energy over the last probably four laps, maybe the last mile. And now we're starting to pick it up. I'd say maybe apart from the Norwegian who had a brilliant spell on the front, I'd say these 3, the other 3 definitely have a big last kilometre in them, and it is the Italian who takes to the front.
Well, they've all taken their turn at the front, Ellen, except Bitwy, and is he just going to drift back round Crockett? Crockett's got, you know, he's got the home crowd on his side. Can he use that to his advantage as well?
Well, he's almost made that same move again. Whoever goes into the lead, he just decides, I'm going to be the first person on their heels. They're going to come up, they're going to see 2 to run. They won't hear the bell yet. That will be for the last lap. And interesting, the long-time leader's got back in there, Matt.
Well, he has, and he's looking better. I mean, this is the thing about 10,000. How many times you go through different phases in the race, and here he goes. He's pushing on now. It is Gunderson. This is a big move. This is a bold move. He didn't want to wait till a lap to go. He's decided to go early. He may have seen Bitwy, see how he was feeling, filled him out, and just thought, you know what, I need to make a surge now, because he's looking very, very relaxed.
2 seconds ago, I was saying anyone in this group bar the Norwegian is in with a chance of winning it, and it is the Norwegian who has has got second wind, he goes. But look who once again is glued behind him. Vittu is right there, as is the Italian. But Vittu has made this move every time someone has looked behind and gone, do you want to take a turn? He's gone, no thank you, I'm happy here, I'm going to stick here. And now he's the one who potentially, as you see, the Norwegian grimace once again. You say that, he has opened up maybe the slightest gap. Vittu not as glued to him as maybe he'd like. But I just think Vittu's got the advantage here of having not taken a turn on the front, having been able to conserve his energy, and he does, in comparison, when you look at his face, look quite sort of cool, calm and collected in comparison to the two either side of him.
So 28.33, that was a 66 lap, so that's the quickest lap we've had, and that was a penultimate lap. That is why things are blown apart in this race number 4. That's why Crockett got blown out the doors on that last lap, and I tell you what, you know, this is... Gunnarsson is turning on the afterburners. This is going to be a special last half mile. This is a brilliant run from the Norwegian, who we thought was down and out. He's put the burners on, and he is absolutely cruising here. Well, he has a personal best set 2 years ago, and he wanted to improve that. Will he have done enough? The personal best, the mark he's looking for, 29.58. Well, he should be well in here. We thought maybe that was why he'd stick behind Jonathan Escalante Phillips, stick behind the pacemaker, run a very smart race, and it looks like he's done that. He looked behind himself and said, you know, you guys take a turn. He wanted to save energy, and look at the timing.
Well, he's going to enjoy this now. He's going to absolutely obliterate his PB, is Gunnarsson. He looks hands aloft. Well done to him, the Norwegian. 29.35, a 62.4 last lap. Credit to Songi and Vittu as well. They must have rallied over that last lap as well. 2.43 last K, James. And now we're starting to get into the realms of elite distance running. I mean, this guy was a talent. He was a prospect. 29.58, Ellen, you're right, it was his PB. He ran that age 19.
Well, he's just run a 2:09 last 800 metres, so last half a mile, you know, kind of 4:20 mile pace, but 62.4 last lap. Having looked, you know, not dead and buried, but looking leggy with a few laps to go. Crockett was the one that was looking the best, and he ended up finishing 4th over those athletes. Vittu looked great, but just couldn't quite close at the end, and yeah, that last K pulled so much time back, and we said that might be the case.
I'll tell you, mentality is everything. I mean, the change in mentality, I would love to hear his post-race interview, because I can imagine at one point he was having some negative thoughts, he was hanging on for dear life, but then he just kind of surged, and even when he surged, he didn't look like he was full of running, but I think he just got the confidence. He felt the others really struggling around him, and he just built and built and built from there. And look, James, the crowd, and Ellen, the crowd carried him over that last lap as well.
Oh, absolutely. You can see Vittu just walk off there, looking maybe slightly confused. I'm not sure he expected that from the Norwegian in the end.
Well, he was covering everything and everyone, and he almost looked like he was controlling the race. You don't have to be at the front to control a race sometimes. You can almost have a dominance of almost the confidence in your moves. And that's what he looked like. He looked like he was holding the race back for him almost to win, you know, at his own ease. But then, you know, Gunnarsson turned on the afterburners, and when you can run a 66 penultimate lap and then still run a 62 last lap, that is phenomenal running. Look, he looks delighted. I tell you what, when you run that fast, you're allowed to run a speed suit.
Well, this is it. And I think, you know, as you get to a high level, James, you learn that you can only win races with a close, no matter how good you are, no matter how good you are at running even splits. To truly go out there and win a race, you need to be able to close. And this young man, he does, still only aged 21 years old, 29.35. Congratulations to him. It's worth keeping an eye on the European under 23 10,000 meter qualification is 29.20. So he's just outside that, but I'm sure he may well have another crack later on in the season.
Yeah, so that's Erik Tegan Gunnarsson. Take a bow, because you have put on a great show. And again, 25 laps was full of drama. You never knew who was going to have it. And, you know, the lead changed so many times. And that, well, yeah, that sustained speed over the last 2 laps, that was super impressive. And, you know, we'll look out for Will Bryan's time as well. Some of these athletes that are, you know, talking to each other. Look, the camaraderie of runners is such a big thing here, whether they're international, whether they're local to us here. You know, it's a massive, you know, kind of thing of what is our sport, Matt?
Well, we're going to get the replay now, just coming to you on screen as we see them start. But you're absolutely experience. And you know, they've done a 10,000. It's like those who finish a marathon. We see famous images of when they come down the mile at the end of the marathon, all sharing that kind of pain and suffering and achievement. But look at these early leads, Menges and Jamal. They really took it to the race. They suffered a little bit themselves. We'll see. We'll try and bring the results to you. I mean, I can say Menges held on for 4th, which is a huge achievement. 30.17, came right through again, because he did fade a lot further back than that. And yes, 29.35 was the winning time. So this was the move. This was when the lead pack, I guess, ate Menges up and decided to just push on just after that 5K mark as Escalante Phillips dropped out, Ellen.
Yeah, and it was the Norwegian who was glued behind him for so long. He said before that he wanted to improve on his personal best. He ended up doing that, despite looking slightly pained as he was joined by 3 other contenders, 2 of which athletes who have come from aboard to race here tonight alongside Thomas Crockett. The Italian took a turn on the front, Crockett took a turn on the front as the Norwegian slipped to the back. The Israeli in the middle, Bichu, we always thought he might do something, but it was a late surge with 800 meters to go from the Norwegian.
I think, you know, when you go, you just got to go, haven't you, James? And I think, you know, he knew, you know, there would have been question marks, can he keep that going? But I think on the last lap, and once he got that gap, he really, the confidence is going to build.
And it's deceptive as well. That last lap did not look as quick as the 62, but I think he really enjoyed the atmosphere. I think he earned that race, having done a lot of the early work. You know, he was absolutely delighted crossing the line. And, you know, to have an international winner in race 4, massive lifetime best. He will never, ever forget his experience here at Parliament Hill. And he gets an upgrade for next year's race as well.
He absolutely does.
Well, hello and welcome to Parliament Hill in North London for an athletics meeting with a bit of a twist. Dubbed the Glastonbury of running, this is the night, the 10,000 metre PB and one of 5 on-track nights events for this year. Well, we have a world-class field assembled here tonight to do a dance of 25 laps around this track. You can see them, they're all getting ready and warmed up. We have so much that you are going to look forward to tonight. Of course, we have races, we have live music, we have DJs, we have acrobats going on. The ability for you guys coming down here as well to get up close and personal to the athletes. You can stand in lane 3 and almost, I say almost, touch the runners as they go round. And we have something special. We have our lactic tunnels of love, okay, as well. You probably don't know what I'm talking about, but you will throughout the course of this evening. Expect some really fast times as well. Well, guys, if you are watching, do stay with us because we have a bit of an athletics party to bring you. And as I mentioned, we've already been here throughout the day today and we've been blessed with some glorious weather here in North London. For once, the summer, I'm going to say, has finally graced us. We've had a lot of 10,000 metre races already. We have some 800 metre races still to come before we round out this evening with the 2 big races. They're also UK Athletics Championship races. A lot of the athletes here today are A, looking for fast times, B, looking for World Championship qualifiers for later in the summer, and there's also some prize money on offer as well if you win the race, come second and third, and if you beat those meeting records as well. So lots to look forward to this evening. And we have 3 commentators who, if you have tuned in already this afternoon, you'll know who they are already. Ellen Ellard, Matt Seddon and James Thee are all standing by. And I believe, guys, you've had a bit of a party already. And what are you expecting from later on this evening? I mean, I'm going to go and chat to some people in the crowd, get up in person with a couple of influencers that I've seen as well, and have a pretty good time. But guys, how are you feeling? Lovely to see you.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Rachel. It has been an absolutely phenomenal start to this programme, and I tell you what, it's a programme that is only going to get busier and better. I mean, we compare the times to last year. We are up in every single race, Ellen, haven't we been so far? But not just the times, the drama, the theatre that's been out there for 25 laps in each of the races has been great, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been exceptional, and it's what we come to expect here in Highgate, and it's going to keep coming. Like Rachel said, we've got a brilliant evening of racing to come. We've got, of course, 2 more of the 10,000 metre races then before we get to the championship. So 4 10,000 metres races to come, including, as Rachel said, those championship races for the men and the women, the World Championship trials as well. This year, for the first time, we also have 4 800 metre races for the juniors. We have an under-17 race and an under-20 race, and as well, when we get closer to time, we'll take you through the qualifying standards, because it is, Rachel said, of course, for the seniors, a busy summer with the world champs, you know, people looking for qualifying marks. Obviously, we're now in that Olympic window as well, but also for the juniors, we have the European under-23s and the European under-20s, and there'll be athletes in those 800 metre races who will be looking for standards and looking for timings. But you can see on your screen now, the women are lining up for our women's B race. This is the first time the women are going to grace the track, and I just love this kind of hour, this golden hour at Highgate. It's just looking stunning out there, isn't it?
You could certainly call it that, and it's the busiest I've seen it at this time in the evening. I mean, we know we've got a few races to come, but usually it's not as busy as this. The crowd, there they are, filing in. They're all over the infield. That's queuing up, James, for the inflatable maze, so going down very popular. That's a new addition this year.
Well, I thought you disappeared for half an hour getting food, Matt, so you were lost in the maze. And I tell you what, getting the kids involved in athletics and just showing how fun it can be, and I just love the fact the atmosphere for a 10,000 metre race will be as good as any athletics event they go to this summer, and it could get them hooked on athletics. But as Ellen said, we've got these junior 800 metre races coming up. They get experience of going through, you know, the call room, going through the process of being out running in front of a crowd. We've also been chatting in the break to the wave light guys that, you know, the wave lights are going to be set at certain times, and with some of the races we're talking about qualification for, you know, championships in the summer for the junior age group. So there is something for everyone, and as you can see, that's the lactic tunnel of love, and it's building and building building and building. I think there's going to be a common point next year. We're going to have to book a slot, aren't you? You're going to have to book a space in the tunnel. But I tell you what, you know, if you're thinking about coming down with families, you know, whether you can't get down this year, put it in your diaries for May next year. We'd love as many people with their families, with their support crews. You know, it is an event for everyone.
Yeah, there really is something for everyone. We saw some shots in the break of people in the infield, everything that's going on in there. Lots of just things to get involved with. Matt mentioned the inflatable maze. There's a really big circus theme. You know, we talk about it being like the Glastonbury of athletics, and there's lots to do, lots to get involved with. We say obviously we're going to see the athletic stars of the future. Might also be scouting out there from some of the circus stars of the future. We've seen already today a man be sandwiched between some spikes. We've seen a man go through a tennis racket, and yeah, it's just been a brilliant day so far. And it's now time to see the women take to the track for the first time over 10,000 metres. This is, well, we're talking both the senior races that we've got coming up, the championship races, the depth of talent that we've got in them, but also in this race as well. And very similar to the men's races we've already seen today, the depth of international talent that has come through as well. There's a lot of names that we'll be mentioning, particularly as you'd imagine, we'll start to drift to the front. Who are the international names who have come through today?
Well, absolutely. And away they go then in this women's race. We've seen the men, they've had their turn. And now it's over to the women. We've got one more women's elite race after this as well. Let's just bring you the paces, because, you know, James mentioned the wave lights. We've been talking about it all evening already, but 33.55 and 35.30 are the two paces today. Quite a contrast. We haven't actually seen that so far in the program. The wave lights have often been maybe 30 seconds apart usually, but today, you know, they're looking at, you know, pretty much a minute 30 apart, James. So quite a contrast in the wave light tech today. Yeah,
there is a big divide. I think that's the amount of, you know, athletes in this race number 5 for us. But this is the women's B race, isn't it? So, you know, Georgie Garrett winning last year 33.59, but we're expecting in that first lap, you know, just inside 75 seconds, shows that, yeah, we're going to be a lot quicker this year, or expecting a lot quicker. Again, the depth in the A race shows that there is just so many people wanting to be in the A race. They just can't accommodate everyone. It doesn't work like that. But that means the B race then becomes huge quality. Rebecca Johnson is the pacemaker. Highgate Harriet wearing their other, I'd like to say, their away
Turner,
strip.
Away strip.
Yeah, this is it. And no one actually wanting to follow her just yet, so it's very interesting. She doesn't look to be on the lights, that's why. The athletes know that the red lights are going to be 33.55, so they're going to stick to there. And I think Johnson's just going to have to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, it's Rachel Wiseman who's the athlete behind her. Well, she's gone off very, very quickly. She's debuting on the track, but she has a road personal best of 35.42. It's already running well within that. She's clearly got some confidence to stick to the back of the pacer, but it is, well, she is the lone athlete who has decided to take up that early pace. And like you said, Matt, you know, we've got to keep an eye out for the wave light technology, and as they go through that tunnel of love, you can see how far back it is, and it is a pacer who has gone off very quickly here, well ahead of the lights.
And you know what, she may well have had a discussion with Weiser beforehand, because it looks like Weiser's very happy to be in behind her, and they may have just had a little chat on the start line and just said, look, I'm looking for a little bit quicker, can you take me around? They've got the lights, leave them to it. So up the front though, through an 82, and that's a little bit more like it, so they are settling down a little bit.
Yeah, and you, I mentioned that, you know, there is a depth of international talent here, and the athlete who is glued to those red wave lights and is leading this trailing pack here is Ines Hamoudi of France. She's 21 years old. She's got a personal best of 34.16, and she's one of the ones that we had highlighted before the race of one of the athletes who would be well up there. But it's Rachel Wiseman who's currently the only athlete sticking to that early pace.
Yeah, I mean, Rachel's in decent enough shape, 16.16 in the podium 5K race in Leicester. So, you know, that was a decent one. 12th at the Inter-Counties cross-country, so good endurance there by the Basildon athlete. She's a master 40, so, you know, laying down some really quick times. But you know, I remember back in 2014, a certain Joe Pavey, so won the A race as a Masters athlete. So, you know, you can run very fast into your latter years if you've taken good care of yourself.
Oh, I mean, look, Kipchoge's testament to that, isn't he? Isn't he going on 40? We saw Mo Farah at the London Marathon as well. Age is no object really in this day and age. Athletes being able to continue in this sport much longer than previously recognised.
Yeah, and we see now they are more onto the lights. Sometimes it does take a little bit of time for those lights to even themselves out, and now it's Wiseman who's still slightly ahead of it. Maybe she's just had a quick chat with the pacemaker and just drawn it in slightly. But they are now on those red lights, and there's a pack of probably, would you say, about 6 or 7 there trailing behind, and right at the back is Emily Moyes, the steeplechaser who started to make her way up, to make the steps up onto the longer distances. This is her first track 10K, but she's run a good 5K recently, and she's in a nice position at the back of that second group there.
Yeah, Inez Hamoudi is the athlete that's giving chase in the green. There's a strong Leeds City contingent as well. You can see there the blue vests with the gold bands across the centre. You see 3 of those athletes are right in that group there, Matt, aren't they? They're such a strong team on the men's side. Talked about them earlier, but women's as well. You know, they're one of the strongest clubs in the UK, aren't they?
Oh, we said before, real strength in numbers, these sorts of clubs, and it is just a centre point. And even people who live just outside of Leeds, they will join that club because they want to be a part of it. They want to be a part of those road relays teams, those national cross-country winning teams as well.
Yeah, one of the Leeds vests in there is Camilla McNesby. She has a personal best of 34.06 on the road, and yeah, she'll be one of the athletes to keep your eyes on.
Jenny Walsh is right there as well. She's, I mean, you know, a quality runner, hasn't she, on almost every single surface, and she's no stranger to the 25 laps of the Parliament Hill track here at night of the 10,000 metre PBs. And if you're joining us on British Athletics, on European Athletics, or on running, a very warm welcome. This is race number 5. Do stay with us. We have some absolutely cracking races happening on the track now, but going on into the evening, we finished with 2 A elite races where we're going to be challenging World Championship qualifying times. We could be getting towards the 27-minute barrier in the men's. We're looking at breaking the 31-minute barrier in the women's race for the first time, and it is just building and building. And I think this is testament. The event started back in 2013 by Ben Pochi and his Highgate Harriers team, where they watched the British champs the year before, and I think only 1 female athlete finished in the trials. I think that was the trials for the Olympics. And it was, this can't continue, this has to change. And they decided, and has been the British Championships ever since. So these athletes, obviously the quality of British athletes in the A race, you know, they will be taking the podium positions, but you know, the amount of British athletes in this B race just shows what an impact they've had in the sport in just 10 years.
Yeah, they've made 10,000 metre running sexy, haven't they? They've made it something that you want to be involved in. This is an event that I remember sort of growing up and people saying, also particularly over the years when I started to make the steps into becoming a senior athlete, you know, people saying, come on, this is the event you want to be at. And it made 10,000 metres, particularly on the track, which is something you don't see around very often. You know, even at county champs level, it's hidden away on a different day. It's never really in the spotlight, but this is a day, this is an evening where 10,000 metre running on the track is prime in the spotlight. And it's great that this year, you know, last year we had the MC Carr Mile, the Millicent Fawcett Mile. This year we've got the 800 metre races. And when you look at the athletes who will come through that, who might be the athletes in 5-10 years time that we see on the track, you know, you can see there Jennifer Walsh. She was actually the English school senior champion over 800 metres back in 2011, and here she is, you know, probably sat in about 4th back there. You can see her just towards the outside in the Leeds vest. You know, these are athletes that we'll see later on, you know, around just after 8 o'clock when we see the 800 metre races, who we'll see in the future racing the track over 10K.
I think you're absolutely right, and do you know what? I think this is actually the only real opportunity globally to run a 10,000 of this caliber for this level of athlete. To be honest with you, you can go anywhere in the world and you're not going to get crowds like this, an atmosphere like this, you know, if you're at this level, and even the elite level. You know, athletes who have competed at the Olympic Games, the World Championships, I'll be interested to hear their thoughts after, because I bet you this is one of the best atmospheres that they're going to compete in.
Yeah, and we talk about the youngsters who will be doing well later on. It is the French youngster who's starting to bridge the gap here, Hamoudi. She's only 21 years old, and she's the athlete who is taken up the gauntlet and the chase on Rachel Wiseman, trying to get back up there to the pace. So Wiseman just on the end of those red wave lights, which are going around at 33.55 pace. Walsh is in there as well. The 2 Leeds athletes are the ones who are pulling along here, but it is the French youngster who's decided to bridge the gap.
Yeah, Alice Gardner's the other athlete in there in the Aldershot vest. Again, we talked about Aldershot being such a powerhouse, and she's only 20, represented Great Britain multiple times at junior age group over the cross-country European champs. So, and with a 16:23 lifetime best from, I think it was last year, she's made a jump forward. Then there's no reason why she can't be in close to 16-minute shape, which then would translate to around about the 33.5-minute mark, which that's what they're operating at. So this would be great for a B race. You
know, we are in the early stages here, but we talk about, you know, you've just mentioned it, and I'm looking down the list here. A lot of these women in this group are around the mid-34 personal best, maybe even the later stages of 34, and we've said so many times, you know, you just don't get the opportunities to race on the track in 10,000 metres, and particularly if you're going to be the only woman turning up to a 10,000 metre race at a county champs, it's not really that attractive. Whereas given an opportunity to race in a big pack of a really strong field of obviously British women, you've got a sprinkling of international talent as well. This is a really great place to race. You know, they don't call it night of the 10,000 metre PBs for nothing. There will be, I predict, I'm going early on this one, a lot of women in this group who will come home with PBs tonight.
Well, there we are then, 3K in just outside 10 minutes, so that would get them around about 33.20. So up at the front, they're operating way inside that 33.55, which is where those pace lights were supposed to be. So it's very good running at the moment. I'm interested to see how this plays out. But Ellen, you were talking about it's an opportunity for them to race on the track and against one another, but also they're used to running in mixed races, women, especially when we look at the road team, the mass participation road team. So, and often mixed races, they won't count as qualifying times. And we know that the introduction of actually being allowed to take road 10K times now for, I mean, I guess it's not so important in this race, but for the Worlds and Olympic Games, but it has to be in kind of a female-only race, and this is one opportunity to do it. Yeah,
exactly. They provide such a brilliant opportunity, a brilliant athletics opportunity, a brilliant athlete experience here at Night of the 10,000 metre PBs. Ben does an incredible job, and, you know, you can see already, look at how built up it is. We mentioned it earlier. Through I think it was probably race 3, I remember looking over my shoulder, and I don't think this time last year, and even obviously in the years before, we've seen it this built up at this time. The atmosphere is absolutely bouncing, and these women will be feeding off it.
Yeah, they absolutely will be, and they've done that for the first 3 kilometres, 10:06 roughly with that 3-kilometre split, so slowed slightly, but that first lap 75, that's where a lot of the opening running, but it's the French youngster that looks like she's closed the gap to Wiseman.
Yeah, she has now. Jennifer Walsh well in there though. She's tucked in nicely. She's just taking that inner line while the French woman's on the outside, and this is a brilliant position for the 2 Leeds athletes, sort of working their way back up to Rachel Wiseman.
Yeah, Hamoudi's run, you know, just outside 34, but I think she's, you know, they're operating way inside that at the moment, and I just hope the next few laps they can just clip out. They're running about 80 seconds, 81 seconds per lap. They need to kind of, you know, consolidate now as a group, rather than it be too, you know, kind of you know, split up and splintered.
I was going to say, James, it is splintering quite a lot, and we're starting to see, you know, there's 3, and we haven't even hit halfway yet. So I think it's going to be a lonely ride, an 83-second lap. They're just tagging on to the pacemaker there. We know they've gone well out ahead of the lights, which is interesting. It's interesting the lights, you know, if they knew this caliber of athlete was turning up today, that they didn't program them to perhaps go a little bit quicker. So the athletes might be a bit frustrated in that, but hopefully, you know, that pacer, Rebecca Johnson, can actually carry them at least to 5K and maybe beyond. But we got a race within a race here, Ellen.
Yeah, and we did question it earlier why the pacer had gone off so quickly. Maybe that's something they had in mind. Maybe, you know, when they were looking at it later on towards the end of this week, they might have gone, well, actually, we can see we've got a slightly higher caliber of athletes who are wanting the pace further than we might have expected. So we're going to put our trust in the pacers. We've seen them already this week or today be so brilliant. You know, the team that Highgate have put out, not all Highgate runners of course themselves, but they're wearing the Highgate bibs, and they've done a brilliant job of pacing and guiding these athletes to, you know, the PBs that they deserve, and I'm sure we'll see no different here in this race.
The strength of the women supporting this race now probably asks the question of there's probably going to be a C race and even maybe a D race in the next couple of years. It's just, but we can end up starting a little bit earlier. But I think there's definitely going to be a case now, because obviously you talked about the standards. You can see it's getting a little bit chaotic now, but that is just purely the number of athletes that want to be in this event. But obviously there has to be, that divide between the A race and, you know, the second race, and, you know, at the moment maybe there's a case for a C race.
Yeah, look how early we are in the race. Probably I'd say maybe it was 2 or 3 laps ago this group of women lapped their first lap runner, and it's one of those things where you wouldn't see that in the men's race, because obviously we have so many more men's race. You know, we've already had 4 before this one tonight, where, you know, it's more spread out and it's more, you know, suited and seeded to the athletes. And, you know, you don't want to be running too far out into the, you know, lane, what would be 3 or 4. We've got a brilliant MC having the time of his life over there. But, you know, they don't want to be drifting too far out every lap, which is what it looks like they're going to have to do at the minute. So I wouldn't be surprised if in the next couple of years we do see Ben expand it.
And we got to shout out Pete Scott James, because he is the MC of the athletics world. He's an absolute legend. And how many years has he been kind of jazzing up athletics, you know, from trackside?
He gets older every year in age, chronologically, but seems to get younger in how much energy he has. Whatever Pete has for breakfast, I think we all need a Peter Scott breakfast. So, and there he is on the screen. He's got a megaphone. He doesn't need the megaphone, though. If you ever heard him speak,
he's not using it. He's got it tucked under his arm, hasn't he?
Need it. He has such energy. He knows everyone. He can rap a song about you off the top of his head. I don't know if he's ever done that, but
it looks like he's hassling a few customers, if you like, viewers on the side, and wanting to get them involved as well.
But going back to the race, these are nice problems to have. The fact that there's so many athletes. As I said, we go back to that story that, and it wasn't, you know, that there was only one athlete. Now we've got too many athletes that want to run in the same race, that now it demands more races. This is what Ben and his team have built, and it's just great to see. And the fact that people are travelling from France, from, you know, all around Europe, all around the world, to want to be in these races, you know, that's a real special thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we've already mentioned it tonight. Obviously, the French woman you can see in the green there, we've already said she's only 21 years old. In the trailing group, we've got 2 20-year-olds. This is an event that is drawing a really young crowd as well, and it's not, you don't want it to be hidden away. You want the youngsters to come out here and have a chance to race. And, you know, we mentioned it before, in years gone by, you might be maybe 27 debuting on your track, you know, over 10,000 metres, because you're focused on your 1500s, maybe then your 5Ks, and have a couple of years in each before stepping up. This, in the modern age, you know, we've spoken about it, you know, there's youngsters going out and doing marathons, there's youngsters here on the track, proving that they want to be here and they want to make this their main event. They want to focus on the longer distance, and it's exactly what Ines Sanudi is doing here. And so I think that's drawing a bigger crowd as well.
Well, yeah, the event's just glamorised it, hasn't it? It's glamorised 10,000 metre running. I think if you're a spectator coming here today, you come down, maybe you're 16 years old, and, you know, you tell your mum and dad, you know what, I want to be involved in that race, and you maybe forget about the 800 and the 1500 a little bit.
Well, they're heading down the back straight. This will be the halfway split. So, you know, as I said, you know, the pacer, you know, Johnson has done a great job to get them to this point. I know it's been difficult. She's had to have a look over her shoulder a few times, but it is inside the 17-minute kind of time that we were looking for. There we go. It's a 3:25-kilometre split, so 16:57. So we are on the pace to run faster than we did last year for the women's B race. But it's a case now of they need to stay together as a group, and there's just a bit of a gap to the pacer, Matt, isn't there?
Yeah, and it's been a gap all race long. It's like they just can't get on her. The pacer's maybe not checking her shoulder, but do you know what? She is kind of acting as a bit of a dangling carrot at the moment. She's keeping them going. They're running the right pace. They just happen to be 5-10 metres off her, and I don't think it's the end of the world. She looks as though she may be dropping out soon, so maybe kind of one last surge. But yeah, Hamoudi, first time I've kind of seen her grimace a little bit. She might just be struggling. Walsh looks very, very relaxed, as those two maybe just starting to ease away from Wiseman. But yeah, definitely these three in the running for the win in this one.
Well, you can see how hot it is out there just off Hamoudi's face. The sweat already dripping off her brow. And it is the young French woman in the lead. Walsh absolutely stuck to the back of her. And Walsh is holding that sort of slightly inner position. She's stuck to the inside of the track, which obviously now she'll have to move out as they come past these the lap runners ahead of them. But you've also got to think that the pacemaker, she's doing a brilliant job to guide them around so many lap runners as well, and that's a tricky job in itself.
Yeah, Rebecca Johnson's had a really good year already. She ran 9:11 indoors. This is the pacemaker herself, and you know, she's a sub 4:20 1500-metre runner, as well as, you know, she almost broke 16 minutes for 5K last year. So she herself is moving up distance in terms of, you know, great speed, great strength. wouldn't be surprised how she's paced this, that she might be pacing this with half an eye on racing it next year.
Well, this is exactly what we've spoken about, isn't it? Hannah Viner, who's in this race, she was the pacemaker last year on the B race. She did a brilliant job. She's then decided this year, I enjoyed it so much, I want in, and she's doing that now. So I think, you know, particularly if you are a high gate athlete, you want to, obviously you want to support, you want to wear your club vest, and you want to do your duty for the club, and that is. I remember last year Hannah was handing out all the, you know, the press bibs and helping with the photographers before she went and did her pacemaking duties. The club, you know, the athletes in the club do feel it's their duty to help out, help put on this event, support Ben in everything he does. But you want to get in and you want to have some fun as well. I mean, you know, watching this, I'm sure we all want to hop on the track again. But, you know, these pacemakers all want to do it, and they want to give it their best shot and do it themselves as well.
Well, I think you're definitely right, and it's you can see how she's gone beyond 5K now, so she is looking to maybe get a little bit of practice in for next year. She looks very, very relaxed. We often see people do it with the marathon, don't we? You know, see if they can get a pacing gig up to 20 miles or so, just to experience, you know, fueling and what it's like in those latter stages. So I think she looks like she's definitely going to get them to at least 6-7K.
She's bounding along and almost looks full of energy.
She might finish.
I mean, in terms of, like, you know, looking comfortable, the only thing I would say is that the athletes just can't quite just get onto the back of her right where they probably need to get the maximal benefit. I mean, you know, a pacer themselves is, you know, kind of, you know, a few things, as in, you know, set an economic pace, but also when it's a little bit breezy, you want them to cut the wind for you. You want that that slipstream, and if they're just a fraction in front, it can make it a bit more challenging.
Certainly, and they're kind of running at that absolute red line where to raise it would just kind of push them beyond. And there she goes, she drops out bang on 6K, 82s, and it's going to be interesting to see what, you know, what they do over the next few laps. Will it slow a little bit before we see that kind of, you know, rise in pace towards the end of the race? But Hamoudi, you know, technically, I know she's had the pacer, but she's been doing a lot of the hard graft herself, and Walsh can actually get so close. If you look at Walsh's stride length, very, very short, very efficient, maybe suited to these longer distances. We know she came from that 800-meter background, but you look at her stride and you think she's going to be able to keep that cadence going all day long, and that's why she can get so close to Hamoudi.
She's actually got a road personal best set back in 2014 of 34.43, and with the way Walsh is powering along here,
she's going to smash that.
She's going to smash that, but the fact that that was set almost 10 years ago now.
And as we mentioned in the earlier races, there are obviously casualties here, and people that it doesn't go to plan, and they have to step off and come back to fight another day. It could be having a niggle, it could be, you know, having an energy issue. So yeah, it's just a tough one out there sometimes.
Well, yeah, that was Heather Townsend who stepped off. She actually ran London Marathon this year, 2:37, and she took 18 minutes off her personal best running that. And you've just got to think, you know, we'll talk about it later on in the race with in our, you know, the women's race, the women's championship race, you know, with Sam Harrison, like how long you actually need to recover. And it's not, you know, it's not one size fits all. And you do wonder, you know, that was only what 3 weeks ago now. Was it a bit too soon for her?
Well, it's not just, you know, physical stress, it's also emotional. You come off that high. I mean, London is one of those events where the adrenaline's pumping. And I know immediately after, you're just buzzing. You feel like you can attack the world, but I think it catches up with you about that 2 or 3 week mark, James, doesn't it? And coincidentally, that is literally now. Yeah,
you can almost have this kind of honeymoon period after.
Yep.
You feel great, you're on the, you know, the top of the world, and the body kind of forgets it a little bit. You rest for a bit, you start back running, and you almost kid yourself you're okay. And it's almost now, it just settles in, and there's no hiding in a 10,000-meter track race. The moment your legs start to go, every bit of fatigue that you built during a marathon will just jump on you, because training sessions never quite replicate to the absolute maximum effort you'll go to in a race, even if you tell them to, because you can't, between a marathon a few weeks ago and a 10K now, go to that maximal effort. And it is sometimes, but there are athletes that will pull it off, and you know, we could see Sam Harrison run phenomenally later, but yeah, sometimes it doesn't. But this race right now is fascinating. We've got 3 athletes. It'll be interesting to see where they are on the next split in terms of kilometres, see whether we have, you know, maintained that 34-minute pace or just inside, or whether it has slowed down having lost the pacer.
well, this will be, I believe, the, I was going to say the 7K, but that's going to be round on the other side on the bend there. So another 82. So they are still hovering around like that 3:25 mark. It's interesting dynamic here, and this is perhaps where the inexperience of track 10Ks for these women steps in. I mean, Hamoudi seems content on running on the outside of lane 1. Walsh inside of her, and Wiseman, for some reason, just wants to run round just on the outside of Walsh as well, when she could just relax and just tuck in on the inside of me. I've mentioned it time and time again, it's 7 meters a lap if you run round in lane 2. Okay, she's not in lane 2, but she's in lane, James, you know this, 0.5.
Anyone that knew me when I raced, I'd only go outside lane when I was overtaking, but yeah, we used to call it the lane 0.5. So yeah, I mean, for a 10,000 meter race, it is, you know, much more economical to sit in. But actually, if you're coming from a road background, do a lot of road races, you're quite used to running in a kind of an open...
In your own zone, yeah.
In your own zone. So, and some athletes also don't like, you know, what is the hill recovery of other runners, and they quite like to see where they're going. So, I mean, if you find you're comfortable in that and you're happy with that, it doesn't make a huge difference. But it is a little bit of an add-on.
I think you're right, and I think it also depends how you train. A lot of these women, I mean, they're at the level where they probably do train alone. They may jump in with some male counterparts, you know, especially you look at Jenny Walsh at Leeds AC. There's going to be plenty of people for her to run with, but you know, they'll be fitting in, running around their jobs. They're all full-time. They do a terrific job, you know, knocking out 80-90 mile a weeks, you know, around full-time work, you know, 9 to 5s, and a lot of it will be solo, so they won't be used to kind of running this close to people.
Well, Wiseman has moved well up onto the shoulder now of the French athlete. Is she just going to tuck back in there as they go through?
Hamoudi seems content on just holding the lead. She doesn't want anyone else to come around and share it. She wants to be at the front. She wants to control the pace. She's doing a good job at the moment, but surely you'd just happily let someone come around for a lap or two.
And they're going to have a bit of traffic now again, because I think they've gone back on the kind of circuit of, you know, lapping people again. So, and you can see there's almost a train of athletes. So again, there's a skill to, you know, to the gaps and kind of going up and down gears to make sure. What you don't want to be doing now is fartlecking, as in going too fast, too slow in between speeds. And also that guesstimate of whether a runner's going to pull out or make room for you or not. But yeah, it makes it a little bit more challenging. But I tell you what, Gamoudi's really impressed me the last few laps. I mean, she's only 21 years of age. She's operating way inside her road personal best. This is her first track 10K. But she's, you know, she looks in pain. It doesn't look easy, but, you know, you've got the youngster 21-year-old against, you know, the master 40 Wiseman. This is experience versus youth at the moment.
Well, you say it's experience versus youth. It is actually the youngster who has the on-track experience for a 10,000 metre. The other two on their debuts on the doing the laps, churning out the 25 lappers.
smile, and there's fireworks, Ellen, with 100 metres to go. Jenny Walsh is into the home straight.
There's that 800-metre speed. There's the smile. She might be reliving that 800-metre gold from English schools in her head right now. Look at the way she's charging. She's absolutely flying. That's unbelievable from Jennifer Walsh.
The last lap.
What a finish. Incredible. And she has absolutely smashed her personal best. It was set on the road, 34.43, and she's taken the best part of 40 seconds off that.
A nice 71-second last lap as well. And I tell you what, there were fireworks before the bell, there were fireworks of 100 metres to go, and then the fireworks in the last 50 metres. And I tell you what, I loved seeing her smile when she went into full...
That's track mode. That's track mode.
Track mode.
Yep.
Went into the gears. She knew she was going to win in that home straight.
Yeah,
I feel like once you've been an 800-metre runner, once you've been on the track, once you know you've got that speed in your legs, no matter how long ago it was, you know, 2011 it was when she won that gold medal, I guarantee you in her head she's back there running that English schools race again, and she was flying. She was loving it.
Todd Dixon used to say a miler's kick does the trick. And I tell you what, that was a very, very special kick in the home straight. And, you know, the beer that she's going to win for that will be very, very well earned. But I tell you what a race. And, you know, the young Spanish athlete that, you know, really took it to her. And I thought at one point down the back straight that, yeah, we had a change of guard in that last lap.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the second time that's happened today. You know, the long-time leader has managed to hold off the person closing on the latter stages as well. A nice little victory dance. And look at that, long-time friend Amelia Greco as well. They've been up through the age groups together. Amelia here working with obviously the event sponsor as well, congratulating her long-time friend as well. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to the night at 10,000 PBs, and I hope this sets the tone for the rest of the evening as well.
You're absolutely right, Matt. There would have been a whole host of personal bests set in that race, still being set right now, because that strong field with you know, such depth, they're still crossing the line now. You can still hear the bell sounding in the background. Athletes coming through, stopping their watches. Don't worry, we are timing you as well. So if you are looking for times, head to the on-track system, and our open track system, I should say, and check those times. Also loads of lap splits, those stats lovers out there that love going through the different kilometre splits. They're all on the open track system. But again, wherever you're joining us from around the world and around the UK, we're delighted you're joining us here for this superb event brought to you by the Highgate Harriers. And it is an event that has got so many partners, so many supporters have come on board with such support this year, Matt, haven't they? And the City of London as well. They're then going to invest £2 million in refurnishing this superb facility, and it's just going to go from strength to strength, isn't it, Matt?
Well, exactly that, and I think On want to continue to grow. I mean, they've got a huge, you know, stake in the markets at the moment in running, and they just want to keep pushing on as well. They're pretty much the leading brand in the way they're kind of being innovative, jumping on crazy events like the night at 10,000 as well. But I think that race and all the races we've had previously just highlight that the 10,000 can be thrilling, it can be interesting, and regardless of the kind of level you're watching as well. I mean, you know, we've still got the elite races to come, but we've still been spoiled with some amazing races.
Absolutely, it was the same last year as well, wasn't it? You know, we mentioned earlier that race that Dean Casey went on to win. That was, I think, my race of the day last year. Just because it was such a brilliant run from the Irishman. We see him, he's been promoted into the top race this year. And I think because they have that system where, you know, if you prove yourself in the earlier races, you can make your way up the order. There's something at stake as well. Obviously, you want to chase your personal best. You might be chasing, you know, like we're seeing with some of these under-20 women in this race, and we'll see in the 800 metres, and then of course, obviously, with the senior, elite championship races as well. You know, there is stuff on. There's, you know, there's a lot at stake. I think it just makes it so attractive to watch, and it makes everything, you know, when you've got athletes constantly fighting for personal best, constantly wanting to push themselves, it makes it a great watch.
Absolutely does. So that was race number 5 for you. We've got race number 6 off at 7:30, so just in around about 10 minutes time, and that will be the last race before we go live on the BBC Red Button.
Yeah, so much action to come, and I can't wait for those junior 800-metre races. This is going to soak up that roar. I could, you know, really feel the crowd as she crossed the line. But how did we get there in that Women's B race, race number 5. It was a fast start, 75 seconds for that opening lap. Wiseman was the athlete that really was the early aggressor to go with the pacer, Rebecca Johnson. But it was also the French athlete Hamoudi who closed that gap. But Jennifer Walsh, the whole time, Ellen, was just there and just waiting.
She was. She ran a very intelligent race just to tuck herself in behind. And Hamoudi was happy to let her. She wanted control of the race through particularly the first. And then Walsh was the athlete out of the 3 who decided to make that attack. She took control, and what a brilliant move it was as well. Rachel Wiseman, she was the early leader in the mix. And there was the moment that Walsh snuck up the inside and decided to push on with about 2 kilometres to go. And it looked like that she had it all sewn up by herself until the young Spaniard, Clara Las Helas, decided to put on a late charge. But in the end, it was Walsh who dug deep, found that 800-metre speed that she had as a youngster, and took the win in emphatic fashion.
A superb atmosphere down that home straight, and look at that. The joy of the teammates, but so many personal bests behind as well. Night of the 10,000 personal bests, and so many set in that race. So, and we've got Rachel trackside. Down to you, Rachel.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, a break in action. We've just seen some amazing action on the track there. It's like we're at some World Championship meeting here. We're not. We're on track night, of course, the night of the 10,000-metre PBs. I'm next to this legend here, Olympian Chris Thompson. Of course, he's an on athlete as well. Lovely to see you here. I mean, this is an event like I haven't been to for quite some time here. It's part of this on-track night series. They're running 5 this year. Yep. This is the second one. Tell me a little bit more about these and what they're trying to achieve by putting these races on.
I think they're trying to just continue to grow that idea and the concept of bringing spectators and the athletes closer together, bring that interactiveness, if that's even a word, I don't know. We'll go with that. And giving the athletes the opportunity, no matter what the level, club athletes, elite athletes, to run PBs, qualify for championships. Historically, this has brought some amazing races, amazing performances, athletes going on to World and Olympic Games from it. It's an absolute carnival atmosphere, as you say. A number of people have said, looked round and just gone, I can't believe this is a track and field event. I mean, behind the camera, there's people climbing, and what, the kid just jumped off the top of a climbing wall. Thankfully, they are attached to a rope, so everything's all right. It's just amazing. It's just an incredible night.
And their mission statement as well on track nights is to give a platform and you just mentioned there kind of the importance of that. Do you look around and go, this is like a world championship night and something they need to get used to if they want to be at that level?
Certainly the emotion of it. When you're on the track, it's intense. And I think a lot of athletes that go on in their career, later in their career, remember moments like these to learn from and know that that's the moment I grew in myself, confidence-wise, and to deal with big things. And I know the moment that happened for me, and hopefully some of the young kids today can run PBs, and even if they don't, they take away something from it to make them even better in the future. And who knows, we could be talking about, like London Marathon talks about the athletes that win the mini marathon, could be talking about athletes that win this event that go on to be the next big name athlete and win Olympic medals. And that's what this event hopefully will do as well as everything else. It's just, you can't put negatives to this. It's just, there's just so many positives, no matter what age and what you're coming here to do. So no matter families out there, I've brought my family as well. It's just brilliant.
My parents are coming to watch, FYI, as well. But I mentioned there's 3 continents, there's 5 races. It began in the USA. This is number 2. Then we go to France, Vienna, and then Melbourne as well. So it really does cover the world. And it doesn't just give then British athletes a chance. Tonight, there's a world-class field from around the globe. I mean, how important is it as well to transfire across the globe and go to different continents?
I think it's very important. I mean, track and field for me, I've always felt it's one of the most inclusive sports there is. Just bar none, because you just need a pair of trainers, or even can run barefoot. And I think that's where this, the going across the globe with this event just helps everyone have their own little moment of festival, their own little backstage moment. And I think it's just, it's good for the sport, and it's good for people to experience that no matter where they are. And I'd love to go to the final event in Oceania. As a beacon that can, with the series and more series, who knows, we could have so many events doing stuff like this. But I think it's just, again, it's just awesome. I'm almost lost with the amount I've talked about this event this week, the amount of interviews I've done, and I feel like I'm regurgitating that stuff, but you almost have to see it to believe it sometimes.
And you've raced this event before yourself as well, and you know, we've watched the athletes here tonight. You know, was it important for you to perform well here and get PBs and just show maybe not athletics fans? Because I think there's a lot of people around here as well that probably have never watched an athletics race before, just how great this sport is.
Definitely. I've had friends come who would never come and watch me run ordinary, if they're being honest, and they have come and watched me. I think it's so they can hurl abuse at me because they can get really close to me. But the point is that, yeah, exactly that. It's a place that's has fond memories for me of what it did and the performances I had. And people have come up to me and said, I remember when it was myself, Andy and Alex Shee had that famous finish. In 2014, I came here and had a battle royale to make a European team. I mean, there's memories like that that just stick with you, and hopefully there's loads of people getting memories like that. And for me, it's incredible. Like I say, it was a shock to my system when I first did it, and I'm gutted I'm not running, but I'm glad I'm seeing the other side of the coin so I can experience it from every angle.
Mentioned people who come people who don't really know athletics to come back next year or go to one of the other on-track nights. What would you say to them?
I would say I defy you to come here and not want to come back. It's very hard to. I think this inspires repeat customers. And again, I've spoken to a few people out there that it's their first time. A few people that came here as a runner and has come back as a spectator. You don't often, and vice versa, people that come as a spectator and come and run. I mean, that's what the event does. It makes you want to experience both sides of the coin, whether you're watching or running. And again, like I say, you bring in your family. So for a lot of people, it might be difficult to balance going to an event with young children. I've got a 2-year-old here. I don't know where he is. I'm sure he's safe. And so
his wife is here. FYI, it's fine. Yeah. He's safe.
Yeah. I'm sure. I'm confident. But my point being is that you can come here and enjoy it, and you can have the ability to watch races, dip in. I've said it before, there's climbing frames, there's all kinds of things. And yes, I will stop rabbiting on, but again, it's good. I get told off, but yeah, it's just brilliant, isn't it?
I was saying that we're underneath pictures there. Anyway, let's go to the next race. Guys, over to you.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you so much, Chris. What an absolute legend. I don't think I've ever seen a boring Chris Thompson interview. Please, could someone find like a time machine so we can just make him younger again?
And also find his child as well.
And someone find his child, because, yeah, I mean, he's just got so much energy. And one of my favourite Tomo moments, Tomo being his nickname, was when he won those Olympic marathon trials in Kew Gardens, an event organised by Tom Bedford, and it was just phenomenal. The emotions, but it just showed that, you know, he loves running, doesn't he?
Well, we talk about his child. Well, didn't he win that? Only it was a couple of days after his child was born, wasn't it? And so that seems like now if his child's 2.
Seems like 2 years ago.
Seems like it must have been 2 years ago, wouldn't it?
It was 2021. Hey, enough of Tomo. He's not pacing today, he's not running, but these boys are. Lepetre up at the front pacing alongside Ricky Harvey as well. There's Spiky Danger, Dan, man of danger.
He's not pacing.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
Exactly.
He's got a brilliant stride length.
So, Matt, take me through the pacers in this race, and also we've got the wave-like technology that will be helping the pacers and then the athletes in the latter stages.
Well, we're seeing it time and time again. I think you're going to get this as the races progress. We're getting near the pointy end of the evening, if you like. This is the last domestic race, even though there are several internationals in here as well, before the 2 elite races after the junior 800s as well. So, you know, we've got Lepetre up front pacing alongside Ricky Harvey, but again, they can't get on the lights yet. They had to muscle their way to the front. They really had to kind of lay it down over that first 200 just to hit the front. But I wish some of the runners would just relax a little bit. But I think the problem is, Ellen, what you're seeing here is the athletes are like, well, I'm on the red lights. I want to stay here. I'm not going to slow it down. So the paces just can't slow down enough at the moment. And you see Lepetru's just going to sneak inside Ricky Harvey there. Yeah, we saw that through the earlier races, didn't we? You know, we talk about the level that these men are at. There's quite a few internationals. You can see the athlete in second, the Spaniard. You know, there's still athletes, though, who aren't used to running with wave lights, and we've spoken about it time after time, how it might just be something where it just takes them a second just to adjust, get used to it. Maybe they're too focused on the lights, but I'm sure, as we've seen in the earlier races, once they get through probably the first maybe 4 or 5 laps, it'll all settle down, and it does tend to. And you know, a brilliant job from the pacemakers as always, just to try and calm it down slightly and make sure the athletes are comfortable where they want to be. And you know, for a lot of these leading men, it will be right on the red lights.
Have a look when they go in the lactic tunnel of love. There seem like there's some green strobe lights in there as well. So as the evening goes on, I would not be surprised. It's going to be like a disco in there. There's a DJ on the back straight. I mean, and you can see the light technology there. You can see obviously the red lights and the green lights. But if you look above, maybe that was just my own imagination. Yeah, I think it could be their spikes. There's a lot of bright coloured spikes out there. Here, look, 253. That is literally bang on. So they have managed to settle it down a little bit. 255 would be 29.10. So that's easy maths for those of us, you know, kind of in the run, in the sport. I guess we know that 70 seconds is 255s, and we lock in on that. I mean, Team Casey did a terrific job last year. He's now in the elite race. The youngster, he was just what, age 19 last year or 20 when he won that B race in 28.50. What they want today? Oh, it's a big race, and I know, you know, the Irish fans, and welcome tuning in from Ireland. I know you're huge supporters of this meet. A lot of the athletes that have made it over. Yeah, I mean, that was a great run by Dean Casey last year, and I just think, you know, this is that 29-minute barrier for this B race. That is one they want to get done. They want be phenomenal. Support the race, the pace, making sure it's have had a few dropouts, which is always going to be here. Results matter, and they don't tend to turn up if they're a little bit underprepared, Ellen. Yeah, the athlete who is tucked in behind the paces at the moment is Sander Bokorteren of Spain, and I wonder whether he'll play a similar game to what we saw with our Norwegian. 28.48 at Valencia. He's got a track personal best though of 29.19, so he'll know his strength, and I think he might be one of those ones where, like we saw with the Norwegian Gundersen earlier today, just stick in behind the paces, stick to the light. Maybe that's why he was one of the athletes keen to get very, very close to the lights and that inner line, because he knows he can run well under a PB. Well, you know, there's a lot of boys who go out to Valencia and a lot of people who go out to Valencia and they will run fast. I mean, in this race, I mean, 28.40 to 28.50 seems to be the kind of golden time, if you like, for these gentlemen. And then most of them actually have gone out to Valencia and they kind of hit that split. What I would say is, you know, track 10,000 is a lot different to the road, and I think, you know, acknowledging your road PB and thinking you can go quick on the track is perhaps a little bit naive. Yeah, there's also a little bit of technology involved nowadays. Some are, you know, slightly bigger responders to the technology of shoes. That's the, you know, the foam and the carbon plates in them. You know, other people do run better on the track, you know, and it suits their kind of, you know, their personality or how physical they like. You know, the track running has a, you know, a certain edge that, you know, road running just doesn't have, and there's a racing element to it as well. So, yeah, there's also experience. You know, it depends if you come from a background of, you know, fast 5,000s on the track, or, you know, we've got athletes that are coming down from half marathon to 10K here. But it's Sander Bokorteren, the Belgium athlete, that he's the fastest man, I think, or one of the fastest when I went through the kind of athletes on paper. He's run that 28.41, you know, personal best on the road. You know, so he's someone that has really good pedigree and he's also someone that's made the journey to be here. So no wonder that he's there in that luminous yellow vest, and he's got right on the back of the two paces.
He looks very smooth as well at the moment, relaxed. Obviously, he's got the experience, but someone I should probably mention is Oscar Bell, the tall figure in the red vest. That's the Hearts Phoenix vest, and coached by, of course, Andy Hobdo. He'll be here tonight on the mic, I believe, James, as well. But this man was 7th last year in the C race. He's now in the B race. Hey, how about this for a stat? 14 parkrun wins in 2022.
That is a stat. Yeah, and I had a chat with Andy Hobdo. Guess where I found him? VIP. Of course he was. I was just heading through there, obviously. Got bumped into a good friend, Darren Sinclair, former 800-metre athlete. So loads of athletes in there. Ollie Laws is in there from On. And Ollie himself, we go back years and years of running together when he was Shropshire School's best athlete that came out of there for a long time, and then went on to Loughborough. But Ollie part of On, and speaking to him and the enthusiasm, and he said he listened to the live stream and you could get the sense of atmosphere, but he said it wasn't until he got here, he said he realised, oh my God, this is just phenomenal event.
Well, the way he talks about the brand, and I guess, you know, how excited he is about the brand, has been for years. I mean, he's been involved with them for a few years now. He really has seen them grow and take the running world by storm, and, you know, I hope this, you know, this On series is around to stay as well.
Yeah, Rachel was talking about the On series, isn't it? That you know, it's heading a few different locations. So I think next up, there's obviously, you know, a strong race in Vienna, and there's a few other locations. There was one obviously going out to Australia, so
which we're available for.
Which we are definitely available for. Our eyes lit up because we can accompany Chris Thompson, can't we?
Absolutely. So just back to the action, we're going to get their 3K split the next time they're over on the far side. So after they've gone through the Lactate Tunnel of Love, but all single file at the moment, and a procession if you like, and they all know what they're doing, these gentlemen, and well, basically at the moment it's very simple for them: hug the red lights and follow the man in front. But Lepetra and Ricky Harvey doing a very good job. They're very smooth athletes. We spoke about 10K PBs. Lepetra is a 28-40 man on the roads himself, I believe, and a 342 1500 guys. So these boys well within their capabilities.
Very, very strong athlete. A real kind of talisman with the Highgate Harriers, especially with, you know, their cross country, their road. But yeah, Harvey, I'd like to say he's an Aldershot and Farnham athlete, isn't he? So
he is. Yeah, we're trying to get him to move clubs, of course. He does live and train in Bracknell, but yeah, he's just hit the front and taken Lepetra, and I'm sure we'll have more on Lepetra later as he wined and dined Paul Chilimo before this race and showed him around the track on Friday. Did a few pre-race strides with him as well.
Oh, that's just great. I saw the pictures on social media, and you don't get too many Olympic medalists come for your club meals.
And this is, I think that's just a testament to athletics. Everyone is very approachable in this sport. Athletes are very humble, and you know, the bottom line is they all share a common interest, and it's just fast. And I think appreciate the work they put in, and especially once you start reaching this level. I mean, like we said, most of the guys in this race will be semi-professional, be working full-time jobs. They respect one another. They know that to be there on that start line, you've had to put a hell of a lot of work in.
Yeah, there's loads of miles that have gone in, you know, whether that's, you know, for getting ready for a big cross-country season. Some went indoors, some have been hitting, you know, marathons, you know, half marathons. So, yeah, there's so many different ways to attack 10,000 metres. And for some, this is going to be the springboard for the rest of their summer. For some, this is their summer race. This is where their kind of track season starts and ends.
I think this is Highgate is such a brilliant melting pot of people coming into this race from lots of different, obviously, parts of the world, but lots of different either parts of their career, like you say, parts of their season. You know, are you coming from an indoor? Are you coming from a cross-country background? And it's just, the atmosphere just breeds everyone getting together and having a good time. You know, you mentioned, you know, the famous faces that we'll see on the track coming down a little bit earlier, you know, earlier this week to come and have a look around. But also, you know, just come and walk around here. And, you know, we've mentioned it a few times tonight already. Just sat on the banks, there's, you know, there's probably a few, well, we've seen already a few Olympians, former Olympians out there, you know, former British champs. You know, this is an event for athletes and they love it.
It is, and it's Konstantin Wiedel who's just on the heels of Lepetra. He just closed that gap a little bit as Ricky Harvey dropped out, and this man's on his debut track 10,000. He's got a road personal best of 29.15 in Berlin. and actually 2:13 in the marathon earlier on in the year. So you talk about that melting pot, Ellen, and this is a prime example. You know, you start your year with a marathon, he'll now move to the 10,000. He's here today competing over 10,000, and then perhaps he'll probably work down to the 5,000 towards the back end of summer, James.
Yeah, also Michael Kieman's in there as well, the Netherlands athlete, 29:01 aim. So, and I think we've got Rachel Stringer down trackside again.
Well, I'm with the mastermind behind this event, Ben Pochi. He devised this back in 2013 now. I mean, I've got to first ask, because you've had a feel already of what this event is like. What did it look like back in 2013 compared to what it looks like right now?
Yeah, I mean, at the time, 2013, it was fantastic, but it was very different. We had 150 people standing in lane 3 of the track, and at the time that was pretty special, very unique. People didn't stand on the track back then, and we had a brass band playing, yeah, I think the Rocky theme tune. But it was great. But yeah, it was 150 people, but it was great. We had, you know, it was a start point, and we had enough support for those who did it that's allowed us to progress forward. And each year, it's all the support of all that goodwill that's allowed the event to grow.
What was the why behind putting an event on like this?
Just quite simply, if you were an aspiring 10,000 meter runner, there were no real opportunities to achieve your goals in terms of getting, wasn't for me, but to get things like qualifying times for the World Championships, the Olympics. You had to fly to America, and so the goal was always, can we create an event where aspiring GB talent doesn't have to go abroad to try and get qualified? That's the point we got to after a few years, and yeah, I'm very, very proud of everyone who supported the event, everyone, all the volunteers, got all the spectators and all the athletes who've made it what it has. It's all that goodwill. It's a collective movement of people who want to celebrate their sport, and I'm eternally grateful, and it's that has got us to this, you know, which is so far removed, but it's the same people.
And I've said how I think this is an amazing event, and everyone who I speak to absolutely loves it as well. When you go home tonight after this event, you'll sit down and you'll reflect. How do you think you'll reflect on tonight's event? Because I'd say it's pretty special.
That's very cool. I think, touch wood, it's my job to worry, so I massively worry. You've got a big crowd, we've got the integrity of the race, which is paramount to me, so I can't relax. I want that last race done. I want great experiences from the athletes and the spectators. And at that point, I relax. I still don't even know half the results. It's only tomorrow I find out results, and I'll look at the footage and you get the feedback, and then, yeah, you can bask in what everyone has helped create. You know, there's so many people that make this happen. Makes me very proud to have joined Highgate Harriers in 1984 and to be part of a grassroots community that is full of so much passion.
If you're a runner or not, you need to cut yourself down to these nights in the future. The Glastonbury of running. This is what this event has been dubbed, and this man made it all possible. Ben, it's an absolute privilege to be here and just to see what you've created. And good luck for this evening. Don't stress out. Go and enjoy it, and we'll speak to you at the end of the evening. Thanks very much, Ben. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Rachel. And Ben Pochi, what an inspirational story. You can almost hear the emotion in his voice. No, actually, you can hear the emotion in his voice, because he's so proud of this event and obviously where it's come from. This is the 10th anniversary. I can't even imagine where this is going to be in 10 years' time, because it's definitely going to be on. I just hope, yeah, it just keeps building and building, as this B race is in the men's. So they've gone through the halfway mark in 14:28, so we are bang on that sub-29-minute pace. Ellen, and I tell you what, it is now splintered, isn't it?
Yeah, it has indeed. So we have the German Vettel up front. Just behind him, though, the athlete who's been sort of quietly plodding along there, Matthias Flack. He set a 3,000 metre PB earlier this year, 8:04. And he's a Norwegian, Matt, not wearing a speed suit.
He is indeed. He's gone for the more commonly known or commonly seen split shorts, I guess, on the running circuit. So yeah, fair play to him. And it's yeah, since, I mean, Ben was talking about the event, it's been all break up here, and like you said, Vidal really pushing on, Flack giving chase now. Vidal's going to be on the lights. The Petra's dropped out, and I just wonder if they're going to be able to hang on and beat Casey's time of 28:57 last year. I mean, they're bang on at halfway. It just depends if Vidal can just keep on going. It's still a long way to go in this race, to be on your own like this. Remember, Casey was in a similar scenario last year, but then he had company mainly over those last few laps, and that propelled him to that sub 29-minute clocking, which these guys are going to have in the back of their minds.
Yeah, we've spoken about it so many times, but I have to stress it again as we see that man in the middle of the screen, Lucas Nieuwenburg. He's Dutch. That means at the minute, the top 3 are all international runners, and this is race, well, technically this is race number 6, so this is the race, basically the men's B race. And the depth of talent that we are now seeing coming from overseas to race in not just the A race, but the B race as well, might mean that we have an international podium in the men's B race here at Highgate.
That's great, and that noise on the back straight, and as we are live on the On Running channel, it is great when an athlete decked out in their full kit is at the front and yeah, flying the flag, and yeah, you can see the sign on the sign. It says "Dream On," and that's exactly what Ben's done with this event. You know, he's dreamed big, but obviously the dream keeps going on, and the fact that we have On supporting it, and they are such a kind of, you know, lively running ground right now. Yes, there were green lights. I was right.
You weren't losing your mind.
I wasn't losing my mind. You saw them, right?
Absolutely. The strobe lights James is referring to, and I think that's actually to light the way. Once you get into the evening, it just gets a little bit darker. Athletes do need to see where they're going. I think a few years ago we've seen instances where the floodlights have gone out in various meets, and there's been phones, torchlights on the track to keep them going. But Vidal is now really putting his mark on this field. He's moving away from the Dutchman in second place as well, and he's just got quite a simple task here of just holding those red lights, and we're going to get his 6K split in just a little moment the next time he comes around.
Yeah, Weidel does look really good, and an athlete that's not been there night to night. Moline just steps off, lives to fight another day. And there's such a great atmosphere here. You can just hear the noise of the DJs. You can see the crowd. They're enjoying the whole atmosphere. I said every race is like a theatre production, and the theatre and the drama out on this Parliament Hill track. 25 laps per race, but it really does build, and you can see the motorbike getting those great shots that we have really close trackside. But that is the image that a lot of the spectators get here in Highgate, which you just don't get in other events.
Absolutely. And what a confident run this is on debut on track for Konstantin Vedel.
Yes, it is.
He's got himself in a brilliant position. You mentioned it earlier, Matt. You know, just the way that we saw through the early stages of the race, there was a jostling for position, trying to get onto those red wave lights, and he sort of waited it out. He was tucked in there nicely, and it's really paid off for the German.
Well, I think he moved at the right time as well. He kind of made his move and decided he was going to commit to these lights as soon as the pacer drops out. Before that, he was pretty disinterested, and he knew the pacer was going to do the job. And so fair play to him. He's got his tactics right tonight. But just a word on the crowd as well. They are here to have fun, but they're a very, very knowledgeable crowd. They're educated around this sport, and a lot of them, you can just see they're very interested. They've probably got their own stopwatches out, keeping the lap splits going themselves, because I think they know what they're witnessing here, and he is not leaving those red lights.
Yeah, you can just see them just, you know, right, almost chasing him as he chases them. It's fascinating, you know, how much the runners kind of use him as a guide. And another 69-second lap. So he is right on pace at the moment. It is exactly 8 laps, which is just under 2 miles to go.
Yeah, so those, a reminder, those red lights are set on 28.59. Vedel has, as we said, his debut, this is, on the track, but he has a road personal best of 29.15. Well, look, he's starting to pull away from them now. He's moving away from the red lights. He's pushing on here.
And this is a very measured effort. This should be his 7K coming up any minute now, and there we are, 2:53, so another great K. He's running, just hovering around those 69s. Brilliant job from him. 2016 at the 7K mark, and you know, one thing I would say, those red lights, it is the back light which is the time, so which is 28.59, for example, in this race.
Yeah, and he's an 8:43 last 3 kilometers to get inside the 29-minute mark, which is definitely the aim. You know, it's definitely something that we were, you know, delighted with last year in that B race, Dean Casey winning that, but now it's down to the German athlete, and you can see there the walkover bridge that the commentating team of Nick Anderson He's joined also by Andy Hobdall and Lewis Moses, that they're keeping the crowd entertained, keeping the crowd updated. But at the moment, it's a phenomenal bit of running by Weedle.
Well, this is it, and the crowd need to be, you know, engaged, because they can't see the runners. There's certain areas of the track, like when they go through the lactic tunnel of love, they can't see. So there's a lot of anticipation. They'll be, you know, on the home straight, they're waiting for them to come around. They're seeing how they're going, see if their friends have kind of moved up or dropped back a little bit in the race.
Well, we mentioned it's his debut, but he has so much experience at major championships, does Vedel. He competed in the under-23 championships, European under-23s. He was a steeple chaser and then made the move up to half marathon. He was at the World Half Marathon Championships in 2020, running 1:04 there, and has also made appearances in both the under-20 race and the senior race at the European cross countries.
Yeah, he's looking very smooth indeed, but someone who's moved up and stamping his mark on this race is Edward Buck. He's in second place, the man, 29.25 personal best, and in California, San Francisco University man as well, so familiar with that NCAA system at the moment. And James, he was fourth in the D race last year, and he's stepping up here to the B race, and what a run if he can get on the podium. Yeah,
Edward Buck has definitely got right in amongst it, and I tell you what, he is in a real kind of international flavour chase group. But Vedel has really put the foot to the pedal, and you can see him right on those red lights. And as you said, we're looking at those case splits. If they can maintain inside that 2:55, 2:54 mark, then we are going to get inside 29 minutes. But he's still got a bit of running to go.
Yeah, he's flirting with the lights a little bit, and I think he tried to get ahead of them at 7K, and I think now he's decided, you know what, I'm just going to hold it back and save my efforts towards the end. This is the first time perhaps we're starting to see him just grimace a little bit and just try and hang on in there as he overtakes one of the first lap runners as they move wide kindly for him. But you can see the sun setting here at Parliament Hill, and we're going to come up to 5 laps to go, and that will be your 8K mark. So 2:53s is what he's been running so far. Has he slowed a little bit? I suspect this will come in at about 2:54. And wow, bang on, there you go, 69.86. It's like I've got a clock in front of me.
I wonder whether, you know, if that was a conscious thought, you know, we saw him surge off a little bit ahead of the lights. Maybe if it was a conscious thought for him just to bring himself back onto the lights where he felt comfortable, that'd probably be quite an intelligent bit of racing. We maybe haven't seen that so much tonight for the solo runners who maybe gone off. You know, we've seen it more often than not. You know, we have seen some brilliant racing and some really well thought out racing tonight as well, but we have seen for a number of athletes the occasion get the better of them, and they've let the adrenaline go and they've surged off maybe a little bit quicker than they should have done. But actually, if it is his choice to drop back on and look down and say, right, you know, I'm comfortable with the lights, I know I'm going to be well within a PB here if I keep going along at this pace, that'd be really intelligent from him.
Well, he's going to go deep inside him now with a mile to go. He's kind of territory you train for that, James. I mean, what's a gruesome 10K session, James? What 10K session would he have done which would have put him in this situation?
Oh, there's so many variations, whether that's mile repetitions, whether that's kilometre repetitions, or even, you know, kind of, you know, longer 3K, 2K reps where, you know, 10K is about sustained running, and that's exactly what he's doing, another sub-70-second lap. But it's also now, as he gets to the mile to go mark, it's being able to, you know, dig, but also then find something, as we've seen in some of the previous races, where your last 800 is your fastest, and especially your last lap is your fastest. That will be something he would have worked on. And, you know, it looks the group behind, and that's the young athlete. I think that's the Birmingham University student who's gone really well, Tarango, who's a big talent, isn't he, Matt?
Oh, he absolutely is. I mean, he's a GB representative on the cross country, and many kind of thought that came out of nowhere this last, November. He qualified for the GB team, but James shakes his head. He'd seen it coming, apparently. Yeah, he's the Bucks 10,000 metre champion from just 3 weeks ago, so he's had a quick turnaround here in what was, well, a tactical race. But if he can get in at 29-minute mark, that would be huge, because the Euro Under-23 standard is 29.20, so Tomo's going to have one eye on that, and he's got a good battle going in for second place.
Yeah, it's a great battle, and testament to what they do at University of Birmingham. You know, Luke Gunn and his crew, they've got such a strong group there, haven't they? And men and women, you know, it's phenomenal to see. And I tell you what, he's in a real battle, but at the moment it's a battle for second. This, you know, this is metronomic lapping here. That's another, you know, kind of 69.4, 69.3 lap that he's been hitting religiously. Those pacing lights are definitely helping. Now, the next split will be the 1 kilometre to go. Now, that is something that they will do multiple reps at 1K off short recoveries, but to maintain that pace. And he'll be running 2:53s in his sleep, I would have thought.
I think he's decided, you know what, I'm going to go now, and he's going to just start turning the screw. I mean, you could argue he's in the wrong race here today, because it's been all Vedal for a very, very long time, and he's got over 100 metres on the boys behind him, who are around about that 29:30, just inside mark. So keep an eye on Toma, who's moved up into second, the Birmingham University student, doing a cracking job trying to get that under 23 mark. But Vedal just cruising. Well, he's not cruising along, he's really turning the screw, but he just looks relaxed, and he's well within those lights. That's going to give him confidence. Pre-pacing lights era, you're probably questioning yourself right now, but he's going to get, that positive reinforcement that he is on pace for what he wants to run today. Yeah,
he's going to know he's got 2 laps, and if the strength's there and the atmosphere is definitely here, he can really enjoy this now almost. Like, 68.2, he knows he's on for sub-29 at the moment, unless something really happens on the group behind, which could happen if someone closes in a 60-second last lap. They could eat it away slightly, but
James.
he looks great at the moment. He looks like he's going to close in something fast as well.
Yeah, and this looks like a more conscious injection of pace here. He had that moment earlier when he thought, I'm just going to ease myself ahead of the lights, but look how far he is now already. And, in reality, it's really quite a short distance that he's already put up on the lights. That's the only person he's racing at the minute, that, and of course his personal best. And you said, Matt, maybe he could have competed in the race above, but he'll take a lot of confidence from this run, and he's absolutely flying here, isn't he? And he does look comfortable. He has been. You look at his facial expression and you think maybe he doesn't look that comfortable. He's gritting his teeth, but he has been a race. Well,
he's been turning the screw as well. And you know what? I think the crowd are responsible for this running now. Over the last 3 laps, he's been absolutely notching forward every lap. Look, another 68.0 now. You expect him to go one better on the last lap. Can he break his 67, 66? He definitely looks like he can, James.
I'm taking it back. No one's going to catch him. He is gone. And he is just maintaining that, and he's picking the pace up. And look, the chaser behind, and it is
having a terrific run.
Durango's chasing, but they're not going to get anywhere close to him, are they? He's going to enjoy the back straight, that noise, the lactic tunnel of love, but he doesn't even look like he's got any lactic, man.
Hey, Bendia's threshold so high at the lactate threshold testing through the roof, but here he goes, in last 200. He can enjoy this Vedal. If you're just joining us, this is his debut. He's a 64-minute half marathon guy, 2:13 marathon, and that's the strength, prevailing here. That strength in the marathon in Seville earlier on in the year. He's then been able to cut down and prepare for the Highgate 9 of 10,000s. He would have had it in the diary, but the German has come here. He's conquered British lands in Vedal. Down the home straight he goes, 50 or so meters to go. What a run, and look at the distance he's got on those red lights. He's going to smash 29 minutes, 28.51. What do you make that last lap? 64.2, and that's not quite the quickest close of the day, I don't think.
Not quite the quickest close, but I tell you what, that's an impressive run. And that last, kind of 3-4 kilometres from the front, he got quicker, he got stronger, and, he deserves that victory. Big lifetime best. I think he can go another 20 seconds faster.
Absolutely. Get him in the right race. I guess you say the right race, but is that Chris Perry who's come through? What a finish at Toma. 29.19 for third as well. So the 2 Brits, look at Perry, man, out of nowhere. Where's he been for a few years? Steeplechaser, half marathon. What distance has he decided on? Well, he may have just found the 10,000 metres.
Well, Vedal as well, steeplechaser, night for the steeplechasers.
Well, that was a big run. Chris Perry, a bit of a journeyman, isn't he? And I tell you what, he would have got great support. He must have closed, I think, big over that last couple of laps.
Close of the day. Call it now, close of the day.
Yeah. I'll be looking at the splits. We'll look at the, the open track splits, which they will be, if they went through and it was obviously logged on the chip timing device. Special splits to Chris Perry. First Brit home in the B race, but not first home. Vedal took the victory there, 28.51. Great run. So what a superb bit of running in that B race, and we've got some superb action coming up. And there you go, more the volunteers saying well done. They're soaking up the volunteers. So it's a welcome to our BBC viewers, and you are welcome to the Highgate Harriers night of the 10,000 metre PBs, now celebrating its 10th year anniversary. And wow, from 2013 and the event's first winner, Eddie McGinley, to now the event has gone from strength to strength in that time, hosting Olympic and World Trials and the European Cup. Last year's winning time, Yemen Cripper, a draw-dropping 27.16. This year, Ben Pochi's team has some huge support with the likes of On Running, have attracted its strongest ever international fields. The 27-minute barrier is under threat. So is Steph Twirl's 2019 women's record of 31.08. And also we have some amazing juniors going over 800 metres. Quality graded 10k races, so sit back and enjoy the action. I'm delighted you've joined me, James Thee, and alongside me we've got the brilliant Ellen Ellard and we've got the superb Matt Seddon. Welcome both. This is going to be a superb evening of what's happened already. Let's catch up with some of the action on the VT.
Well, there we are. This was race 6 if you're just joining us, like James says, and it was the German Wiedel there in the on singlet, tucking right in behind the pacemaker in the sunglasses. You can't miss him, who just dominated this. This was the most dominant performance of the day. Would you agree, James?
It was a very strong performance, and you know, it was a super strong last couple of kilometres and the fastest time of the day so far, Ellen, but there's some very special and fast runners to come.
I'm so excited. We've already seen so much tonight, and I'm so excited for what's to come. Last year we had the MC Car Mile and the Millicent Fawcett Mile as well. This year we have got 4 brilliant 800-metre races to come before the men's and the women's UK champs and, of course, World Championship trials. Our younger athletes as well, the under-17s and under-20s, who will be taking part in those 800-metre races. There's stuff on the line for them as well. We have got a big summer of athletics to come in from a junior perspective, under-23s and under-20s, and we will keep you up to date with the athletes who will be chasing those qualifying times.
So we're going to throw down to Rachel Stringer, who is track.
Well, hello there and welcome to Parliament Hill in North London for an athletics meeting with a little bit of a twist. This event has been dubbed the Glastonbury of athletics. It's the night to the 10,000 metre PBs and one of 5 on-track nights event this year as well. We have a world-class field who have assembled here to go and dance 25 laps around the track behind me. Expect so much more though than just athletics. We have live music, we have live acts, we have a ability to get up close and personal to the athletes like you've never been before. You can stand in lane 3 and almost touch the runners as they go past. We also have our lactic tunnels of love and, of course, spectators who are bringing all the noise. So expect a party atmosphere. Of course, though, we have some elite athletes as well who are joining us tonight. Chris Thompson, Olympian and on athlete, of course. Chris, welcome. What a party we've been treated to already today.
Yeah, I've been here since 1 and I'm exhausted already. I'm starting to feel the other side of the coin. I'm usually here racing, keeping myself out the way, getting ready to perform, and now I am that like highly strong, like buzzing spectator, and looking forward to the 800s and the main A and B 2A races, men and women. So it's going to be good.
Yeah, we've had loads of athletics events already, of course. We had a couple of 10,000 metres, and we're building up, aren't we, to these 2 main elite races a little bit later on. And they also act as UK athletics qualifying times for World Championships in Budapest later in the summer as well. So expect some fast times later. But Chris, for those people who don't particularly know much about the night of the 10,000 metre PBs, just kind of sum it up, because I said Glastonbury of athletics there. Is that kind of apt?
I think very much so. I used the word earlier this week. It's like going to the VIP section of a nightclub, something like that. It's where everyone gets to experience almost a behind the scenes or exclusive areas of a track and field event. And you can see like the numbers of people that are so close to the track. They're literally literally on the track in parts of the track. It's intense for the runners, it's intense for the spectators, and you've still got people in the infield milling around, climbing walls, going through like air tunnels. There's circus acts going on. I mean, there's so much going on, it's hard to keep up. People drinking, people having... It's fantastic, and I think I just saw Ben addressing the ground, the race director who started this in 13 with some other guys, and I'm just buzzing for them how far the event's come and how far it will continue to go, and it's all underlaying the fact there are athletes trying to make a world championships. How awesome is that?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously the end of the race is a bit later on. We'll see how fast they can go and if they can get those world championship qualifying times as well. The women is a tough ask, but let's see if they can do just that a little bit later. But you've raced here before, Chris, a number of times, and these races are about kind of developing athletes as well and getting them ready for the big stage. What was it like to race here back in the day?
It was intense. I I ran in 2012 Olympics when on Super Saturday. I was there. Had hair stand on end, and I honestly felt like that. I'm never going to feel an emotion quite like that ever again. And I don't want to say this is bigger. I just want to say it's as intense and gets you to the core in a way that's unique. And I do put it in that emotional category of what 2012 meant to me that day. And I've raced here many. The young athletes coming out now are going to hopefully come away with an experience that will feed them for the rest of their career. Remember this day as an set of emotions that help them deal with major championships, and we might be about to see, who knows, the next Olympic champions in 4-8 years' time. Who knows? But certainly for me, Highgate has a special moment in my emotional locker of athletic experiences.
Yeah, for sure. It's very special just being trackside as well. Obviously, the name says it all, the night of the 10,000 metre PBs. But I think we see PBs all around as well. How much do you think a crowd like we're seeing here tonight personal best times?
Massively. I think we've had some races here where even people still come up to me now and talk about a famous finish with myself and Andy Verne and Alex Yee vying for 2 spaces. And we were split by and it was intense, but part of that intensity was the crowd building up with you. They could feel the story unfold. They knew what it meant to us all, and I was feeding off them. I had mates that were giving me abuse. I'm sure they had mates giving them abuse, and I finished third, and I got a lot of abuse again. But again, it's all in a bantery kind of pantomime-y way, and I think that's what makes it brilliant. Is the whole way around. It was a party, pantomime, just energetic atmosphere, and that you can't get anywhere else quite like it. And they play their part, and they affect the result of the race, and that's what I love about it.
That is exactly what the crowd do here today. Of course, you can see them getting involved now. These are some juniors that are going to go up next. They're doing 800-metre races. We have 4 of those before our 2 big races coming a little bit later on. Expect the likes of Paul Chalimo in that, Andy Butchard, Scottish record holder, Wayne Kalati, and the champion from last year as well, Jessica Judd. She's in the race a little bit later on. So they're coming away a little bit later. But for now, we're going to have 2 laps of track in this 800-metre race. So I'm going to hand back to Matt Seddon, Ellen Ellard and James Thede to take you through these.
Thank you, Rachel. And yes, we're going from 25 laps down to 2 laps. Last year we featured very strong mile races with some of our seniors, but I think this is really special. We've got some quality junior athletes, under 17, under 20 athletes that get to experience the Parliament Hill atmosphere. They get to go through the event, Matt, and yeah, this is an event that they are not going to forget in a long time.
Absolutely not. And we're talking about people staying in the sport for life and going on, progressing through into the senior ranks. And once you get a taste of this, once these gentlemen get a taste for this, I'm sure they're going to stick around and want more and more and more. So we'll run you through the lineup. We'll look out for the man on the inside, Jack Kinraid, the under-17 Shrewsbury Harrier. He's the fastest in the field with a 1:51 personal best and a 49 400-metre speed. As they take their marks and away they go. We're interested, James, they chose to start in lanes. We're interested to see how this evolves on the back straight. Of course, in an 800 you have to brake, and we've got the lane 3 beer and cheer on the back straight, so this could be interesting. Keep an eye out for how they brake just off of the stagger heading into the home straight.
Like that, as simple as that. So the pacer Ollie Lill is going to be setting a strong pace. Matt, again, they're chasing the wave lights, actually, Ellen, aren't they? So where are we at with the wave lights for this race?
Yeah, so the red wave light, you can see the leading wave light, that's set at 150 pace, and then the green light, the trailing light, is 154.
Right, it's Ollie Lill up at the front, 3:45, 1500 metre man. He's actually Athletics Club is in this as well. Look out for him in the yellow strip with the blue. Like in Lill, as you'd expect, right in front. It's a clear run for these gentlemen. Probably what they want. Nice and strung out early on, but it's Kinraid, the youngster, 3:400, 54.98. He's on for a personal best if he can hang on to these lights.
Yeah, that's a really strong first lap. And Ollie Lill will be coming back to pace again, so he'll probably step away maybe at the 500 metre mark, but they now have 300 metres of the track left to run, and they are in single file, which means they are operating very quick. A few moves now behind. I think that could be Watersworth going through. He was just off at the bell, and he's pacing it very well, and I think Shepherd's also in close proximity.
Well, that's the crucial split in an 800. That third 200, and Kinraid still at the front. He's going to have to go some now if he wants to hold him off. The red lights have just itched away from him, but just coming round on the outside. Look at him go.
Aylin is also there in the Pacers colours, St Edmunds Pacers, but it's Watersworth driving those arms, almost looking for the line. Aylin's not going to quite get there. Keep an eye on the clock. Oh, look at that, 152.2. That's a big lifetime best, I think. Where's he at?
2.5 seconds.
Wow.
Chopped off his personal best, and they are at that age, James, where, you know, and I think the crowd would have given him that. He's going to have that memory for life as well. What a run from him. A great victory out there as well, but hey, he's got 49.4 400 metre speed, which as an under-17 boy is terrific. You know, so he's got a bright future in the sport, and that speed really paid over the last 200 metres.
Oh, that was a superb finish, timed it to perfection, just sat back a little bit off the opening lap. And yeah, a strong home straight. Couple of Brighton athletes in there as well, Shepherd, Bonchiletti, but we'll wait for the official results to come up, and it has. Watersworth's come up. And it's come up as 152.32. Aylin second, 152.72.
Well, there you go. Then off the line, no drama, of course. A lot less athletes in this one compared to the 10,000 you've been watching already. If you're just joining us, you're about to watch. Kinraid, all the early running through the first lap, looking relaxed. He had good 400 metre speed, this young man. He's a sub 50-second 400 runner, so was comfortable up front, but perhaps there to be shot at, and Watersworth timed his kick to perfection down the home straight. A little look behind as well, and a massive personal best, 2.5 second personal best. Aylin giving chase in second as well, and those two, I'm sure they know each other very well, heading into an English schools, which is going to be the climax of their season.
Friends and families, you know, that have come to support them. Hopefully you're also listening on our live stream and live coverage on the BBC Red Button as well. So if you are supporting some of these youngsters, they are doing yourselves proud. So many great club vests as well being shown, and for these youngsters, that opportunity to race here in, you know, the same event where we've got athletes that have won Olympic medals and have represented Great Britain on, you know, every single platform. That's something special, Ellen.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm delighted to see a Hunt's AC vest up there. That's my local area. Yeah, it's such an experience for these athletes, and Watersworth, what a way to show up, you know. But it leaves in, you know, when we talk about the European Under-20 qualifying standard, you know, we said the wave light was set to 150. The qualifying standard for the men is 149, but then you wouldn't really expect that. You know, that's talking under-20s. These are the under-17s we're seeing race. But, you know, he's gone some way to take a chunk off his PB, and to show up under pressure, huge crowds like he'll have never run in front of before. It's brilliant for these athletes. You know, we saw Chris Thompson earlier. I was listening to a podcast this week where he said, you know, his first experience competing on the European stage came as quite a shock to him, because, you know, he had all this coverage. These young athletes these days, you know, they're thrust into the limelight. He said that he remembered reading an article in Athletics Weekly saying that he was one of the favourites, and it just got to him, and the pressure did, whereas, you know, giving these athletes an opportunity to race here, giving them that grounding so that when they go onto the European stage, they're prepared for it. They can go, actually, you know, we've done this before, I've been in front of a big crowd, and we can do that. And just getting them used to that pressure is a brilliant thing.
Absolutely, and it's just about catapulting their career. I mean, season and the athlete he's become off of the back of that Elmsey Carmel. And I do think, James, he may not have had the season he had he not have won that race.
Yeah, as you said, Ellen, this is great experience. Someone like, Tom Waterworth. I always think, these athletes, he has finished like 4th in the UK School Games and, quality races in England Champs indoors and out. But, if they then end up going to a European Junior Championship or even a World Junior Championships, there's going to be pressure, there's going to be a crowd, there's going to be, the unknown. And this just gives them that little taste of that as well. And I think that's really special. So I hope this becomes a continued theme in blending in some of our middle distance events into night of the 10,000 metre. Jess Judd started out as an 800 metre runner, and tonight she's looking to defend her title. So who knows, one of these athletes coming up in one of our first of our junior ladies races, they could be back here in a few years running the full 25 laps.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we mentioned Jessica Judd. We've got to give a shout for Jennifer Walsh, who won her race, the Women's B, earlier today. She won the 800 metre race as a senior at English schools. And so, it does give you such a good grounding. And they'll want to, just because, you maybe as a youngster ran in 800 metres, 1500 metres, doesn't mean you have to stick in that for the rest of your life. You can work your way up.
I should add Warner Judd, having got married in September and honeymooned out in Hawaii. So I did tell her about her road mile out there when she was out there at the same time, but I think she did for the first time relax and didn't take up the offer. But yeah, I mean, she had a great year last year, Jess, and I can't wait for that senior race. But next time, we've got 2 laps for our first of our junior women's 800 metre races.
Yeah, we do, and the pace for this one, well, the red wave light will be going off at 2 minutes and 9. We'll have to see which of the women stick to that.
And yes, away they go. I think we've got a few additions to this one as well.
Yeah.
On our start list, we've got sort of 4 or 5 of them, but I could definitely see a few additions. Look out for the people with their numbers, their names written on their number, of course. But Charlotte Buckley, a very competent pacemaker, a 400 personal best of, well, I believe 56 seconds or so. So she's going to comfortably slot her way to the front, and it looks like a very, very quick opening 200. And I think something these girls will be used to. We often see it in the youngsters. They get out hard, they're very eager, and look, hey, we said before, they're probably not used to this crowd either.
Yeah, it's Holly Ovens who is straight to the front in the colours of 5. She was 3rd at Scottish Schools indoors over 300 metres. She's also the Scottish 400 metre and 800 metre junior indoor champion, and she's slotted away right into the front there.
Yeah, some of these athletes also coming off the back of the mini marathon this year. Isabel Harrison, one of those. You can see her just making a move then in the Hercules Wimbledon colours. That's the gold with the red line. Georgia March is another one, English schools cross-country champ. So dropping down distances and changing surfaces. This is going to be a fascinating.
Absolutely, and it's the Blackheath and Bromley athlete. It's Barlow up out in front as well. Owens was through 465. The Scottish lady, she's there in 2nd place as well. But Barlow, and look at that for stature as well, towering above those alongside her as Barlow. A great rangy stride, and look, can she just hug those lights now as she gets cheered on through the lactic tunnel of love, and perhaps a little more relevant in the 800.
Yeah, well, here comes Georgia March though on the outside, slightly shorter in stature, but she is flying around that bottom bend. She was 1st at the English Cross Country Championships, and she stuck to that green wave light. So she, well, if she's, starts to push ahead of it now, she could be on for a personal best here. And it really looks like her race now. She's with 50 metres to go, and she is absolutely charging towards the line. This is going to be a very big performance from Georgia March. She crosses the line, a huge personal best.
Wow, I mean, when you think about it, she went in with a personal best of 2:13.93. And she's absolutely obliterated that. Great cross-country season. The England Cross-Country Championship, win 5th at the Inter-Counties in Loughborough, 3rd in the mini-marathon, so translating out into the road, and she's done that, but just under distance. And as you said, Matt, they went through the lactic tunnel of love. And I tell you what, March stole a march because she looked like she didn't have any lactic in that home straight.
Well, yeah,
great performance.
She certainly did. Perhaps you'd expect that given her cross Games, the national champion, but she's chopped a massive chunk off her personal best. An exciting season ahead of her, and I'm sure these ladies will now go on to face each other throughout the rest of the year at the English schools, at the English national championships as well later on.
Yeah, there's a lot of racing to come, but I'm sure they thoroughly enjoyed the experience. Charlotte Buckley in the Highgate colours, setting them on their way. And they went with the pace, 65.3 through the 400-metre mark. The racing down the back straight. Barlow took it to them in the black Heath vest, but I tell you what, it was March who hit the 600-metre mark in 138.9 and powered her way to victory, almost taking a second or so out of the field in that last 150 metres. You can see the chase behind, but it was March, big personal best behind, and she ended up running a slightly faster second lap. So having dropped back from that lead group through the halfway, so superb running in the latter stages.
Yeah, a reminder that those are under 17 athletes, and really she's not too far outside of the qualifying standard for under 20s there. As you get the whole race experience. She's being interviewed. How often do these young athletes get the opportunity to be interviewed pitch side, go through the mix zone? It's a brilliant grounding for all these youngsters who will, for a lot of them, be dreaming of a career in athletics when they're older.
Yeah, and Ollie Law's in the background of obviously massive supporters of the event, and he came through the junior ranks at different levels and age groups, so he'll be delighted that they're seeing the junior athletes supported, especially in these middle distances, in an era where the likes of Laura Muir smashing it, Keely Hodgkinson over this distance, but then obviously Jake Whiteman winning that World Championship title in Oregon. Middle distance running in the UK is so hot right now. Jake Hayward taking a medal at the European Championships as well, so it is something so special. We've got such an exciting current and obviously coming through batch of distance runners, so this could be, as you said, the experience for the next few coming through that conveyor belt, we hope.
Well, we're in an absolute purple patch, I've got to agree with that. And these gentlemen will now take the track as the men's turn. There's Jake Mitchell there, the commentary Harrier, just on the right of picture. Look out for him. This man's an English school champion in the 400 hurdles, James. And he can transition that to an 800. And it's funny, at this age, they probably haven't fully specialised in an event yet. And he probably is, considering what event to take on. This event today, this race today, if he does well, could be the kind of, right, I wave goodbye to the hurdles and I'm now announced myself as a 800-metre runner. Yeah,
I think I remember seeing him at Sports City in the British Milers Club event a few years ago, and I think he knocked about 5 seconds off his personal best that day, running about 150.
Sounds like him.
And he's a phenomenal talent, and I think, the works of the likes of the British Milers Club are the reason why we're so strong in the middle distances right now. But I think the fact that it's blended within, night of the 10,000-metre PBs. You said last year we had some quality mile races, and the MZ Car Mile being one of those that set the scene for Matt Stonier's season in the seniors. I think this is going to really set the scene for these juniors. And coming up on track, we've got a very competitive junior men's race, Ellen. And pacing-wise, what are we looking at with the lights?
So pacing-wise, the red light is set to 1:48, which is 1 second within the qualifying standard for the European Under-20 Championships of 1:49. So it will be interesting to see whether these boys decide to stick with that. It will be interesting to see where the pacer goes on this as well. The green wave light 2 seconds behind that, 1:50.
Well, I think as they wait the starters' orders, and they're about to get going, so we'll let them get going, and where they go safely then around the bend. They'll break over on the back straight, of course, into the lactic tunnel of love, but a question whether they go with the pacemaker or not, Ellen. I think they certainly will. These are under 20 men, and they are hungry.
Yeah, Ollie Leal's got the duties again. That's going to be probably a little bit of lactic in his legs, so it's almost like a training session, 2 400s back to back with a little bit of recovery. He's probably going to be feeling it a little bit, because to just do 1 400 is tough. Come back again, but I tell you what, he's an experienced athlete himself, and he's doing a great job.
And I think you've got the pacing lights in there. You've mentioned that already, Ellen, what kind of pace they're going to operate at. But this is 800-metre running. How often do you actually run an even-paced 800 running? So don't be surprised the fact they are way ahead of these lights at the moment, but they sure will be able to check in with them, and those lights will be catching them up over that last lap, I have no doubt.
So Minshall, who you mentioned, is one of the leaders. If you take out the pacemaker, 52.06 for our pacer, so around about 52.5 seconds for it's McGill there is the leader there, the Livingston, the Scottish athlete. Again, such strong Scottish distance running, and he could be another one that could add his name to that list. So Richardson in the Bromsgrove vest, commentary vest made famous by Dave Moorcroft, right in the centre. That's Minshall but it's McGill who's leading them out at the 600-metre mark, 1:21.
Well, he's doing all he can to hold these boys off, and Minchell on the inside perhaps just needs to bide his time. It always opens up on the home straight, but it's that Hutchinson, the University of Birmingham man, coming around the outside. He looks like he's got a little bit more there than McGill, and as I say that, he just edges his way forward into the home straight now. He's going to hunt those red lights down. We're going to get 3, 4, 5 abreast. I can't call it. We've got a number of red vests right on the inside who's coming through, but Hutchinson's going to hang on in there, or is he? Oh, 150.44. I mean, look at that split. I said they would slow down in the second lap, 58, but my goodness, and is that Alexander Riley just waited to see if he won that. I'm pretty sure Hutchinson hung on in there for the title.
Yeah, it was Alex Riley, a super strong run there. So came through with a late run.
Well, it's that dip on the line, wasn't it?
Or was it Hutchinson?
Well, we'll find out. The Seco team are just located just behind us.
Well, it's come up in front of us as Riley. So Riley getting the nod, I think. So it was that close, but we will wait. I think that is the official time.
We're still waiting for the photo finish.
The transponder's got it one way, but I tell you what, it could be different because obviously the chest being the stopper of the photo finish beam, and a little bit of afters there. So a lot of emotions in running, and yeah, I think Hutchinson there on the replay just getting it. I tell you what, he thinks he's got it, punch in the air.
It's so close. It's so close.
Athletes know sometimes. You see that in sprinting when a 100-metre runner wins by 100 a second and they put their arms up. You know, they kind of sense it. So Riley was kind of leaning for it. Looked like he had it 2 meters on the line. But, yeah, what a great run. Finney Hutchinson, that was a strong run. Only semi-finalist at the Bucks Championships, and he's going to put together a big summer now in the juniors under 20 ranks.
Oh, absolutely. And I think a word on the Bucks Championships. You know, he's obviously coming in as a fresher. He's going to be up against people 3, 4, and even, you know, 5, 6 years older than him. Some of the grad students out there as well. So let's just take a look back at the race and how it panned out for Hutchinson. Keep an eye on him, the man in red, the University of Birmingham. I think he's located just in lane 2 behind Minsel. He's slotted in and pretty much just paced this to perfection, Ellen.
Yeah, absolutely. He had his timings right. He let everything go around him, stuck to his own game.
Yeah, he really did bide his time well, and it was a wide bit of running. McGill made that big move down the back straight, but I tell you what, Finney Hutchinson, just a little glance, as you can see, coming into the home straight. Where is Riley? Nowhere to be seen. Came in with a 156 personal best.
Watch him on the inside.
But I tell you what, he obliterates that. He's got a strong cross-country pedigree, and I tell you what, he's not 5 seconds off his personal best. He almost got there. Oh, but I tell you what a run. Finney Hutchinson winning, we've been told, by 100th of a second by the Seco team that have given us the thumbs up. That is an official result and an official personal best.
Well, tiny margins in that one, and this, I have to say, next race is the one that I've been looking forward to. The women's under 20 800 metres, and well, we've rattled on and kept going on about those. I think that maybe this is where we'll see those qualifiers tonight. So the Wave Light technology, the red, is set at 2:04. The qualifying mark is in this race. We have Iris Downs. She's got a personal best of 2:07. She's the 2022 European Under-18 Championships bronze medalist. And then we also got Ava Lloyd, who's one to watch. She's coached by Trevor Painter. She's part of the training group that Keely Hodgkinson's in. She represented Great Britain at the DNA meet in Madrid, and she was second at English schools as a senior over 1,500 metres. She's got a personal best of 2:07.34. Well, actually, Iris Downs, that's her season's best, 2:07.17. Personal best of 2:04.44.
Oh, and just having to hold their nerve a little bit. The starter not quite ready to get them underway. The images are just focusing in on there. Ella Fryer, Oxford University student. She's in her first year at the Oxford University. Great runner herself, sub 2:10. clocking as well, so looking to better her PB today. So they're just doing some last-minute strides, and it's almost the last thing you want, isn't it, James, when you're just really eager. Your nerves are probably high for these ladies here today, and they just want to get going.
Yeah, even with their age, these are some really experienced junior athletes. You know, the times that they've been running, the performances they've been running, you know, this is, you know, 2:04, you know, going into this is a special time already. Whether we can get close to that, you know, today, you know, because it, you know, is for some of them a season opener, they might have, you know, run, you know, a few low-key races as well. But as we saw in the junior men's race, you know, they really got up with the pacemaker. Again, it's going to be Charlotte Buckley who's going to take them through the first lap and maybe just beyond that. But the noise that we saw and the emotions that we saw, and we saw it maybe boil over a little bit after, but that's how much it means to these juniors. So junior women next up, 2 laps of the track, 800 metres.
Yeah, eyes on Iris Downs. She goes on the inside lane in the Shrewsbury colours. Personal best of 2:04.44, and that qualifying time for the Europeans under 20s 2:06, and it is Iris Downs who is, you know, she's quickly up there. The stagger, she's already counted it, and the pacer will slot in front of her.
Yeah, this is
keeping quite wide though, Matt.
This is where you learn, you know, how you wintered and how you prepare into the it's more of a strength race work that you need to really run that peak 800-meter performance.
Yeah, it's still very, very early in the track season, especially over the speed endurance events of the 800 metres. But you know, there's some quality athletes in this race, and quality bit of pacemaking being done by Charlotte Buckley. Keep an eye on that race clock, and Iris Downs is very experienced, and that's 61 seconds, that's for the pacer, so around about 62 seconds for the leader, who is Iris Downs, in this race.
Yeah, and that would put her bang on, as you can see with the wave light, that would put her bang on 2:04. And like we said, that would be 2 seconds within the European under-20 qualifying time. She's already been to European Junior Champs. She's got experience there. She's got a medal there. And she's leading the way in this under-20 800-metre race as they approach the 200-metre to-go mark.
Yeah, the Shrewsbury athletes run 2:07 this year, but she's heading towards a faster time. There you go, Matt. 1:34.2 at 600.
Well, it's all Downs at the moment. She's stolen a bit of a gap on Stratton in behind the Blackburn Harrier, but look out for Ava Lloyd. I mean, Ellen, you mentioned her before. She trains alongside Keely Hodgkinson. She has the same coach as Keely Hodgkinson. Can she run like Keely Hodgkinson? Ava Lloyd in second place, but it's all Downs at the moment. She comes down the home straight, 2:04 personal best. She's in great form this year. She's dominated this race from start to finish. Look at this, a beautiful win from Iris Downs, the Shrewsbury Harrier, and she's just outside of personal best, and that's good running this time of year. Look, big smile on the face. She knows what she's achieved today.
Yeah, well, we'll wait for that to be confirmed, but that means she would have snuck in to the European under-20 qualifying time. We'll wait for that. The result that came up on the screen, 2:05.97. So she would be inside that. Of course, we'll wait for that to be official.
That would have been the goal today. She would have come here and just, can she tick that box?
Exactly, and she, you know, she didn't really, you know, obviously Ava was finishing fast behind her, but she didn't really have anyone pushing her all the way along. You know, she had to run that within her own race plan, and she did a brilliant job. And, you know, she's chopped, what, just over a second off her season's best as well. You know, she's got that progression. And yeah, you know, she is on her way, you'd imagine, to another European Junior Championships.
Yeah, and it's about being consistent as well, and I always think it's a skill and it's a good habit to win races. You know, and obviously, you know, being a European under-18 bronze medalist, you know, stepping up age group, it'd be lovely to see her go and win some big races. And obviously, as a, you know, bottom year under-20, you know, she's learning the ropes and, you know, beating older girls at the moment. But I was so impressed because she was never able to get quite on the pacemaker, so she's technically almost front-run that from the group behind. But yeah, the strength in the end. Lloyd was coming back a little bit. You know, the training that Trevor Painter does, you know it's going to be strength-based. You know there's going to be a huge blend of speed in there as well. But I think there's some really quick times of the athletes behind as well.
Yeah, and I think, you know, for Downs, it's about how she transitions, James. You talk about her going on to the under-20 ranks and beyond that as well. How does she transition into the senior? We know it's a difficult transition, but this definitely a step in the right direction of being here, competing on this stage, Ellen.
Yeah, absolutely, and she's got a big smile on her face. You can see how much it means to her.
And also Caitlin McCoy, the under-17, had a really good run as well. So again, we'll wait for the official confirmation of those times, but expect them to be a whole host of seasonal bests and also some personal bests in there as well. So I've really enjoyed those 4 800-metre races. I think the junior athletes will have as well. So and I think that will be something that is themed and brought back year on year to give them the experience of the special and individual and unique event that is the Highgate Harriers night of the 10,000-metre PBs. And the band comes out, and the next time check in around about 6 minutes. That is our elite women's race, Ellen, and that looks like it's going to be an absolute classic.
I feel like depth has been the buzzword of the day, right, hasn't it? And this is probably one of the best women's fields that I think probably, I'm safe to say, the best women's field that I've seen here at the night of the 10Ks. You know, the depth that we've got coming in from abroad. We've got all 3 of our podium from last year. And I think, you know, when you look at that podium from last year, there's been a considerable amount of improvement as well. You know, Jess Warner-Judd last year, she then went on to set her personal best in Eugene. She'll be looking at times as well. And then we've got a real brilliant mix of these elites coming over from abroad. There's some brilliant youngsters as well. Batacletti is an athlete that I'm really excited about. I'm really excited to see how she runs the race tonight. I think it's going to be a brilliant race. You know, we'll have our eyes on that Budapest World Championships qualifying time, 30:40. You know, we've had a bit of a chat about it behind the scenes here. I do think, you know, if we're going to see World Championships qualifyings run, I think we're going to see it in this race. And we can go down once again trackside to Rachel Stringer.
Well, you just never know who you're going to find down here at the night of the 10Ks. You have Lirian Santos, she's a freestyle footballer extraordinaire, I'm going to say, and Amrit Gatora, he's a 6-star marathon major finisher and a running coach as well. I'm so excited to talk to both of them. Lirian, I'm going to come to you first, though, because a little birdie tells me it's your first ever athletics meeting.
It is, it really is, but I'm not going to lie to you, the vibes are here. It's absolutely amazing. We've got DJs, music, the whole community vibe. I'm loving it.
Are you inspired now to kind of get involved more in athletics and maybe go to some more events in the future?
100%, because the thing with me is that I don't like running by myself, but when you see the whole community vibes, I'm definitely going to do it in the future.
That's exactly what this event is trying to do. And Amrit, obviously, you know, you've ran countless races before in your life, and you're now coaching people from a different point of view. So from someone who knows about these events, how do you see this event and how has it evolved over the last couple of years?
I think like something like this has been years in the making more than anything, and like to see the event as it is today is incredible in terms of like you can see like your kids are here, you can bring the family down, you've got elite races on the track all the way up until like 10 o'clock. It really is like a family day out, and I think the organisers, everyone who's involved behind the scenes have done an incredible job like to get it to the point that it is today.
Well, Amrit told me he'd been here for 6 hours and had probably watched about 5 minutes of action because there is just so much to do here, which is so special about this. Amrit, I wanted to ask a question, and this is basically at Lirian as well. She never ran before. She's obviously a freestyle footballer. And for people at home as well who actually are inspired now by watching a lot of the athletes out on the track, have you got a bit of a couch to 10K for Lirian, which she could do to get better at running?
I'd definitely say try your local park run, wherever you are in your local community. That's probably the best start. And the biggest thing I tell new runners is like, don't do too much too soon. Increase your mileage safely, do some interval work, longer work. Social running is always great because it always makes the running go by so quickly, and generally your park run is a great place to start because it's like people in your own community, and it will really give you a taste for running easy, running hard, and also running a race day effort. And I think like being in this surrounding also gives you that impression of like what it's like to race pretty hard. But that's a good start where you can get from the couch to a 5K or a 10K.
Well, race with a friend, he said there, so I'll take you on a run, Lirian. I've got you, girl. We'll get you here in a couple of years. Job done. Well, we're sorting out a bit of a friendship here, but I mean, friendships are not going to be forged on the track because it is the elite women's race. Obviously, they're looking for that qualification for the World Championships in Budapest. 30:40 for the British women is what we're after, so watch the clock. Let's see if anyone can achieve just that. Well, it's time to hand back to our commentary team then for this one.
Thank you so much, Rachel, and yeah, some very wise words there from our guest trackside and everyone enjoying the atmosphere. But now some real business-like performers coming out into track. Peter Scott on the back straight, of making sure that everyone is informed in the lactic tunnel of love. Ellen?
I thought we were missing our purple and blue wave lights. I found them.
So
I knew they were somewhere.
Lining up, getting ready. Some of the big names there. We've talked about paces throughout today. They play such a vital part. We don't get any better than Melissa Courtney Bryant, who's got a medal in the European indoors. So great to see her back after a really rotten time of injury. Commonwealth Games bronze medalist a few years ago, but she's back in form. And she's been ripping it up over 5,000 metres. A really good run out in the States recently. But yeah, a quality pacemaker, Matt.
Well, and they're going to need it tonight, to be honest with you. I mean, we'll touch upon it later in the programme. But you look at these women, just a little bit chilly on the start line. It is cooling down quite a notch here, but although they're chilly on the start line, it is actually perfect conditions for probably 10,000 metre running. It's been very hot during the day here at Parliament Hill Fields in Hampstead Heath, North London, if you're just joining us. But yeah, they definitely need Melissa Courtney's help today, and she'll know a lot of these women personally as well. She'll be good friends with some. She trains alongside quite a few of them, or has done in the past. They've been on various training camps as well. But yeah, she's a sub 15-minute 5K girl. She's an incredible talent.
Yeah, one of those training partners, Amy Eloise Markov, who a former European 3,000 metre indoor champion herself, who's joined that Rob Denmark stable, and yeah, they've been training together. So yeah, and she was second last year, Amy Eloise, so that's fascinating. But yeah, I'm excited to see Jess Judd back again. Yeah, talking about Amy Eloise, she's had her challenges of late, and I'm really excited to see her back on the track. Recently had to have an epidural to try and sort out an issue in her back, but her training's been going very well. As you can see, her sort of elbow away out into the front. That shows the confidence that she's got building back up over the past couple of months, over the past couple of weeks, and she's got the experience of racing here. She's stuck there, you can see, next to Jess Warner-Judd, and these two want to replicate what they did last year. Well, yeah, and you talk about injuries, Ellen, and this is an event which requires the utmost consistency year in, year out, doesn't it, James? Stacking weeks on months on years, and someone who's had that, we speak about her a lot, is Jessica Judd. I mean, World Championships in 2013 over the 800. She's now here over the 10,000 metres, but I actually can't remember this lady missing a single season. Yeah, Warner-Judd really was such a quality performer last year. To go and run a personal best in Oregon in a World Championship final. In the heat. And she was only just on the heels of Ailish McColgan, who obviously went on and had that superb 5,000 metre run in the Commonwealth Games, and that was still one of the most memorable moments of what was such a busy summer. There was so much going on. But, to see, Jess come back here again, she loves the atmosphere. You only have to speak to Jess about 2 seconds to know she absolutely loves running, and she's someone that will just soak up this atmosphere. But what we must talk about now is the international flavour and the international quality of the athletes we've got in this race. The record is obviously Steph Twell's 31.08. I said that it's on borrowed time. Who do you think's got a chance of breaking it? Well, I mean, look, the lady there in second place, Wayne Kilati in the Under Armour singlet. She's got the, I guess, fluorescent green, if you want to call it, on the upper half of the singlet. But her personal best is 31.10, James. But for me, the standout performance was 22nd at the World Cross Country Championships. You don't go to the World Cross and get just outside the top 20 or so if you're a very, very good distance runner. We know the strength and depth at the World Cross Country Championships. Yeah, the other athlete that I've got to point out is just a couple of places behind her, Howie Facer. She was a runner-up at the World Junior Cross Country a few years back. She's got a 2:23 marathon and a personal best of 31.03, and she's tucked in quite nicely there, I think, in third. And she's my one to watch for this one. Well, and also, with athletes like her, they're a little bit of an unknown. Okay, they've performed occasionally over the 10,000, but they've never been to an event like this. They've never been somewhere where the race has been set up for a fast time. And interestingly, James, the Brits have already decided they don't want to go with that pace. I mean, the wave lights are going to be on 30-40, and they've decided they don't want to go with that, or perhaps negatively split it, because we do know that is the way to go when you're looking for that peak performance. Well, it's not all the Brits, is it? Because look who's tucked in there right at the back. Amy Eloise Markov, second here last year, also set her personal best here last year, and she said
in the past couple of weeks that regardless of how she felt, you know, whether she felt like she was in PB pace or whether she didn't, she was still going to race here tonight because she loves it so much, and she's got herself into a brilliant position. And there's a gap that's opened up there, and Amy Eloise Markov is right up there.
3:04.5 through the opening kilometre, so it is, you know, it's sub 31-minute pace, but obviously we're looking at that 30-40 World Championship qualifying time, so it's right on that, you know, maybe just a fraction outside by, you know, a couple of tenths of a second. But yeah, Melissa Courtney Bryant's doing a great job up front, because this is not an easy thing to do, to, you know, to pace quality laps at an elite level from the front.
Well, yeah, she's definitely going to be feeling the pressure with these ladies just settling in behind her. But, you know, a word on Markov as well. I think she's a European indoor 3,000-metre medalist champion. So she's very, very accomplished over the shorter distances. So I think she's always going to be eager. This is going to be quite comfortable for her, providing she is in good shape. Whereas the others, the Sam Harrisons, coming off the back of a marathon, they're going to probably need to work into this race tonight.
And interesting, Ellen, you saw the chase group behind Baccaletti, the Italian athlete, the under-23 European cross-country champion in Turin. I was there that day, and the noise was phenomenal for her. But obviously, you know, she's stepping up distance today. She's, you know, a sub-15-minute, you know, runner on the track over 5,000 metres. So what do we expect over the full 25 laps from her?
Do you know what? I think the exciting thing is we're not really sure. She's still got a lot to give over the distance. She is a real developing track talent. She has such a strong cross-country backing. She's been 4 times the European cross-country gold medalist between under-20 and under-23 categories. She won her first Italian senior title, aged just 18. 7th at the Olympic Games, like you said, a 14:46 personal best. And I think, you know, while she's so young, while she's so developing, I don't really know what to expect from her on this race, but she's, you know, she is taken to the front. She's wanting to bridge the gap maybe slightly. She's just such an exciting talent. She's the daughter of an Italian track star and cross-country star as well, and she's one that I've loved watching on the cross-country. I've loved watching her transition onto track, but she is still young, and you know, when you are that young, I don't really want to put a ceiling on where she could go in this race.
Well, this is it. She actually finds herself in a little bit of a difficult position at the moment, bridging the gap between the two. There's Baccaletti, the Italian, but yeah, perhaps, you know, since that Tokyo performance, she's had terrific cross-country results, but we haven't seen her excel on the track. You know, after, where was she in the Olympic Games? 6th in 7th out in Tokyo. Over the 5,000, like, that is an incredible performance, and perhaps hasn't quite lived up to her track credentials over the past few years. But yeah, on the mud, on the cross-country, she's been truly terrific. What, a 4-time European cross-country champion, Baccaletti. But looks like she's going to work her way back onto this pack. And do you know what? She's doing the Brits a favour, she's doing Sam Harrison a favour, Warner Judd a favour, because she's going to, you know, pull them back into contact as well.
Yeah, she won't be an athlete who's afraid to put the hard yards in, put the work in to bridge the gap. She's definitely keen to take that on herself, as you can see. And for me, you know, she is a dark horse here. She's got a personal best of 33.06, and I could see her taking a chunk off that tonight.
Other athletes up there high. Faressa, the Ethiopian athlete, right in that group. Got Edna Karagat, the USA athlete. So there's a strong contingent there. Baccaletti, that you mentioned earlier, the New Mexico graduate, the NCAA's champion, who's really developing. She's run a lot of road races in the US, and I still think she's learning how to race on the track. So you know, she's run, I think, low 15 minutes on the track, isn't she? But I think this is going to be her distance, 10K on the track. I mean,
yeah, definitely one to watch. Sorry, Matt, like you say, former NCAA champion. She's born in Eritrea. She went to Oregon for the World Junior Championships. She missed her flight home, sought asylum, and then became a US citizen. And yeah, like you said, after that, you know, she's really developed, and I feel like she's found her feet here in the 10,000 meters.
What a story, and it's a story that, you know, is quite common in running, and James, running changes lives, literally, as well. And she's a proven case of that, is Edna Karagat. You say she's a little bit perhaps raw on the track, but she did go through that NCAA system, when we know, you know, how many races they get to do in the NCAAs, the regional championships, the NCAA track championships as well. So she would have found herself in this position quite a few times, but perhaps, James, not in this company.
Yeah, it's a super strong pace being set up front by Melissa Courtney Bryant. And the next split we'll get is in a lap's time in relation to the 3K split. So around about 3:03 we've been operating at per kilometre. So again, anything inside 3:04 is that pace that we need for that World Championship qualifying mark. Remember the World Champs? Later on in the summer in the beautiful city of Budapest. And some of these athletes already with the qualifying marks, and some of them already with an eye on that championships. But for many, this is, you know, there's not too many opportunities. This is the opportunity tonight to do it.
Yeah, and what an atmosphere to do it in. You can see absolutely all the crowd pushed up against the barriers now, all around the track. And look at the way Battlecletti's bridged that gap, and she's done it solo. She is going to hook on to the end of this group. No one's gone with her. We thought maybe Sam Harrison might. It looks like Sam Harrison is the one who's now starting to push on. Maybe, like we said, just taking a little bit of time to ease into this one.
Yeah, Sam Harrison, coached by Vince Wilson, a fantastic London Marathon. You know, 2 hours, 25 minutes and 59 seconds. You know, big personal best by Sam. You know, she ran so well, and she was, you know, so aggressive here last year, and she ended up finishing 3rd. You know, that was a big lifetime best 12 months ago. But she's, you know, keeping on developing, and you know, but it is tough. We talked about earlier about that recovery from marathon into trying to run a world-class 10K a few weeks later. You know, what's your take on that, Matt?
I mean, James, you say recovery from marathon. This lady has already done 2 10Ks this year, 2 half marathons, and the London Marathon. And we think, was she, you know, in the 5K at podium just a couple of weeks ago as well, perhaps just warming up for this event as well. She's raced a ton, but yeah, you talk about recovery. She's clearly someone who recovers very well. And I think, you know, we heard Sifan Hassan mention it in the London Marathon build-up to say that she hasn't really done a specific marathon block. And I think maybe Sam Harrison's gone down that route, and that's why she's able to perform across an array of distances over a matter of months, that she's never really trained specifically for anything. She's just made sure she's in very, very good shape in order to attack all these distances. And here she is. She's going to give it a good crack tonight. And can she break 30:40, which also, may I add, is the Olympic standard for these women. The Olympic and World Championship standard is going to be the same, and that Olympic window is open.
Well, we can see there Amy Eloise Markov has dropped off the back slightly. It will be interesting to see at which point Nadia Battlecletti catches up with her, and whether these two can run the rest of this together.
Yeah, Markov finds herself in a pretty tough position at the moment, but here we are then. Adane and Fisa have gone round Melissa Courtney-Bryant. They're actually, you know, a few strides ahead of that red light, that wave-like technology. We've had the 2 of the gentlemen who are responsible for setting up this wave-like technology. They're in tomorrow, of course. It was founded a few years ago. Jos Herms and Bram Som sort of brainstormed the idea and came up with these wave lights to help attack those world records, and we really saw it come into fruition, I guess, you know, in that COVID era when we saw the likes of Joshua Cheptegei break those world records, and Gide over in Valencia as well over the 10,000 meters, which are just astonishing times. And I think definitely benefiting these athletes here tonight. When Kilati moving up, but yeah, Adane now looks supreme. She looks confident and ready to rock and roll. 71 through there, so the next split we'll get is that 4K the next time they come around, with 16 laps to go. But Melissa Courtney doing a good job here, James, and she is sticking to her task, and she does appreciate that there are others still in the race, and she's going to carry out her pacing duties regardless if she's actually in front.
Yeah, you've got to be smart as a pacer, because, you know, if someone does surge in front of you, you've got a job to cater for, you know, the masses almost, and especially if you're running at pace, because we've seen in some of the earlier races where people get, you know, a little bit kind of taken over by the emotions of the evening and start running a little bit too fast too soon. But the fact they're already lapping people, that is the speed that they're going around this Parliament Hill track. And as Adane comes down towards the 4 kilometre mark, so that will signal the completion of 10 laps. So still a long way to run with 15 laps to play.
And this lady Adane at the front, she's a bit of a raw talent. We don't have too much information on her, but what we do know is she's turned up tonight and she is in shape and she is ready to go. So we'll see what this. You know that Melissa Courtney-Bryant's going to be operating at 73, 74s, and there you are, 71.1 for that lap from Adane. Just supreme, and she's put a gap on the field of 20, 30 or so meters, and she's paying no attention to the wave-like technology out there. I'm interested to see what is going on a little bit further back. You can keep track of the results and even live results as well on Open Track Live Tonight done a terrific job going all out for this meeting. They've got the form guide in there as well, which has made our life a little bit easier. But looks like Wayne Nicolati slipping in behind Melissa Courtney, and that's the race for second. Perhaps the race which they may rejoin Adane later on, as we haven't even hit 5K yet. How many times have we seen it tonight already, the race change in that last kilometre?
Yeah, we have a lot. We've seen this a number of times, an early leader. Adane, a World Under-20 champion back in 2021. She ran that in that 5K in a time of 16:05, and she is our race leader at the minute, as we can go back down to Rachel Stringer, who is trackside.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. I know the race is going on, but I saw Philly Bowden has been out and about around here, and I just had to grab a word with her. Fresh off a 2:29.16, she just reminded me, marathon PB in Copenhagen just last week. Firstly, such a massive achievement there. Well done. I mean, are you okay? How are you feeling after that one?
Yeah, I'm still buzzing. I'm waiting to come back down from cloud 9. Legs are just about feeling normal now, which is great because it means that I can run around, support everyone here. Went for a little jog with some people earlier on today, and I could still feel my quads a little bit, but it's well worth it.
And I was checking out your Instagram ahead of this, and obviously you're not racing here tonight, but you said, whenever this event is going to be on, I'm going to make sure I'm down here, either racing or spectating, which just says to me how much you value an event like this. What does it mean to you, the night of the 10Ks?
It's everything that is amazing about running. This is the best event that you can run in, and you know, you have to be pretty fast to be able to do it, so not many people get that opportunity, but coming down and cheering is, you know, if that's the best you can get, like, it's an amazing experience. The atmosphere is electric, and all of the times that I've run here are up there in my sort of top 10 of like how much I've enjoyed a race, regardless of how the run's gone in the performance, because the crowd just carry you, and it's just this energy of total strangers willing you round these 25 laps. It's unreal.
I've mentioned to the audience this thing called the lactic tunnels of love. Explain what they are and how it feels to run through them.
So this year they're 80 metres long. We've got one on the back straight, one on the home straight. There's a bar in there, there's a DJ, and it gets packed. Obviously you've got the roof on there, so you're literally running through what feels like a building, and it's just a wall of noise. It's electric, it carries you, it feels like the noise lifts you and makes you physically run faster. It's amazing.
Does it really propel you to a PB?
It really does. Honestly, I've said it before, it's performance enhancing. So, you know, I've always said if there's a 10K on the track that I want to do, it's going to be here, or I'm probably not going to do one unless it's like some crazy championship race, you know.
Obviously there's a couple of ladies in this event that you race against. Who are you kind of rooting for yourself tonight?
I'm rooting for all the Brits: Amy Eloise, Jess Judd, Sam Harrison, Abby Donnelly, Amelia Quirk, Verity Ockenden, Sarah Aston. There's so many of them, and so many girls in this race have run sub 32 minutes, which is incredibly fast, and the depth of the women's race this year is just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's so special. Well, I think we've still got quite a few laps to go, so we're going to head back down to the commentary booth. But Philly, thank you so much for chatting to us, and yeah, good luck to all the girls. Sam and Jess just ran past there, so excited to see how they get on. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much, Rachel, and what great words from Philly Bowden, and what a great run she had out in Copenhagen, and she's done some great preview work to this race as well, really building up the atmosphere and just trying to showcase and highlight the quality that Adane is running out there at the moment. See halfway split, you know, inside the world qualifying mark that we needed. We needed inside 15:20. We're inside that at the moment, and just the quality of athletes that she is lapping right now. You know, these are some of the, you know, the top European and top British runners, and she's just floating by them.
And this is absolutely supreme. I mean, while Rachel was talking to Philly, we were just mesmerised in the way she was moving around. A 70-second lap. I mean, that fourth to fifth K was a 2:58 as well. So that's inside 30-minute 10-kilometre time. It looks she's lapping the green lights. What were they due to be at tonight? 32:30. So yeah, no surprise she's lapping those already. But perhaps this early is a little bit of a shock. I mean, Adane is just moving beautifully through the field. making it hard for herself, having to go around all these lap runners, I suppose. But I did get an eye on second place. It is Wayne Kalate moving in second. She's now making a march and stretching this race out. And perhaps we thought the Vitch would maybe feature a little bit more, especially pay a little bit closer attention to those red wave lights.
Yeah, when did the wave lights lap each other? That's an interesting one, of how they jump on top of the other lights. But fantastic running thus far. But, you know, we're just looking for the battle behind, because, you know, there is a real domestic battle as well to get on those, you know, those spots on the podium for the British Championships. But obviously, you know, at the moment, there is one athlete and one athlete only that is dominating.
She's out here racing like she's in a 5,000-metre race, let alone a 10,000-metre race, Adane. I mean, she hit the front, what, just 3K in, a 2:57 as well. She's up to the notch again, James. Goodness me, she's going to be down on 2:55s before we know it.
She's got a beautiful running start, Adane. She's floating off the track, and you know, it was only a few kilometres in that she went past Melissa Courtney Bryant and just decided that, you know, the 73-second laps was just not fast enough. And, you know, when you're talking about running 70-second laps, you are operating then at sub-30-minute pace. But yeah, this next kilometre is going to be fascinating to see how much she's continued inside that 3-minute per kilometre pace.
Well, at the moment, she's just getting faster and faster every K-split she's hitting. And I just wonder, Ellen, if she can keep that going. Is she still, you know, are we going to see 68s by the end of this race, or where's the limit here?
Well, it's so hard to say, isn't it? Because, you know, she's an athlete. We're all sat here flicking through our notes, trying to find anything on her. We've obviously got that stat of when she ran in the World Juniors, she took the gold medal. She is flying, though. She is just clocking off the laps here. And like you said, she looks so comfortable. She's lapped the wave lights. Is there a ceiling at this point as to where she can go? We can take you through in the last split. Well, there we go. The pace has dropped slightly. It's not unexpected. 71 second lap there, and we can talk about the other Brits, or the Brits behind. Markov still leading the way. Harrison not far behind her at the last split, and Jess Warner-Judd is back in third. Obviously, the British champs hosted here tonight.
And it's worth talking about the British champs because, you know, we can get into it now. This is a world-class silver label meeting, if you like, and there will be points up for grabs. There will be a world ranking up for grabs. And look, we know British Athletics' stance on who they're going to take to the World Championships. They said you have to hit that 30-40 qualification mark. But, James, a part of me still thinks they may take people on ranking. And with the 10,000, you only need 2 races behind you. And Jess's performance last year at the World Championships at 30-35 has given her terrific points, given it's, you know, pretty much the maximum points you can get, depending on position and event. And she's here today. If she can win your national championships, you get a lot of extra bonus points as well.
Yeah, the art of qualifying has changed slightly. You know, points do mean prizes, and yeah, there are obviously, you know, national points that, you know, need to be acquired that can get you, you know, to a World Championships, and, you know, but, you know, it is hopefully sometimes, you know, to settle the argument, get inside the qualifier and win your trials, but that might not happen right now. But it's just so tough to see because the gaps are large, because we are watching someone run close to 30 minutes.
Once again, though, her pace has dropped by another second on that lap. She's now 72-second lapping, and she's got such a huge gap here. I don't see her getting reeled in any way, but you just do wonder what the impact of having to do this all by yourself is having. She hasn't even got the wave lights at this point. You know, this is a huge solo effort. Obviously, she's got the crowds cheering her on from either side, but this is going to be hard work. Both, you know, whether she looks like she's running within herself, she looks like she's running very comfortably, but it's now the mental battle.
I mean, James, what is it? 21 minutes is basically 30 minutes for 10K. You know, at 7K bang on, and she was 21:06, so she's just outside 30 minutes. I mean, if she breaks that barrier, we are starting to. That's the realms of world-class distance running, and not many people have got near that mark. But a 2:59K for that split, so she's still inside, operating inside 30-minute pace at the moment. The crowd now, they know what they're watching. They're being egged on by the announcers here. They appreciate the talent they're seeing. There's another 71.
Another 71, Matt, absolutely right. So we are still operating inside 3 minutes per kilometre. And I tell you what, it's the ease of the way she's eating up this Parliament Hill track and the noise. I think the crowd acknowledge this performance because, you know, she's running world-class times right now, every single lap. You know, she's going to have a little bit of traffic. And these are worlds, you know, these are athletes that have been to major championships in Great Britain she's chasing down now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I actually think the traffic helped her. She senses the people in front. She has to move quicker to get round the quicker so she can find herself back on the inside as soon as possible. And, you know, when she had those laps where she seemed to be overtaking pretty much the whole field, they seem to be the quickest laps of the race. I'm intrigued to see what this split comes in at.
Yeah, one of the athletes she's chasing down there, Abby Donnelly, who is the Bucks champion, who's ran a phenomenal 15:20 in the podium 5K a few weeks ago. But the athlete who's just eating laps. So let's see what this lap is. Again, is it inside 72 seconds? The lap counter is closing in. It's 6 laps. So there you go, another sub 72 second lap.
This is insane. This is absolutely insane. I don't think any of us predicted this when we had a look through the start list this morning. Reminder that the meet record set back in 2019, Steph Twell, 31:08.
Well, she's going to obliterate that, and she's going to pick up, what, an extra £5,000?
This is a massive payday we're looking at. First place in the men's and women's championship. The prize money is £6,000, and you get almost double that if you take the meet record, an extra £5,000, so 11 grand you're looking at to win here in a meet record, and that as well is a huge draw.
Well, saying that, I think if you mentioned that to some of the women in the race, I'm sure they could think of easier ways to earn £11,000. You have to beat Adane, that's for one. So looking very, very smooth at the moment. Still out in front, just passing the lap runners, past Tessa McCormick there. Louise Small, he's got a very fast personal best, actually dating back a few years. There's Louise Small, the older shot athlete there in the red, drifting past Holly Dixon. And the ease she's moving past this field, I mean, that's what's so astonishing for us. Look, 2K to go, another 2:59. We are looking at a sub 30-minute clock.
Oh wow, we're just over 5 seconds right now, aren't we? You know, but she is getting faster and faster. That lap was just, you know, a fraction outside the time she needs, but you know, we're talking about 71 seconds now for 5 laps, 2 kilometers, and we've got a sub 30-minute clock in. This is quality running.
You look at that meet record set by Steph Twell, that stood since 2019. How long is this record? Whatever she sets, how long is this going to stand for?
It's going to be a lap ahead of that record.
Yeah, that's
31:08. You know, was superb running. It's going to be almost
close.
a lap ahead. That is, you know, sublime running.
So hard. Like, just thinking of that this is crazy. We're witnessing Highgate history here.
Well, it's mind-boggling stuff. I mean, the little we can tell you about her, she is Ethiopian. No doubt she trains up at the high altitude Ethiopia, based, you know, Addis Ababa. You think, you know, a base elevation of 8,000 feet. They're often known to kind of scale the heights, James, of over 10,000 feet on training runs, which is just incredible, you know, mind-boggling stats.
Yeah, a lot of the terrain, you know, can be quite challenging. A lot of it also in the forest as well. So, you know, big users of trail running and, you know, kind of building big engines. But yeah, just the way they spend a lot of time on their drills. There's some great videos out there watching them do their sort of, you know, different drills that really make them, you know, economical and smooth when they run, and you know, proof's in the pudding right there.
Yeah, just an update on the British Championship. Sam Harrison has now moved into first. Jess Warner-Judd in second, and Amy Eloise Markov has dropped down the pack slightly. She's currently sat in 3rd place in the British Championships.
Yeah, good to keep an eye on that, Ellen. But yeah, like you were saying, James, about the, you know, the Ethiopian setup, if you like. They train in large numbers, but yeah, love to do drills, wind their way through the forest up at high elevation, do terrific long runs as well.
So it looks like it's an American 2-3 at the moment. Coletti, Kurgat are at 8K, 24:45, so 40 seconds behind, which means they are close. You know, if they can run inside six minutes, you know, for the last kilometre, they could get close. And then the British contingent, Harrison, was right on 25 minutes with Jess Warner-Judd just behind her. So they're operating right around that 31-minute mark.
And those two, of course, know each other very well. Both studied at New Mexico University, also at altitude. And Adane just making light work, passing Sarah Astin, the Belgrave Harrier, Isle of Man representative, but also our British national cross-country championship. Oh, I should say English national cross-country champion, actually. James is alongside.
Yeah, the Belgrave Harrier there is running very well. And there's Clara Evans, the Welsh athlete, who ran such a big marathon recently. Fantastic running by Clara Evans, and here going over 25 laps. And I tell you what, there's another kilometre bit, 2:58.
Okay.
So we're going to need a 2:55. It's going to be tough. It's going to need something in the region of around about 68 last lap, I think.
Hey, she's going to need a crowd, and what she got, she's probably at the best event for it here. The night of 10,000 metre PB. She's certainly on her way to a PB. She's on her way to a track record as well. This lady stamping her foot down as one of the very best to take to this distance. And boy, has she got a bright future. Will we see? Well, we're going to see her at Budapest. What can she do there as well?
Well, it is incredible to watch this. Like you said, Matt, the crowd will get behind her. It's going to be hard work. Another 71-second clocking. But the crowd will get behind her. You know that they are going to drag her through these closing stages.
Going past the athlete from Burundi, we need a sub 2:19 or sub 2:20 last clock in, would see us inside 30 minutes. And the defending champion, Jess Warner-Judd there, coming through the screen, just behind Sam Harrison. This is a big, big British race. But I tell you what, the chaser behind is the leader. And what a run she's having, Matt.
Well, she's going to hunt them down, but that's an interesting British battle. Harrison and Judd, they had a good battle last year for a period. Obviously, Harrison then, you know, faded back to third last year, but she's got the strength in the marathon in her legs. She's a gutsy performance, and she's a step above what she was last year. She's really improved, but Adani now, she's going to go past Markov as she comes into what is going to be the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to see the fireworks take off. She's one big firework herself, is Adani.
She has lit up Parliament Hill as the fireworks go off to her left-hand side.
Surely.
She's going to hear the bell, and she's going to need a 68 minutes. I think it's on.
We haven't even seen many men run inside that time today yet. This evening, of course, we got the elite men after this, but Adani, what an impressive performance. She hit the front after about 2.5K, straight round the pacemaker. She's been out there the whole time, and she's pushed on, she's eaten up, she's lapped virtually everyone. James, she's going to have a ding-dong with the British competition of Sam Harrison and Jess Warner-Judd in there as well. Can she lap almost the whole field? Adani, the Ethiopian, here she comes, drifting round into the final 200 metres, Ellen.
Well, this is an incredible run. This is absolutely mind-blowing. You are witnessing Highgate history here as Adani comes into the closing 150 metres to go. Well, what a run this has been from a lady who's relatively unknown. We have so few stats on her. We were fumbling around to find anything. She's a former World Junior champion. She's kept fairly quiet since that, but what a way to reintroduce yourself to the world. Adani takes the victory just inside. She's only gone and done it. 29:58.70. Take a bow, take a well undressed. That was a solo run for pretty much the whole race. She stuck to her guts. She's run it all herself. And well, watch out for this lady.
You heard the crowd take a deep breath as she came down towards the line. They knew what it meant. They could see the clock ticking away. 67 seconds for that last lap, and 2:55 for that last kilometre. 29:58.70. What a run.
Wow, what a run. Look, there she is, exhausted on the floor in front of us. We've got to keep an eye on the race as well, though. Look at the splits. We're going to wait and see who crosses the line behind her, because 30:40 was that World Championship standard. Did anyone sneak inside that? Live results on open track as well.
Let's hope the camera pans back to the finishing line so we can see the battle for the Brits. Who is going to get up for the British title?
Kalate is at second place coming across the line. Wayne Ekulati just outside 31. Believe she snuck her personal best, so a good performance from her. But goodness me, yeah, Dani's been waiting some time for them to cross the line.
Balakaletti was there as well. I think first in the European zone. That's a very impressive debut. But we're still just looking out to see who took the British title. Oh, it's going to be ever so close. Warner-Judd was battling for it. Lots going on. Still the bell sounds for athletes coming round with a lap to run, and they're still running super fast times.
Well, it looks like on the results I've got, I don't want to go too early, but it looks like Jess Warner-Judd has taken the British title. Batacletti, as you said, the first European through. Batacletti has absolutely smashed her personal best. We said she might have. She's taken a huge chunk off it if the results that we've got in front of us.
Yes, Sam Harrison, what a run. Superb 31.11 also for her. That is great powers of recovery from marathon to then tearing up 25 laps. Warner Judd held on there. Another British title for her. Well done to Jess. And then the battle going down. Looks like Amy Eloise Markov held on and came back. She rallied it, looks like, at the latter stages. 31.17. So that completes the British medalists.
Yeah, as I was saying just before the race, I did expect Nadia Battagletti would take a chunk of time off. She's taken 2 minutes. 2 minutes she's taken off her personal best, 31.06, a new personal best for Nadia Battagletti. And we talk about, obviously, our leading woman introducing herself onto the world stage. Well, Nadia Battagletti has done it onto the track. She had that good performance in Tokyo, but really she's just gone and taken a massive chunk off that. She's been brilliant on the cross country, and what a transition she's made onto the track, and that will be a performance that the Italian will look back on very fondly.
I think that was a long overdue personal best, to be fair to her, given she had that 14.46 5K pedigree.
And she was only 1 second off the Italian record. 31.05 from Vizconti back in, I think it was 2020, so it could have been earlier than that, but wow, very close to that record.
And we've got to talk about Warner Judd, though. How good is she at racing? When it matters, she turns up, she performs, and she puts on a great show, and to win another British title as well. I mean, she competed out in America a few weeks back over 5,000. I thought it went okay, James. She ran 15, something like that, maybe just a little bit quicker, and she's had a little bit of a, I guess, not a great half marathon before, that New York half marathon as well. I know the weather was bad, but 74 minutes out there, so I think she came into this needing a big performance, but she's so good at racing. She manages to put herself on the start line time and time again and perform. And there you are, you're seeing shots of Battagletti out there, the Italian. What a run from her, and still relatively young. She's got a very, very bright future over the 5,000, over the 10,000, and she's going to be looking to attack that 31-minute mark any day soon.
Yeah, the Brits didn't disappoint there. It was just someone from a slightly different planet running a phenomenal time here.
Could say that.
And I tell you what, the crowd appreciated it. They knew that was coming. It was building and building and building, and that home straight noise, it was electric, it was loud, it was pulsating, and it delivered, and the time delivered.
Well, perhaps those of you who are just joining us wonder what on earth you are watching. You are watching the night of 10,000 metre PBs here at Parliament Hill Fields in London, the home of 10K running, the home of the English national cross country as well, event which started 10 or so years ago, 2013, and back then just 150 spectators, but now, well, you can look with your own eyes how many people flock to this stadium, and it doesn't matter if you're involved in the sport, James. I mean, James, I've actually got friends here who have no idea probably what is going on right now, but I can tell you one thing, they've got a beer in hand and they'll be enjoying themselves. Even my...
Well, they also know the name Mizan Adain, who's now a new superstar in the making. So the social medias and the athletics world now will be typing away, and she will be someone now on their radar. And I can't wait to see what she does next.
I mean, they'll be typing away. They'll be struggling to find anything. We were tapping away through that race. She appeared out of nowhere on our start list. And
how good does she look when she runs, and how kind of fearless is she?
She's like a swan. It's beautiful to watch. It was just watching her cruise along, and like you say, absolutely fearless. It's always a risk. We've seen that risk be taken by so many athletes over the course of the afternoon, and it hasn't paid off. There was one point where maybe, she dropped a couple of seconds every other lap, and we thought, oh, maybe, but no. She recovered so smoothly, and that last lap, that is insane. 67 seconds to run under 30 minutes here at Highgate. She absolutely smashes the meeting record. She takes home £11,000. And she announces herself to the world. It's incredible. I just, every year we come and sit here, and I just feel so privileged to be here. And that is a race that I will never forget.
Do you know what? She reminds me of Ayana Almas, James. You'll know her from the 2016 Rio Olympics. Runs very similar, and a similar race as well. The way she just dominated from start to finish.
Her leg turnover reminded me of Haile Gebrselassie as well, and also Kenenisa Bekele.
So many Ethiopian greats out there.
The way the Ethiopian athletes, it's almost a trait of their their running style that's so economical, but just, you know, as Ellen said, it's like watching a swan glide across water. It's beautiful.
They're very spiritual. They're very in tune with their body, especially when they train. I mean, you know, I'd like to think they don't really use GPS watches much. They train at terrific high altitudes as well. But like you said, they do a lot of running drills, a lot of technique work to make them conditioned, as light on their feet as possible. And proof is in the pudding when you watch someone like Adane.
Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure to watch, and I know the crowd were super enthusiastic, and they're getting their voices ready. They're getting ready for one big race tonight. That is the elite men's race coming up, and it again looks to be a very special affair. We thought obviously the women's record was definitely under threat, and whether we could get close to that 30-minute mark, we dare to dream. But could we now, with that being the inspirational platform towards 27 minutes in the men's? What's your thoughts on that, Ellen?
Well, do you know what? I haven't spoken to you about this off air. I was having a peek on Twitter, and I did see a tweet that said maybe one of the favourites wasn't lining up today. And if you make Stanley Mburu, I have seen that he might be on a start list somewhere else tonight. We'll have to double check that.
Where else could you be?
Where else could you be? Well, I'll have another look on Twitter quickly, but we've already mentioned tonight Paul Chelimo. I think there was some doubts over his fitness before, but judging to the people we've spoken to today, Matt, seemed to be a completely different story to what we've seen on social media and what we've seen, you know, in maybe some of the previews this week. Him himself saying that he feels like he's in good form, and, you know, we could see a big performance from him today. Well,
this is it. We caught up with Highgate man Alex Lepetra, didn't we? And they've looked after Chelimo since he flew in during the week to prepare for this event, and they took him out for a meal on Thursday night, took him over here yesterday to do his kind of pre-meet, as you like, his strides, an easy run to suss out, you know, not so much a stadium here, but the beautiful, iconic Highgate track here at Parliament Hill Fields as well. And yes, Chelimo has come here, and he has come here with intentions to run 27 minutes. It's, as you can see, just all the entertainment you can do here down at the track. Anyone can come on the infield as well. You don't need a VIP or anything like that. You can walk yourself over. And if you're local and you're watching at home, get yourself down here very, very shortly indeed, because we've got one final race left, and you could say the best till last, the men's elite 10,000 metre race of the night.
They're going to have to get a shuffle on. If they're coming down here quickly, they're going to have to get a sprint on.
London's massive.
Local area.
60 million people.
Get a sprint on. What a day we've had. It's mad to think that we've already whizzed round to the last of the day. And yeah, what a race this could be.
7 10,000 metre races so far. We had 4 brilliant junior 800 metre races. You know, the programme started at 3 o'clock.
We've been here a long time.
Absolutely flown by. And, you know, now the circus acts continue as well. So there's been something for everything. And look at that.
Oh, he's back again, Spiky Dan.
We talked about getting spiked on the track, and that is a hazard of the job. We saw that earlier, Jennifer Walsh's leg cut up by someone else's spike.
They're not regulation length, I'm telling you now. Someone's going to get in trouble if they turn it where it
won't be like that on the new track. So remember, the track here is being renovated. City of London putting £2 million into renovating here, Parliament Hill track. And it is so deserved, Ellen. We've seen over the last 10 years, this event was brought about with Van Pochi, where in 2013 that he just thought there was not the opportunities there for British athletes over this favoured distance of his. And he's made 10,000 metre running and this event a carnival atmosphere. They talk about it being the Glastonbury of track running. There is music, there is atmosphere, there are tents, there is just absolutely everything. And every race has its own billing, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I believe this to be the Voodoo Brass Band, who I think I've seen on TikTok chasing people around various parks in London. So if you've been approached at some point by this band, don't be alarmed. It's just something they do on social media. They chase runners around, playing various inspiring tracks. And here they are tonight to inspire our elite men.
Well, that's it, and just behind them, just outside of our tent as well, is the elites just warming up, milling about, those pre-race nerves, doing their last 5-minute strides as well. They'll just be running through. You can just see them behind the brass band. We're just going through mentally how they want to execute this race today, James. And, you know, we have got the pacing lights on deck. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. They're going to aim for 27:10, which is that World Championship qualifying mark, of course. And there are reports a lot of them are in shape to do that as well, so it could be exciting. And the second lights you want to watch for is the 28 minutes.
Yeah, a couple of good paces in there. Joe Woodfield, you know, he's someone that, look out for this lad. Huge talent, lots of injuries, came back running a really good 28 minutes and change in Valencia over 10 kilometres. But look out also for Johnny Davis. He is in shape. I love saying that. 13:16, personal best in California. One of the nicest guys. I tell you what, someone that you thought might have thrown the towel in a number of times, and he's stuck with it. And again, great work by Luke Gunn, the team there in Birmingham that have kept Johnny Davis going. But he's going to be one of the paces out there, so can't wait to see him running.
Yeah, and I think how many stories are there out there like that, where runners go through not just bad patches, but bad years, you know, and Johnny's someone who has been a little bit up and down. His career's been a roller coaster, but now he is at the heights, and yeah, like you say, 13:16, he's announced himself on the world-class stage. He was a world-class junior, and now he's transitioning into a world-class senior. There he is in the Hoka singlet, wearing that Pacers bib. You'll see him once this race gets underway, but look at these elites filing themselves out. As Dean Casey, the Ennis Track Club. We're going to mention him for winning that B race last year. Paul Chalimo donning the Kit Run brand sponsor. An interesting story there. Usually we see Nike, Adidas on running, of course. We have to mention sponsoring this event. It's usually the routine way to go, James. They'll sponsor athletes. Athletes will wear their brand, you know, around Europe and around the world. But Chalimo signed with Decathlon. Kit Run is basically Decathlon's brand. And is there a space for that as the sport grows, that we start to see retailers sign athletes as opposed to just single brands?
Oh, there's definitely going to be growth, and they just need to develop the shoes, don't they? Because that's what athletes are going to need to run in predominantly, unless it is obviously a kit-based, you know, retail outlet, which often they do. But yeah, fascinating. I think more the better for athletes. If there's obviously more money in the sport, more investment, then obviously more athletes are sponsored and they can go full-time and standards are driven up. So what about the British Championships in this? We saw a phenomenal women's championship in the Brits. Men's, Andrew Bouchard, the Scottish record holder. You always get a good effort from Andrew Bouchard, don't you? So who else? There's obviously a few missing. You know, obviously, you know, there's no Jack Rowe this year, no Jake Smith. But yeah, there's another load of strong Brits in there.
And to add, no Jack Rowe. No Sam Aiken as well, no Emil Caress. And, you know, these are athletes who I think could have a good shot at attacking, perhaps not 27:10, but definitely 27:30. But the problem is, James, I think they're very fixated on the 5K at the moment, and so they should be, the level they're operating at. And obviously Emil was fixated on the marathon.
Oh, and rightly so. And what a performance in London, you know, just a couple of seconds outside the fastest British athlete of all time in their debut, just outside Steve Jones's record from a few years ago, but low 28 minutes for Emil Caress. And yeah, what a great performance. And obviously, you know, some passing of the guards now. The baton's been passed. Sir Mo is going to be hanging them up, isn't he? Running in Manchester tomorrow, and the Great North to finish his career. And then obviously the likes of Chris Thompson trackside today, watching but not racing. So yeah, it could be the Mohammed, you know, brothers could be stepping it up tonight. That'd be great to see. But I am fascinated to see what Andrew Bouchard can run. He's been training, you know, a lot of high altitude. Obviously, still a big friend of Samo, and been putting some great miles in with him up in altitude. So yeah, what can he run? But yeah, there's a couple of youngsters that will be interested to see what they can step up to.
Yeah, and I think he learned a lot from Farah, the way Farah transitioned to the longer distances. I mean, obviously Farah was transitioning to the marathon, but you know, even just to surround yourself with multiple Olympic champion, multiple world champion over the distance, you're going to learn a lot. You're going to understand the way he trains. And I thought last year, you know, Bouchard put out a 36 performance. Thought that was very solid. And you know, can he go one better this year and start to crack that 27:30 barrier?
Yeah, and coached by Gary Locke, and you know, Gary knows his 10,000 metre running. Obviously, you know, Paula Radcliffe smashing, you know, multiple records over that distance. So let's see what Andrew Bouchard can run tonight. 25 laps of the Parliament Hill track, and we're off. Last race of tonight's programme. And again, how close to that 27-minute mark. But we're looking, aren't we, more at the World Championship time that's a few seconds slower than that.
Well, Joe, I've got a big smile on my face because I love the way Andy Bouchard has just pushed his way to the front. That just so much experience, the way that, you know, he didn't have the best line, but he cut in, and that was just typical Andy Bouchard. elbows out, and look at the position he's got himself into there. That's absolutely brilliant for Butchart.
And do you know what? That's championship experience. This man's competed at the highest level. He was, what, 6th in Rio in the Olympic Games, or was he 11th in Tokyo, or 8th or 9th in Tokyo as well, around about that top 10. So he's been there, he's done it, and now he's looking, can he transition to the 10K?
But he's also been talking about the possible transition to the marathon as well. So he was at London and there were laughs and jokes, but having stepped to the half marathon, he's done a bit of pacing. That's why he was in London. I can see the marathon being possible next step, but I would still love him to run a little bit faster than he has run for 10K. And I think that 5K, those World and Olympic 5K finals show that that there's a little bit more in there over the 10K distance than his 27:36 PB.
Yeah, and I feel like he went slightly under the radar when he set that Scottish record. It wasn't, because it was set over in America. I don't feel like I saw as many people shout about it as maybe we've seen, when Eilish has taken down the records over the past couple of years. But he looks in a really good place. Look at the position he's got himself up to. He looks really strong. Also give a mention to speak about him pacing at the marathon. Me and you, Matt, we saw Ellis Cross pacing at Copenhagen last week, and he's an athlete who looks really strong as well. And he had a lot of confidence, taking on that pacing role in Copenhagen, and he's one to keep an eye on today for the British champs.
The other thing we probably should have mentioned with the women's race, what would that have been like with Eilish McCollum?
I thought about it, and I thought,
she obviously has the World Championship qualifying performance. Obviously, we expect her to run London. That might have changed things, but Eilish in there, would she have gone with that? I think she would have. Would she have closed it out? I mean, her last 400 when she ran that 30 flat in California was 63 seconds. So yeah, that would have been great to have seen Eilish in that race.
Oh man, she's learning to compete with the best, and I think she is world-class level now, Eilish. And I think the next step for her is, can she go to a major champs and get a medal? And I'm sure that's in the back of her mind, looking ahead to Budapest. Look, one story evolving here. Paul Chilimo, he's gone off quite conservatively. He's in that second pack. I know athletes come here and they like to announce, they're in great shape, but sometimes they almost have to say that. They're not going to say they're in bad shape, are they? So be interested to see if he slowly drifts up. James, sometimes you will see this with world-class athletes, is they will just kind of sit back a little bit to stay engaged. When they move up, it's just them staying engaged to keep their mind active. There he is in the pink singlet, just on the outside there. So he's in good company. He's got a stack of Israeli athletes done in the on singlet as well.
Yeah, we've gone through the first kilometre, and yeah, it's about just trying to settle down the pace, and it's just trying to find that line and find someone that you're happy sitting behind as well. Certain runners to run behind sometimes, but yeah, I think it's about settling down these opening laps, and it's okay the first couple of laps if you don't run too aggressively. It's a long way, the 10-kilometre race, so yeah, that's absolutely fine. Much better do that than run way too aggressively the first couple of laps, and then you've got nothing left in the latter stages.
And I think he is just very slowly moving up. Someone I need to mention is Tozawa. He was 20th at the 10K World Championships last year. The Japanese athlete studies out in Japan as well, and I believe he runs for the yogurt brand. And if you're familiar with Japanese running, you know how it operates. It operates on a very corporate basis, so you don't really run for a club, you run for a major business.
Yeah, he's an athlete who I was told to keep an extra eye out for this morning. I was talking to one of our colleagues who works at Athletics Weekly, and he was saying that there's quite a big contingent of Japanese press who have come over because they feel like he could do something special here tonight, and they want to keep an eye on him. So definitely in that blue Nike singlet, he's one to keep an eye on. He's tucked in there in quite a nice position at the minute.
Well, he's got a personal best of 27:28, so no wonder they've flown over, because if he runs at 27:10, that would be some historic feat for Japanese running.
Well, that's his season's best. Actually, his personal best is just slightly quicker than that, 27:23, and he'll be looking to get close to that tonight. And what's he saying? Is he second in there now behind Andy Butchart, second, third?
Yeah, he's a quality runner. He's a former Asian Games under-20 silver medalist. So he's come through the age groups. 13:22, also over 5 kilometres this year. Yeah, I mean, the Japanese running scene is just phenomenal. I mean, if you look at what they run at college, their collegiate level, and their corporate relays, the Ekiden relays, but then they have half marathon races where it's hundreds of people inside 63 minutes, 62 minutes. Absolutely phenomenal. So talking about being phenomenal, let's slow down to Rachel Stringer, who's trackside.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, I've got the woman of the moment, back-to-back British champion here at this event, Jessica Warner-Judd. Congratulations out there. We're just chatting off camera. You said that was a tough race tonight.
Yeah, it was really hard. Obviously, you're going every race to win, but I only needed top 2 Brits, so that was what I was sort of focused on. But Yeah, no, it was hard. Mentally, it was really hard because a lot of moves made and stuff. But yeah, I'm really happy.
What was the race plan going into that? Obviously, is it kind of to sit on the paces? They went off pretty fast.
Yeah, the top group went off fast. I think it was just to be around wherever the second Brit was, because I knew that was what I needed. So that happened to be Sam, so I thought I'd just sit behind Sam, and then we ended up catching up, and then there were lots of bodies around, so it was just trying to match what was happening and then just try and get that British champion, because, yeah, the standards moved on, and I'm just so happy to be a part of it.
Obviously, World Championship, looking ahead to Budapest later on the year. How are you feeling with still a few months to go?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. This was the one I was more worried about. I think in a couple of months I'll be even better. Like, I know that I'll get sharper as the season goes on. This is really early. So this is the one I was worried about. So yeah, I'm just so happy to get that ticked off, and now I can just focus on Budapest.
And in terms of this race as well, Jess, we talk about it as the Glastonbury of athletics, that lactic tunnel of love out there. What is it like for you, who's come from the cross countries, the old school athletics side of things, to come and run an event like this?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, yeah, I remember falling over actually as an under-13 on Parliament Hill when I did the Southern. So to come like full circle and be back here, and it's such a great event. Like, there's people with their dogs and families that were just walking by and come in and watched, and they were asking what it was all about. And that's what we need. We need the sport to just grow. It's not just about being in people's homes, it's about being in people's lives. You know, if they can come and experience it, then maybe they might want to give it a go. So yeah, it's just, Ben has done such a great job building this event, and I'm so lucky to be a part of it.
Well, a brilliant run from you, Jess. Back-to-back British champion, like I mentioned. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Rachel. Some brilliant words there from Jess. She's bang on. It's not just about being in people's homes, but also in their lives, and running is a large part of some of these gentlemen's lives. I mean, Ephraim Gidey, a word on him. He's just back there in the blue and orange singlet. He fled a war-torn Eritrea at just 15 over to Ireland, and you know, as the story goes, James, so many PE teachers are to thank for getting athletes into this sport, taking them down their local club. And Gidey actually wanted to be a cyclist once upon a time, and he realised the expense of a bike and said, you know what, I'll try my luck at running, and the rest is pretty much history. He's here today, and he's in good form. He won at the Bristol Track Club 5K, a relatively low keep for that man. There he is in shot, 12 on the side of his hip as well. But he's, rumours has it, spoke to his agent before, and he wants to target that 27:30. He's in great shape.
Well, that would be, I think, a new Irish record as well, so that would be great running. And it's great to see his progression as well. I think Ireland looking to send a strong team to that European Cup in 2 weeks as well. But yeah, Johnny Davis doing a great job at the front, just dropping off that pace group. Nils Voigt, who was, I think he was fourth here in 2021, when in the personal best of 27:49 that day, pipping Sir Mo Farah. But the German, you can just see in the blue singlet, just in that chase group behind. But it is the blue singlet of Johnny Davis at the front. So they're going to be coming down towards 3 kilometres. And at the moment, Davis doing a really good job with the, there's a line, isn't there, of athletes behind him, Matthew?
Well, I think they were through 3K already, James, and there's a big old line, and one man to keep an eye on is Chalima. He's just drifted his way up to the front, and they're clipping off 65s for fun. I think Johnny Davies at the front now. He probably would have liked Joe Wigfield to go just a little bit further, you know, and he looks like he may even be struggling a little bit himself. It's no surprise coming off of a long-haul flight from America, where he set his new personal best of 13:16, and looking ahead to a strong track season as well. He's probably here, he's helping out, but he's going to be up against it now, as similar to Adane. It's Bira who's hit the front literally just after 3K and decided he wants to move things along now.
Yeah, Bira has done exactly the same, gone past the pacer, and it isn't a little exchange of looks almost by Johnny Davis, as if to say, I'm the pacer. Do you want me to keep going at the front, or as we had in the women's race, that the athlete just ran away from the pacer after they felt that they'd done enough of the job. So Paul Chalimo right there, the American Olympic bronze medalist. So he's looking to make some major strides over 10,000 meters tonight. So, you know, and he's such a smooth runner as well. We've been talking about running mechanics tonight. Paul Chalimo is one of those.
Yeah, it's a discipline. I think he's still learning. We know what he can do over the 5K, especially at a championship level. He can close very, very hard. And I think, you know, he's showing his experience, because he knows that not to panic. I mean, he's been running alongside some of the best in the world for years in these sorts of races that are set up to run fast. And the key is staying relaxed and not surging. I mean, in relative terms, it's still very early days in this race. They haven't even hit halfway now. And there you go. Johnny Davies steps off the track. He's done his dues out there today, and it's all over to the athletes now. And Abira out in front is going to move things along. He's got the red lights to key off, and I'm sure he's well aware of those lights operating around about that 27:10 mark. But we could well have 3 athletes just starting to break away, James.
So it's Mogus Abira in the lead, 10th in the World Cross Country Championships this year. I mean, that shows you, talked about early in the women's race, top 20 is quality, top 10 is, yeah, phenomenal running. He's a 27-23 athlete on the road, and he's run 60-11 for half marathons, so he's got a great engine above, you know, below and at cross country, so no surprise at the moment. They're going through 4 kilometres that they are running very, very strongly, and probably just around about the what, the 27:30 mark.
Absolutely, and you know, well, 27:10 mark, James. In fact, but yeah, you know, to add to his credentials, he won the African Games last year over 10,000 meters, and yeah, you're no slouch if you do that. That's for sure. So the next split we'll get will be that 4K split as they just come round.
I've just seen probably one of the first sights since the gun of Gashao Ayale, who's working his way back up the field there. I think just become disconnected with that group. Bronze at the marathon and the European Championships. He got a personal best here last year, and he'll be wanting to better that. He's one of the ones that I've got an eye on. And he started on the inside, and I thought maybe he might have made a move slightly earlier, but he's reconnected to the back of this group now and is starting to work his way through it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a 2:05 marathon best, so yeah, probably using that amount of strength that he's got in those legs, not to be too aggressive in the early stages. And the former Ethiopian, now running for Israeli, is getting back onto that group, or trying to get back onto that group. But Andrew Bouchard, you can see him on the back of that group, Matt. That is great to see.
That's exactly what I was looking at, James. It's very, very encouraging. We know he took it out hard. These men are just slacking off the pace a little bit, and Bouchard's showing that he's not scared of this distance. He's not going to fear it, and I think when you get to his level, it's kind of like do or die. He doesn't want average performances. He could play it safe and maybe set off at 27:40, 27:45 pace, and I think he's turned up here today and he's just thought, you know what, I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to attack that World Championship mark. If I don't get it, I don't get it. I'll move on.
The next big split is going to be the halfway point, 5 kilometres, and that will really like signal, you know, the start of this race in terms of the early laps are being clipped out. You know, it's getting really competitive now. There's such a strong international field there, isn't there, Matt, in terms of the nationalities, but you can now start to see a few gaps, and athletes have to make choices. They have to make decisions whether to go, whether to close it, or whether to sit back and you know, wait for them to come back to them.
Yeah, but look who's on the shoulder now, just behind our leader.
That's it, Paul Chelimo. When it matters, he's there, and we're going to get that 5K split. 13:35 will be bang on, obviously, 27:10 pace. Simple maths for you at home, so they're near enough, and Chelimo's going to hit the front and perhaps a little bit early, but he has got to get that standard. He's had a few performances which have been up and down the last few years, I think that's fair to say, and he has got to nail this standard today, so he's not going to mess about, and he's here to do business.
He says he feels, you know, we're speaking, like you said, Matt, before, to some of the people, some of the Highgate Harriers who've been taking him around London these past few days, and they said he's been feeling good. He's feeling ready to attack. And also, it's Andy Butchart. I feel like Andy Butchart's worked his way up quite a bit. He looked towards the back of that group, but he has started to work his way up as some of the athletes who we saw closer to the front start to drop back. But this is a brilliant run from Andy Butchart.
Andy Butchart is running very strongly, but just maybe now just starting to drop off that group. And it's Paul Chelimo, who 65 seconds on that last lap, looks really good. He's looking over. He's got a great personality, again, just so strong, and this is something that, yeah, moving up distance from, you know, it's a sub-13-minute 5K athlete, you know, obviously, yeah, having been to, you know, on the podium at the Olympic Games, this now is about him putting a time down over the 25 laps, and he's starting to ask some early questions.
Yeah, and I think, you know, not just about him putting a time down, but also showing the likes of Grant Fisher, who's at home, Joe Klecker. We know America have very, very good talent over the 10,000, and he's going to have to go up against those boys in the trials, and I think he's just going to put the question to them and just say, here you are, boys, this is what I can do, you know, what can you do?
Yeah, he's eased into this one, he's shown his strength. And like we said, you know, there were some doubts over his fitness before this. We didn't know if he'd come into it the favourite, but
Nakamamana is the athlete chasing the Burundi athlete. So think back to Vastine Nyongabo, maybe before your time, Matthew, an Olympic gold medalist in Atlanta over 5,000 meters, and a Burundi legend. And there's an athlete right there now chasing fast times over 10 kilometers. But let's go down to Rachel, who's trackside.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, the atmosphere down here is incredible. You can just hear the crowd in the lactic tunnel of love just behind me. But I've found Ryan Hall. He's a content creator from Liverpool. He's a Scouser. I'm going to say Ryan runs, but he's not a runner. Is that accurate, Ryan?
That is pretty accurate, but my fastest 5K is 19 minutes, so you've got to pat me on the back somewhere.
Solid work. So obviously you've come here tonight and to enjoy what's going on here. What have you made of it so far? It's probably not what you expected.
It's been amazing. It's full of laughter. Everyone's laughing, smiling, happy. I'm grateful for my friends on running, inviting me down. I couldn't be happier myself. Everyone, no matter the competition within the race, everyone's just happy, and that's what I'm about, happiness.
Has it inspired you to do a little bit more running?
Of course it has. I'm going to go home and I'm going to run my fastest 5K. I'm going to beat it. I'm going to beat yours as well, 18 minutes.
Have you seen who is in this race as well? Have you taken note of the field here? Obviously got Paul Chelimo. He's leading at the moment. He's a double medalist from the Olympic Games as well. It's such a stacked field. The fact that you can get such up close and personal to these athletes. Did you expect that from this weekend?
I didn't expect that, no, but I'm very grateful for that opportunity. Being up next to them, it's very nice to feel that competitiveness and to know where athletes like that stand. And I am one day going to race them.
Ryan, I want to hear a bit more about you, though. You're a content creator. What kind of content do you create?
I create all types of content. My content mainly surfaces around me being me, so that involves me just going around and making people smile. I love it. When I can make someone smile for 15 seconds of the day, it's the most favourite thing about my job.
Is this going on YouTube?
This will be going on YouTube.
Well, you can find Ryan then on YouTube talking about the night of the 10Ks, and hopefully it makes you smile. Ryan, thank you so much for chatting to us, and have a wonderful rest of your night.
No, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Rachel. And this is dramatic stuff now happening. Paul Chelimo was a lap ago waiting and waving and asking athletes to maybe do something, and then he decided to go, Matt.
Yeah, I think he was just sussing them out, just seeing if they were going to be there for the long run, and I don't think they are. Chelimo now, he knows he's on the red lights, he's just going to operate at them. I think he is going to relax over these next few laps, over the next couple Ks, because this man can close. I mean, we've seen him run 52, 53-second laps at the end of a 5,000 race, at the end of a 10,000 race for fun. And, you know, you're not a two-time Olympic medalist if you can't do that, and obviously a world medalist as well.
Yeah, and he's coming up to see 8 laps to run, so that's 2 miles, give or take, of the Parliament Hill track. Another 65-second lap, so he's maintaining the pace. And the next bit we're going to get, Ellen, on the back straight is 7 kilometres.
Yeah, just having a look back down the order for the British contingent. Andy Butchart still leading the way, obviously, now with this injection of pace for him. Chelimo's drifted well out of shot here, but he's still leading the way in the British Championships, and it's Zach Mohammed who is in second place at the minute. He has a personal best of 29.14, and he's running well within that. We thought, you know, that he might be the one of the 2 brothers who would come out on top, obviously racing alongside his brother Mohammed. He's going to take a huge chunk of this, as expected. And yeah, so he's currently second in the British Champs.
Well, thank you, Alan. Yeah, and that split there, Matt, 2:43, 19:02, 7 kilometres, strong running.
He's hanging on there. He's just slipping off a little bit. He's going to need the support of the crowd. He's going to need to soak up the atmosphere because he's on his own now, Chelimo. And I think he knows that deep down. And do you know what? He's probably just going to hold a little something back for that last K, just in case someone comes back on his shoulder and he needs to be able to respond. 66, probably the slowest lap of the race.
Yeah, if he's going to break 27 minutes, he kind of needs 64 seconds a lap, unless he has got a big last lap. But maybe just the first signs of fatigue, smile. A little grimace. I think it's a grimace rather than a smile,
It's
Matt.
definitely a grimace.
Maybe it's a little bit of both. But yeah, it's almost like his head down. Almost looks like a boxer now, or like someone going through a range of emotions.
Well, one thing I would say is Chelimo is a bit of a gamesman, and what a moment this is going to be for Dean Casey, albeit he's getting lapped by one of the best to ever take to the 5,000 metres in this distance, but he's going to have to soak it up, Casey. I mean, he won last year, he's been chucked in the deep end tonight, and he's going to experience what it's like to be overtaken by Paul Chelimo.
Isn't this a great example of what Highgate can do for young athletes. Dean Casey winning in the B race last year in emphatic fashion. It was one of my favourite races of the day, and now, yeah, like you said, he's being lapped here, but he'll be absolutely soaking it up. He'll be loving this. Look, he looks to the sides. He'll be living every minute of this.
And he's also chasing down one of our biggest young talents coming through. That's Henry McCluskey. He's making his 10,000 metre debut today on the track, but he's obviously still running at a very good pace. If you think Paul Chelimo is heading towards low 27 minutes, you know, with a few laps to go in front of him, the young Charlie Barnett's running well, Matt.
Well, he is indeed, and you know, Casey and McCluskey, they well may face off at the European Under-23 Championships later in the year if McCluskey chooses to do that. Is this a step too far for McCluskey? Well, we're going to find out, because he's fresh off a 13:36, 5,000 metres, like you say, James, which is terrific running, you know, for his age, and this could be a stretch too far for him tonight, but sticking at his task for competing with the likes of Ellis Cross, Richard Allen as well, so well amongst it at the moment. But Chelimo now just slipping off that pace as we move into the closing stages of this race.
Mogo Sabera is the athlete trying to give chase, and yeah, he was one of the early aggressors, but at the moment, you know, you can't really see him on the screen there, so Paul Chelimo is maintaining it. The noise of the crowd is absolutely vital now, Ellen, isn't it? They're going to play their part in this theatre.
Yeah, I've seen they might even play their part in the British Championships as well, because Zach Mohammed is now just behind Andy. Well, I say just behind. He's a position going down that really impressive first half of his race, but has he done enough to hold off the charge of Zach Mohammed, who is coming in quickly behind him?
Well, there we are. Zach Mohammed, I guess, the better on the track of the two brothers. Mohammed dominates the cross-country circuit, but Zach, I feel, has a little bit more talent, a little bit more natural ability, I suppose, when it comes to track. We've seen him perform at the British University Championships, and there goes Chelimo drifting past McCluskey. I mean, this man was, you know, born and raised in Kenya, moved over to America, if you like, joined the world class, joined the Army, and then gained his US citizenship that way and joined the world class Army program out there, where he trained, lives in Colorado Springs, and he's got a great group out there as Chelimo, and he's clearly getting back to his very best, but he's going to have to lift it if he wants to get anywhere near that World Championship mark.
Yeah, there's definitely been pain etched over his face over the last few laps. The noise of the crowd here is building and building, and it is a festival of running here. This is such a great event. We've had multiple heats of the 10,000 metre distance, so many personal bests sprinkled in with some junior 800 metre races, and the juniors will be trackside now watching this, soaking it up, watching the very best. And there on the back straight, some of our British athletes. That's Jack Gray in the Cambridge and Coleridge vest. He's a top athlete, isn't he, Ellen?
He's a brilliant athlete. He's an athlete that I know well from my time in Cambridge. He's got a very distinctive running style, but he was talking about it the other day. He's like, why change? It works for me. He sticks to his guns, and here he is once again performing at the top level of British athletics. And he'll be another athlete, I'm sure, when Paul Chelimo cruises past him, he'll actually soak it up and he'll love it.
I think so, and yeah, a credible athlete himself, second at the English National Cross Country Champs earlier in the year. So here goes Chelimo down. Look at that, lit up through that tunnel. He's going to enjoy that. The fireworks off every single lap now. 3 laps to go. James, he's going to need to operate well. He could be inside that standard. He's got to run, what, 3:07? He's got to start clipping off 62s now.
Yeah, it's another 66. It's just dropping ever so slightly every single lap. The chase behind Matt, but I don't think they're going to get back to him. I think Paul Chelimo's got enough in his locker, and I think he's definitely got, you know, another gear if he needs it. But, you know, the crowd now are going to be so important. But you're right. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how far the lights are in front of him. They were set at 27:10, you know, on the red light. But he's also got a bit of traffic to navigate as well.
Well, you know, 2:46 there. You could see him run. I mean, so what does he need? 2:25. My maths isn't great, but I don't need to worry about that. We'll see when he comes around with 800 to go. But you can see him closing in at 56, James, no problem at all. And you know, he's going to be closing well sub 60. Here he goes then, fighting round Ellis Cross. He's certainly going to have to kind of fight himself around Jack Gray there with the arms, the distinct style of Jack Gray.
This battle just behind Paul Chelimo now is the battle for 3rd place in the British Championships, and you've got 3 men there who could be fighting it out. Jack Gray leading the way at the minute, but it could be very, very close for that bronze medal in the British Champs.
That's a fascinating battle in the Brits, but the battle up front is to get that World Championship qualifying time, 27:10. He's gone through 25:08 with 2 to run, so that means a 2:01 last 800. That's almost 4-minute flat pace, but it sounds a tall ask. It's just whether he can rally this lap to a 3 and come home with something like a 57:58, which he can do, but maybe fatigue's just jumping on him now.
I think he's building. You can see, you know, that close-up of his eyes. He's focused. He's focused on every single step in front, his stride, his running form right now. But he is going to know. And this is one thing, you know, we know the lights work. They're brilliant when you're on them, when you're gaining the confidence. But when they're drifting away from you, how does that, you know, how do you cope with that mentally when you can see the race slipping away from you, even when you're in such a strong position like Chelimo is now leading this race with a lap to go? What does he need? About a 56. Is it last lap? 55 even. He's going to have to go some. We're going to have to see some fireworks, Chelimo.
Oh, it's going to be tough, really tough to run that last lap in around about 55 seconds. But I tell you what, he has the speed in those legs. But, you know, this is the hardest 10,000-metre run he's ever done, and he's been operating at such a speed throughout. It's going to be tough, Ellen.
It's going to be hard work, but you can hear the high-grade crowd are pushing him on, and he's found another gear. You can see it there. He's found another gear, and he is pushing it. Will it be enough? Will it be too little, too late for finding that qualifying standard?
Come on, Paul Chelimo. Find another gear, an Olympic medalist, a sub-13-minute 5K runner. The USA athlete is coming into the final turn here at Parliament Hills, and here in the Highgate, 9 of the 10,000-metre PBs. He's going to break the record here. He's going to smash Cripper's record. He's just going to miss the World Championship time. 27:12.7. Oh, a 58:06 last lap. 2:36 last kilometre. Good, but just not quite good enough for that World Championship A standard.
Exactly that. But hey, and you think, you know, the grimace on his face, they're almost like, why? You know, he threw his hands up, he's celebrating there, but I think, you know, in the back of his mind, he's thinking, imagine if Stanley Mburu was here today, this World Championship silver medalist. He was due to turn up. Of course, he was a late dropout, and just if he had a bit of competition over those last few laps, Ellen, you've got no doubt in your mind he would have gone under that 27:10.
Yeah, absolutely. Stanley Mburu's personal best, 27:13. But, you know, you look at that performance that he did out at Worlds, that surprise silver medal, and you just think if the two of them could have worked together to drag themselves round, we could have seen a different race tonight. And you can see everyone coming through and collapsing onto the floor. It's a hard effort out there. We'll wait to see the Brits come through, try and get a glimpse of them as they cross the line. Obviously, we've got the British champs at play as well. Andy Butchart, last time we checked, was well in the lead. Zach Mohammed was in second, and then there was that brilliant battle for third. As you can see, the Japanese athlete down there.
Yeah, Vincent Mutai got up for second, the 28-year-old Kenyan. So, and a good battle. Gathathon, the Israeli athlete, there in third place, unofficially, obviously, till we get the official results, because sometimes the chips on their feet don't activate the devices they cross the line, so we'll get an update on that. But some quick times, and it looks like Mohammed was a shade inside 28 minutes, so around about 27:56.
A huge PB. His time had set before 29:14, so we knew he'd take a chunk off it, and he has done.
That really is a massive run from Zach Mohammed out there, as you just see the closing shots of Paul Chelimo. He is your race winner, your final race of the evening here at the night of 10,000 metre Ps, and what a way to finish.
But in that top 10, we had the USA, Kenya, Israel, we had Burundi, Japan, the Norwegian Kibron ran a lifetime best. You know, the athlete that's run here previously, but he ran a superb run, and he's run 27:40 tonight, 27:41 I think it might be, the European silver medalist from Munich. A superb bit of running, and we had Saudi Arabia also in that top lot as well. And Andrew Bouchard, 27:47 is the British champion, Ellen.
Yeah, it looks like it came right down to the line for third place. It looks like Ellis Cross just got there marginally, fractionally ahead of Jack Gray. Well, I'm going to have to find a replay of that somewhere, that crossing, that battle for third and how those two cross the line.
So Matt, Andrew Bouchard just outside his Scottish record, but he really went for it tonight. I was so impressed with that. Would have been a tired second half, but he is the British champion. And yeah, I think he can take a little bit of you know, confidence from that.
Well, I hope he does, because I hope he looks at it and thinks, well, if I pace myself a little bit better, how quick could I have gone? Could I have broken 27:30? But like I said during the race, I think that man, he had one mission tonight, and it was, can he run that world standard? And if he couldn't, he was just going to move on with the rest of the season, and we may see him over 5,000 attack that you know, 13:07 mark, which is the world champion mark over 5,000. So here you are then. This is how the race panned out. If you just missed it, well, how unfortunate for yourself. But Abira was a leader early on as he, after 3,000 metres, decided to go round Johnny Davies, your pacemaker, and decided he was going to push on. And Chalimo Ellen, which was very interesting, just slowly drifted his way to the front all race long. He was non-existent over the first 2 or 3K. And I want to see his splits, because I think he must have been lapping 66s, 67s potentially on those first few laps, and he did have to put in a shift to get up front. Once he got up front, though, boy, did he look supreme, and he just kind of turned the screws. He waited around for a little bit to see if anyone would go with him, but absolutely no one. And Chalimo bringing it home here. Welcome to London, Paul. Well, he's going to have good memories now. This, but of course, in 2017, he was a World Championship medalist as well.
You've got to wonder whether, you know, he might regret how much he eased into that race. You know, like you said, we barely mentioned his name through the first half, and what a dominant second half performance. When you are that fine margins outside of the qualifying standard, do you think, you know, maybe I should have given it a little bit more, maybe should have pushed myself to the front a little bit earlier, but still, you know, to take the win, and if we were just looking at that, you'd say a brilliant timed race. He'll be getting weighed in a couple of minutes' time on the seesaw. We actually got told earlier, Matt, that he doesn't drink beer, so if you want a free beer tonight, I'd suggest that the man to find would be Paul Chalimo, and we can head down to trackside and Rachel Stringer once again.
Paul Chalimo, congratulations, the champion here tonight. You did it in style. Looked like you loved it out there with all the crowd cheering you on.
Yeah, London crowd is amazing. You know, it was. I mean, I'm speechless. It was amazing. All people out here cheering. It was crazy. It was loud, and 10K is a long way. It's a long ways, but they made it really short. So yeah, I could listen to music. What a good day to enjoy Saturday, you know, Saturday weekend. So I was partying out on the track today.
Your perfect Saturday night out, but actually doing what you love doing, of course. And tell me about your first experience then here. This is your first time here at the night of the 10Ks. Did it live up to the expectations you possibly put on it?
You know, one thing I always say, like, London has been good to me, because I came here, I won the World Championship bronze. The following year I came, I won the Diamond League, the 5K Diamond League. Since then I haven't come back, but today, the night of the PB's 10K, they invited me. I couldn't turn it down, so I gotta come back to London because I'm a big soccer fan too, so yeah.
Who's your team?
Oh, Manchester United. Yeah.
Okay, well, there we go. 27:12 tonight. You broke the meeting record, just shy of that World Championship qualifier. Have you got a chance to go out there sometime soon and try and break that?
Yeah, it's still early in the season, and for me, this is a good predictor for of how my season is gonna go. So I gotta go back to the drawing board, get back to training, gotta put in the work, and you know, it is what it is. You know, like you show up when you're ready, do what you can do, and if it happens, Budapest is my big goal. So, you know, keep run. They believe in me, and they've always wanted the best out of me. So I can't disappoint them. So I have to go back and get the standard.
Absolutely. You've got 2 Olympic medals as well. How does this night compare to those?
Olympic medal is just something special, and I can't take it away. But this is another special thing. Winning it in London with all these fans cheering me out here, I would say definitely it's more fun than Tokyo, because Tokyo there was no fans out there. But this is really fun. So yeah.
Paul Chalimo, it was very special to watch you out there tonight. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you get that World Championship qualifying time very soon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks to the London people. Thanks for supporting me, and I'm happy. I'll be coming back. So
we can't wait to invite you back. We'll see you next year.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, good day for Paul Chelimo on the track, a good day for his team as well, Manchester United, and like he said, he'll be back again, and we can't wait to welcome him back if he's going to bring performances like that every time he steps foot here in London.
Well, obviously the qualifying process for the US so tough. They've got so many good runners, and yeah, he obviously alluded that he's probably going to have to find maybe another fast 10,000 metres somewhere, but I would love to see him in Budapest. You know, those wheels we saw tonight, 58 seconds, looking tired, lapping people after a tough run. Imagine him being a little bit fresher, coming into a last lap burnout. You know, I don't think there's many people that can out-kick him over 10,000 metres, so yeah, I'd love to see him in Budapest.
Well, and also, you know, the time is at stake today, but this man's a racer. He needs competition to squeeze the best out of him, and he didn't have that tonight, and that's credit to him, credit to the shape he was in coming here, but I think you really see the best of Paul Chelimo when there's medals on the line.
And also, I think, you know, the Highgate Harriers and all those volunteers and supporters tonight for the event, I mean, they deserve, you know, a huge, huge thank you. The spectators that turned up tonight have done a great job with their support this year. But I think City of London, that they're going to invest £2 million into this facility. It literally starts this week, I think. You know, Ben was saying that, you know, it literally is, things are a go to get ready then for next year. He always says that, you know, the build for next year starts straight away. You know, the fact it's going to get bigger and better year on year, that's so exciting, Ellen.
Yeah, Ben will be having some, you know, you have these adrenaline. If Ben can sleep tonight, he'll be having some crazy dreams, and you know that they'll all turn into fruition next year, because this gets crazier and crazier every year. It gets bigger and bigger every year. And, you know, we said it earlier on in the comms, you can walk past this track on a day and you wouldn't think anything about it. You know, people walk through here, and then once a year it becomes the absolute centre of gravity of 10,000 metre running, and to have a more sort of permanent feature here, and to make this athletics track more of a feature here in the local area would be absolutely brilliant.
I hope that £2 million includes a Ben Focci statue.
Absolutely, yes.
Gold.
Do you know what? Keep the track the same, and we just want a Ben Focci statue.
But,
that's what we want.
29.58 in the women. That's a new record by, you know, that is over a minute and 10 seconds record. And then 27.12. You know, we were jaw dropped by Cripper's record last year, wasn't it? You know, phenomenal running. That's gone again. You know, the next barrier is obviously 27 minutes in the men's race. I mean, that's a big aim for next year. We were talking about, you know, the draw and the factors, you know, the field creates itself being such a strong event. I mean, I would love to see a few more, and obviously Stanley, where were you tonight? But hopefully he's back here next year. We're letting him back in. We don't hold grudges here at Highgate, but yeah, a few more going towards that time, and that would be, you know, again, it's not just a legacy, it's the living legacy of the event.
You can just see, you know, we have all these races before, and I just think every year the standard gets better and better for pretty much every single race. You know, from race 1 all the way through to what we've just seen, race 12. Year on year, it gets better and better, and it will just keep growing. And do you know what? Maybe by next year, by the time all three of us are sat back in these seats, I might have gathered my thoughts on those races, particularly that women's race, because it's left me absolutely speechless. And I'm sure, you know, you look at the fans who are still lingering around. You know, we're waiting for the medal presentation for the British Championships, but people just want to have a great time. I'm sure the parties will continue elsewhere around London tonight. They're loving it. We're all loving it. It's just been another spectacular night. Year on year, it gets better and better, and there's nothing better. There really isn't. It's like a Christmas day for me. I love it. I get so excited. I won't sleep tonight. We've seen a brilliant day of racing. How great was it to have those junior races as well? You know, we talk about the qualifying standards in the men's and the women's, you know, obviously the championships and the world trials, but also, you know, we saw those records beaten in the junior races as well. Would love to see that. We would absolutely love to see that grow year on year, and once again, like I said this time last year, I'm so excited for the future.
So again, that's a big thank you from ourselves in the commentary box. James Stee, Matt Seddon, Ellen Ellard. It's been an absolute pleasure. And down to Rachel, final time trackside.
Thanks so much, guys. What a wonderful night we have been treated to. It's been happening all day. Chris Thompson is still next to me just to wrap up today's events. I mean, we've been speaking about the Glastonbury feel, but it has just been like that. Everyone's now kind of being ushered out of what we're calling the Glastonbury Park here, but it's been amazing, and obviously ended by two incredible championship races there. Adame winning in the women's race, and then Paul Chelimo, the absolute legend, winning there. Give me your thoughts of both of those two races.
Yeah, and just to the point as well, I'm looking at the track and you've got empty bottles of water on the track.
Glastonbury.
And it's Glastonbury. I'm sure there's a few empty pint glasses in the crowd. What a way to finish it, I have to say. I mean, the crowd were gripped to see a woman run sub 30 minutes. That's world class. Like, that is a phenomenal time, and everyone was backing it up. Big mention to Jess Judd, the stellar athlete that she is, bringing it home for the Brits with Sam, who's come off the marathon recently 4 weeks ago, speaking to her coach Vince earlier. Obviously 4 weeks post-marathon's tough, but put up a fantastic performance, and Amy just behind that. I thought it was just brilliant the way athletes are constantly trying to find that last little bit out of themselves in the last mile or so. And the men's, with Paul, I mean, he's a graceful runner. Wow. Like, I think people were thinking, hang on, he's losing touch with the red light, he's on his own, it's a bit blustery, and he just found that little bit more, and the on-track night magic came in, and but he was 2 seconds away. But I did see, I don't know if the cameras picked it up, he picked someone's pint glass afterwards, necked the pint, and I thought, wow, that's good. Only for Butchard, only Andrew Butchard, just moments later to try and better it and run down the home straight with a beer in his hand, pouring it over himself and finishing the race. So what more can you want? It really was the Glastonbury, and it was the performances to back it up as well.
Yeah, it was indeed. And remember as well, the winner, they win their weight in beer. If you didn't know that, that's exactly the prize, as well as obviously the prize money on offer today. But just a word on Paul Chelimo. You mentioned him. He won the men's race. He was a couple of seconds off the World Championship qualification time. He needed 27.10. He got 27.12 there. A little bit disappointed with that, but it just shows the calibre of this event, that we can get Olympian who's got 2 medals at Olympic Games to come here and run at Parliament Hill in London.
And I think that's, yeah, a testament to the fact that he wanted to come. He's obviously performed well, and the fact that an event like this and Highgate itself can attract an event like that. And I think, but Highgate and the guys that started this back in 2013, they've brought so many people. The on-track night, they brought the sponsors, they brought the fans, they brought the athletes. And I said to someone, if you build it, they will come. It's like that cliche from Field of Dreams. And I think, and I don't want to make too many cliches, but that's what's happened. And Paul is a world-class athlete who is. This is going to sound bad. I'm sure he beat Mo in one of our historic races, but he certainly had battles with Mo in the Diamond League, and he's won medals, Olympic medals and stuff. Is someone getting their weight in? Oh, it's the medal ceremony. I was going to say, I'd like to get my weight in beer at the moment because I'm fairly heavy. I'd probably get the most I get. But that's a testament to how good it is. And he got so close. I just spoke to him and he was buzzing. As you said, he's a Man United fan, which is nowhere near us, so I think he's got his geography wrong there. But yeah, but listen, hopefully next year we'll come back and better it again.
Yeah, it's been a really special day here. If you guys didn't come, make sure you get back down here to Parliament Hill next year when we get to do it all again. And of course, we're building up now to Budapest, the World Championships later on this year, which are sure to be an incredible couple of weeks of athletics action. Well, Chris, thank you so much for joining me and spending your time with us today. And thank you to everybody who watched at home. We'll leave you now with the vibes of what is still happening here, the medal ceremony behind me. But it has been an incredible day. So thank you so much for your time, and we'll see you all very soon. Good night.